Futures back to the upside here to kick things off on a Friday morning as we await the largest IPO in the history of the stock market set to come at some point today. The NASDAQ about an hour and a half ago coming out saying pricing will begin, or price discovery will begin for SpaceX around 9:50 this morning. That doesn't necessarily mean that it'll actually go public at 9:50 or 10 o'clock, but they're going to start building the book at least around 9:50. So something to look forward to. We'll cover it all. We'll bring it to you as it happens this morning. So much to talk about when it comes to, that's how the market looks, obviously. So much to talk about when it comes to this IPO. A lot of people saying this thing's coming to market just massively overvalued at this point. I mean, 95 plus times sales. You know, a typical IPO, you're looking at 10, maybe 15, 20 is extreme or considered extreme. SpaceX set to come to market 95 plus times sales. I mean, it's the Elon effect, obviously. We touched on that with Kevin yesterday. If you didn't see that, I mean, I think he had a pretty good take on how to look at this and how to approach it from an investment standpoint. Let's see what happens today, but you know, maybe it's next week, maybe it's the week after, maybe it's 3 weeks down the road, you get some better pricing.
A great interview as well yesterday. Gwen Shotwell, the CEO of SpaceX, giving an interview to Morgan Brennan, and she released some new kind of timelines of what to expect, things that I hadn't heard previously, Brendo, specifically around Starship.
Right.
They expect Starship to have a full orbital launch later this year. Now, it's super important, not just for Mars and the Moon, but they want to put huge amounts of low Earth orbit satellites onto this thing and really expand the actual product that makes money, Starlink, right? So I did really like to hear that, especially if they can get this out quicker. So hopefully maybe some better revenue sources in the future, but a very exciting day. Everybody's ready.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of things we can dig into here is specifically that, the revenue side of things for this company, a little bit all over the place. You know, concentrated to Starlink, but I mean, this AWS deal that has come along, really helping things out on the AI and the compute side of things. If you missed that, going back, I think it was about a month ago, Amazon going to pay Grok and the compute side $1 billion a month for space in what's it called, Megatron, their data center or whatever it is. But I mean, that's going to stabilize things a little bit. But I mean, some other really interesting facts here. I mean, 30% retail allocation. We touched on that a little bit yesterday. You know, typically, as I said, you see an IPO come to market around 20 times. 20 times is considered extreme. This is 95 plus times on sales. So massively, you know, overvalued. Morningstar coming out this morning saying they put the actual valuation, or their opinion of an actual valuation on this company, about 780 billion, which is 48% below where it was priced last night. And again, this thing was 4 times oversubscribed.
Yeah, and if you're going to go traditional metrics, you want to go, you know, price to book, price to earnings, it's not going to look very good. But neither does Tesla, Brendo.
No,
and that's the thing, right? And so Elon Musk companies, they are rewarded with a certain premium. If you can stomach that, if you're an Elon fan, have at it. If not, stay away from it. But to build on your point, excellent point there with respect to actually generating revenue, using all the money he had spent on that compute, but also a concession that he doesn't have the demand for XAI. Otherwise, exactly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be outsourcing that. And I just want to say anecdotally, I've been using XAI a lot less. I still like it for up to the minute, very current searches, but when you're looking more for a nuance, it really is Claude, and more Claude at the moment.
And I completely agree. And it's almost accelerating in that sense as well. The other interesting number that I pulled out this morning, even if you look at forward 2026 revenue, and this is all going back to the perspective that came out, the multiple drops from roughly 95, 96 times to 58 times to 65 times. But that's still, you know, obviously very rich. So, I mean, if 20 is the normal, even if you go out to the end of this year into next year, I mean, 55 plus is a lot.
It is a lot. And I mean, that's typical for regular companies. But again, we got to really assign that to Elon. I think it's a bit of a different take for him, especially if you believe in some of the ambitions that he has and his timelines. And that's where I think we always trip up. So I think we see some of those metrics, but just not on the timelines that he articulates, right? And then we've seen this before, right? Like with Tesla, with the ability to scale the Model 3, right? A lot of people were basically counting Tesla off when they had to expend all that money to be able to build the capacity. He got it through, he got it to the other side. I think we probably do that here as well, just probably not on the timeline he likes.
The other interesting angle to this, I think, is the data center point. I was reading a little bit about this last night. To get these data centers, quote unquote data centers in space, I mean, I think a lot of people in their minds are thinking they're going to build out giant buildings and float them in space somehow. They're satellites.
Yes, exactly.
They're just, they're another version of essentially the same satellite, just programmed to do something else. So it's actually not that far off to say, you know, and during that interview that you were referencing last night, they even said, 2028, we could have these things in space.
Exactly, and that's the thing. And Sean and I were talking about this several times over the last couple of weeks. It comes down to the cost per kilogram, right? To make it feasible, to make it competitive so that you can compete with terrestrial data centers, you gotta drop the price per kilogram from $1,000 to put something into orbit to $100. And that's not far away, especially if you include the Starship. Starship, you can carry way more, so then price per unit goes down. And that's the theory here.
There was a chart that I saw that was floating around. I should have grabbed it for this morning. I forgot. That was showing the acceleration of the amount of launches this company had carried out since its inception. And it started, I think it was 2. They did the very, very first year, and now it's like 2 a week.
Launch cadence.
Almost, yeah. It was just up and to the right.
100%.
Which is also bringing the price down,
Exactly.
you know, as far as what you were talking about. So, I mean, so much to cover, so much to talk about, guys, this morning. Again, NASDAQ coming out a little while ago saying that price discovery, or the book, at least, going to start being built around 9:50 this morning, which I don't know about you guys, but I don't remember the last time we've ever heard that specifically coming from an exchange. An exact time, typically we start getting, you know, it's pricing at this, it's pricing at that, and that just kind of jumps all over the place. So we'll keep an eye on this as we go this morning, but pretty exciting day to come.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And as Brendan said, we haven't heard them ever say price discovery order book at 9:50.
I think he's right, though. It's probably just...
It could be a normal thing that no one ever just bothers to say because it's not SpaceX, and then this always happens, and then it still opens like ridiculously late. All of that being said, I'll probably want to get the order in at 9:50.
Oh, I'm putting, as soon as I'm able to put the order, I'm putting it in.
Because usually we're guessing when you
imagine missing it.
Well, this is...
Because like you're like, oh, I'm waiting for 1 o'clock.
No, the order's going to have to go in a little bit earlier just because we're ready. We'll be ready for it. I still don't think it's going to open until the afternoon. I think it's probably just people are giving more information out because this is such a hot event and there's just more to talk about. I was just talking to Sean, there's a
1 p.m. or so.
There was a new issue where like 19% of their holding is PWRL, Powerlaw Corp. 19% of their holdings is SpaceX. And so like, I want to see if that turns into like this weird proxy until we get the open with it moving around. You can look at the tokenized shares as well. There's just a heck of a lot that's that's going to be occupying our day around this. And then throw in the fact that you have all of the space-related names like the Rocket Labs and the ASTSs. Rocket Labs going to the NASDAQ 100, by the way, so I get to double look there for interest. I think for some traders, they might be looking at this space. Maybe they're holding something in here and they're interested to see how the sentiment goes. And we're not even talking about the big rally we had in the afternoon in the overall market, with the potential end to the conflict. It's certainly out there. We had a huge rally, so there's so much to cover. But believe me, the focus is going to be on SpaceX, and the trade is going to be intense. The volume will be huge. The liquidity will be there. It's just a matter of, do the buyers step in? We all know, we hope they do.
Yeah, I have NASA ETF watching out here. The sticky note's already out, man. It was a very easy one today. I'm going to try to go long NASA. I'm going to go long SpaceX off the open. We're going to try to look at Apple, and we're going to try to look at Tesla today. I mean, I'm trying to keep it as keep it simple, stupid today, man. I think there's a lot of opportunities just waiting for us around the corner today. And whether or not you're taking like me and Neil and I have talked about this, and we'll talk about it probably all morning, and that is like, you know, you just wait for that opening print to hit, go long off the open, and hope that there's enough market pressure to push it higher. And take that liquidity as your exit liquidity. Yep. And then after that, you know, it'll trade and we'll be able to, you know, get in and out accordingly at that point, and hopefully, you know, start sort of the scalp machine at that time, and you know, pay for those. I didn't even pay for shorts yet, actually.
You can't yet.
You can't yet. Okay, so pay for those shorts when they're available, and then go from there. But see, Neil's right. Now, like, you know, that last move here in the NASDAQ, although everything we've been going down to, it's only down 4% from the highs, the NASDAQ right now. You know, so that's pretty cool to be able to see that. And then, you know, if you go how much it was dramatically the other way, how low it actually got was, yeah, that's still not loading properly, maybe 6% or so to the low. So, you know, we're battling right here is what I'm trying to get at. 31,000, almost breached 30,800 there on the NASDAQ, and now you're at 29. So you're not too far, 29.6, not too far away. So, you know, it was all that sort of talk about, oh my God, like the accounts are kind of getting blown up here a little bit. You've had now a couple of good days, and then now with the talk of, you know, signing of this deal, hopefully later on this weekend or next week somewhere in Europe. And, you know, with Qatar on board, apparently that was a pretty key aspect to getting this all done as well. And many of the other countries in the UAE and, you know, in that region have sort of signed off on trying to get this all figured out. And so you've seen the big dramatic move in oil yesterday, and it's trying to continue itself today down to 183. So Brendan almost, you know, ran people over trying to get the right price at the gas pump, and he might be able to get a better one next time too, because now we have oil coming back into the downside. So that's going to be hopefully a good story moving forward. Why does Walmart keep showing up on my screener? Is it moving or no? Okay, no. It just because it's just hit. Oh, that's why. I just keep it going back and forth through stupid VWAP. So I got, you know, I should turn the scanner off. Like it's just like doot. It keeps. Look, like I have all
that
these.
Makes sense because like
Walmart. So it's just like, it must be one of the only things I'm looking at that are, yeah, Joe likes that though, that is radar. And Walmart's another one of those names where we've talked about it. We talked about that thing down at 112, 113. And you know, that had a nice move down 11%, right? And that's where you want to look to buy those kind of companies when they're down that much. And then even from the, you know, the gain from the bottom there, just casually 6%. So it's like you come back and forth with these kind of names, and you know, we've been focusing on Eli Lilly and on J&J and a few different ones to get going as well. Marvell today announces a new CFO. It's getting ticked down just, well, it was getting ticked down just a little bit. I don't know what it's doing now. Yeah, still down that 2%. So we could look at Marvell for potential weakness, right? ARM bounces and tries to hold that 300, now back to 355. So that looks like that's going to be a good story for ARM as well. I mean, there's that 300 hold. Right, we said the same type of thing. There's the build at 200. There's the 400 top, pretty lazy up there. Just kept on getting hit back down. Fell in $100. Now right back up to the upside again.
Yeah, they make it pretty simple there.
Yeah, there's been some really big, you know, trades that have been able to be had. And
oh, check this out.
There's a stock today, SpaceX. This is what it looks like. Right? Yeah, I have the NASA.
Oh, whoops, that's not what. Oh, that's not what I was looking for.
This is okay. But how much does Starship?
I think is this that question was right when. That was a troll. First of all, this is the one I was trying to bring up. Oh, it's not working.
Yeah, it's probably broken.
Oh, okay. No, it was, here, I'll clear that. Yeah, it was Frank in the chat.
Yeah,
basically, we might be the first person that said, I asked for 10 shares and got all of them. See, most people with the most people with the allocation, whatever you ask for, you're getting less. They get the fraction. It's 4x oversubscribed, which, by the way, is not that big. I mean, we've seen way more than that. But yeah, to get what you asked for, congratulations. Some people, someone said they asked for 3, they got 3. Someone else saying 1 out of 50. Probably depends on, look, it's going to depend by broker.
I think Robinhood gave 1 to everybody.
Just make sure they got everybody.
Yeah, like no matter what you asked for, you definitely got one, because doesn't that make sense for Robinhood to do that? I mean, it basically creates, right, and it creates an immediate, like, sort of opportunity for all their traders, and then they can say, I have 1, I'm going to buy 2 more. So they create more opportunities for traders to buy into the space.
Not that we don't want people. It's just part of the whole like jump at the open sometimes is, well, if somebody wanted 100 shares and got 10, well, maybe they still want to buy 90 and they buy it off of the open. And so if everybody gets what they want, it might not have that same push. There's that aspect of it too, which I don't think that's that big of a deal when you're talking about like, people 10 getting their 10. The institutions have probably got all they can handle.
Yeah, like here's one 850 Chuck Doodle.
And got 10.
Dougal, Chuck Dougal. Got 10 from Fidelity. Yeah, I think it's important that we say that. Robinhood gave me 11 out of 15, Luis. Okay, that's big. I would be trying to get just as many. I don't have an opportunity to get it here in Canada, but in Sweden you got 2 asking for 15. Okay, so some of these things make about right. Like we don't really see anybody 11 out of 15 there. That's what Lewis said. Again, 1 out of 50 for Dylan. And I mean, there's going to be those opportunities where you're going to be able to get in there and buy a little bit more. And what we're hearing, or what I heard on the way in today was, a lot of brokers gave, you want 100,000 shares, they gave 50,000 shares as long as you promise to, get in there on the market and try to get your 50 off the open, or try to work another 50 in there, because they don't want people selling, right? They don't want to give everybody 100 right off the jump, and then they dump all 100 right on the market. So, part of the promise here was, we'll give you 50 shares, and hoping, wink, wink, that you buy another 50 off open or within the first little while, and don't dump them, or else we're hand slapping you for Anthropic and all those other IPOs. And just as Kevin said, like, if you don't like it, you could switch brokers. But honestly, I respect that opinion, but to switch brokers, I know it's easy, but it's not like something that anyone's really going to do, I don't think. But just be careful with what's happening. These are what the bids and offers look like right now. Obviously, Brennan just announced, and we had seen it as well when I came in. Neil mentioned it to me, that 950 number, we've never really heard of that. Like, order taking will start then. So I think that's when the tap, they'll finally post. It'll be 135, and then all the demand will, siphon into the, into the cipher, I guess. And the next thing you'll know, the price will be 150, and then it'll be 180, and then it'll be back down in. And
what the? Oh, that's expensive.
Is it? Oh, it's available already? What are we charging for them?
30
Not us.
cents?
What is our locator? 3 cents per share.
30, not 3. 30.
30 cents? But the spread's
that's 5 times. Yeah, but that's 5 times what Cerebras was.
Of course.
5x the price for locates right now. But
I'm not planning on going short.
Yeah, but sometimes the price comes down closer to the open.
Let's wait to see what that demand is.
I'm not planning on going short, but I typically pay for the short because it'll be a few cents a share, and it's just like, well, if you're day trading, like, you have it, and then if you see a short, you can try to get it if you really want it. But I'm not going to pay.
And what's up with those jokers? They're Morningstar. Like, talk about trying to get clickbait. Like, our valuation is half of what that is. Your valuation can be whatever you want, but like, honestly, that's pipe dream for now. I think Sharif and Brendan might be right. That might trade down there in the next couple of weeks.
It's possible.
And which that's what the prices come from, right? I mean, we've seen some people, like, look, we often get upgrades and downgrades. We see Joe, and it goes, oh, Morgan Stanley upgraded AMD from like a buy to an overweight, and their price target went from like 180. Like, what was their price target doing at 180 anyways?
Exactly.
It's already at 480.
Look at some of the Tesla price targets that we've seen over the years.
And then obviously, what's her name there? Kathy Wood has her price target in 5 years for Tesla is $2,600.
I think the price target for SpaceX
Bitcoin
should be $420.69. End of story. Well, that's the only.
If SpaceX opens up at that price, then there's really something fishy going on. But we'll wait. Yo, what's up, others? Zake and everybody else over there.
Joking.
You knew a Deshaun, eh? New loon? Yeah, me too. Yeah, we'll see. Oh yeah, and then Adobe yesterday.
Oh god.
We have some earnings calls to talk about as well. I don't think that anybody's surprised by this one. This is basically the move that it was programmed into the system there, down 8% for Adobe. And if you come over to the chart here, Andre, my man, there it is. So unfortunately, Adobe, our tune changes a little bit. I am exhausted. Yesterday we won like a nail biter, man. We won by, I think it was 3 runs, but we gave up 6 in the first inning. I had to calm the guy down. He went on to pitch 5 innings, and he read his maximum 85 pitches, and I've never ever done that before, but he was feeling good there. Well, he went 5, and then I brought in the Terminator to close it out at the end, and it was good. But yeah, anyways, there goes Adobe. I'm getting really excited for this trade today, but like I was saying to all the guys around here, it's nervous excitement. Like, I am worried that it does go awry, and if it does, it's going to be a problem. But that's what trading is. And we take risks every single day here. I have NASA written down as the #1 idea, up to $35 today, just because we might be waiting around all day for SpaceX. So if this can drop back into 35 right here, where we closed yesterday, that's going to be a level for me to look at. And I wrote down on the sheet as well, 200 period moving average. So we're just at that now. I don't really want to trade this in the pre-market. I'm going to let the market open up today. We should have Michael Noss today. So he'll give us a little bit of look. I'm not sure on what, but maybe it's an IPO talk. $35 there, and we'll wait to see. Is Cerebrus doing anything here today, this morning, off open? And again, thanks everybody for coming through, man. I mean, it's going to be, don't leave us today. Like the stock actually could open at 10:30. Like it could open almost immediately. Like
I plan to be ready by 9:50.
Like as soon as order's allowed to go in, I'm putting it in.
And you got to be ready at that point. Even if it doesn't happen, you just have to be ready. The worst thing that could happen to you is that you're not geared up for it.
Are the things working? The question.
There was a couple of questions out there. Someone asked, "How are you supposed to put an open order if you don't know where it's going to be priced?" Well, the second the book is open, we're going to see where the indicative open is going to be.
There.
Not yet, but you will be able to.
Not yet on our system, but you might be able to. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm doing basically that. I'm going to put out a market,
this might be 250.
a limit, it might be 350, but I'm going to put out a bid, a limit on open bid at $500, let's just say. And that way, if it opens up anywhere from 0 to 500, the way I understand it, the way it's always worked for us on our system again, is I will get whatever that opening price is. If it opens at 450, I'm long 450. If it opens at 150, we're long at 150. So that's how it's going to work, and we have no idea, obviously, of what price it's going to open up, but we'll be showing the tap all day. So we have access here at Trader TV Live to show you guys where it's looking like it's going to open up, because we'll have the supply and demand meter right there for you, and the imbalance locator like you have up. Yeah. Put to Neil's screen.
I mean, there won't be anything here.
Not yet.
But I also have another one, which is literally only going to be SpaceX.
SpaceX, yes.
And once anything pops up on this, I'll know pretty much instantly. Actually, NASA already
you could sort it by time. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be blasting off at,
Believe me, the second the order book opens and we have information, we're going to be giving it to you live. Indicative open is this particular price. Time, we're not going to know, but we can know what it's going to be saying for the price. We got some other things to take care of. We're going to do the regular. We still got to talk a little bit of options. Although there might be a hiccup. I heard there was a potential hiccup with some of the leveraged ETFs that were supposed to also launch on SpaceX immediately day one. They might not happen, according to some sources. But to me, it was ridiculous that they were happening on the first day.
Yeah, it's hard to launch that, because how do you know the pricing? Well, you don't know what you got to have
options to do those in the first place.
Right, yeah. You can't do a double levered one.
Yeah. Speaking of, let's go to Joey options.
Yeah.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some of the actions from yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with the NASDAQ here, guys. The triple Qs. We're going to be looking at that $725 strike price. Now, this is an out-of-the-money contract, $725, but what I want us to focus on the open interest, as we typically do, just the most amount of size and concentration between both the volume and the OI. Now, 18,900 contracts at that specific level, and then 8,730. But guys, we're sitting on a pretty wide spread here. We don't typically see that within the NASDAQ. Usually around $2 or $3 or so. It's a little bit more than that here, guys. Now, as for our delta high as well, because we have an uptick in implied volatility. For an out-of-the-money contract, we're sitting around $41, but gamma exposure relatively light, and that's kind of what we want. We want to reduce our gamma at times and then have an increase within the delta. Now, as for our at-the-money IB, sitting at 32.4%, but let's head over to the contract in itself. Leading into the volatility spike, that there was apparently a deal that just needs to be signed. Now, we lost the majority of the value of this contract, down 79% from the peak to around the lows, but we did have a substantial bump from $2 to $9.54. So there's another big return on the top side of things. Moving forward, let's take a look at USO. USO down, but we're not quite at this strike price just yet, guys. This is another out-of-the-money contract, but on the put side. Open interest, once again, we're going to look at the concentration between volume and OI, 8,980, and then volume around 3,000 400. But what I do want us to focus on is the spread, sitting on a $20 spread here, guys, and that's going to be expiring next week. Now, once again, the $120, maybe we get that magnet effect, and then we can sell a little bit, and then the NASDAQ climb higher up into that 725 marker. Now, as for your delta, considering it's out of the money, $16, and compare that to what we were just looking at, a 41 delta where you're almost equally out of the money as you are here on the put side compared to the call. Drastic change, but then our gamma, slight uptick there, and at the money IV sitting around 53.8%. Moving forward, let's take a look at this contract. The put contract specifically, you can see that it had a 229% return just from that volatility spike after that news catalyst was released. Moving forward, let's take a look at the VIX. Now, we had a high of around 23 here in the VIX, and we're gonna be looking at this $22 strike price. Now, I always emphasize the fact that it's easier to play the put side than it is on the calls. So what we're gonna look at, there's no volume here, guys, but a lot of open interest. And I mentioned that triple digit OI on the VIX earlier this week. Now, as for our bid in the ask, relatively widespread, and then our delta sitting at 2270. I'm going to be looking at this as a potential ceiling here on the fear index. Now, as for our gamma, we're sitting around a $9, which isn't substantial whatsoever, but our at the money IV, as we would think, is up to 109%. Implied volatility goes up, the VIX goes up, market typically moves lower. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at this specific contract. So when we peaked at $23, we are now down 63% off of those highs. Let's see if we are going to stay below 22 on the VIX, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Volatility, baby.
I mean, VIX and USO, I mean, those are two big things to look to trade for. You mentioned the VIX getting to $23.
Which is not that crazy.
No.
But I think, you know, the other side to the coin, that I know we're going to talk so much about SpaceX today, which is fine, and rightfully so. You don't get events like this. You don't get events like this. There isn't even a sentence after that, and we're thinking about it. But we have to remember what we saw, which was finally an actual breakdown in USO. And really, as long as we hold, I'm looking at this like 128 here, right? Like double bottom-ish, you've had some support down there. Okay, if we really believe it, you're under the 50, like it's that whole trend, this is the chance for it to break down. Now, obviously, you're going to be news-based, right? A single headline, things not going the way that we want over the weekend with something signed. You could come in on Monday and none of that's gonna matter. But at least for today, you know, it'll be important to see if it can't punch through that top. I think that gives the market some cover here. Obviously, what happens with SpaceX, once SpaceX opens, is going to dominate the headlines. But up and until then, you said yesterday that the 136 to 37, if you don't break that, then I think we're all in the clear. And that's basically what happened. It rallied into a resistance spot and couldn't break it. So on the heels of good news, I kind of feel the same way. And the only difference is the resistance is a prior support there on USO. But the market sentiment is going to shift whenever, whether it's 10:30, 11:30, 1:30, 1:45, it doesn't make a difference. Once SpaceX is open, it could be the tail that wagging the dog. When we talk about the overall market, more so than, you know, outside of a gigantic headline on USO. But I'll watch that 128 level. That's a good spot. If we can find a turnaround there, then, you know, could be a good place to get dip buys that you like long. Like if you're already looking at a space name long or a core weave or something, and SpaceX hasn't opened, and we crest into that level, a good spot to look for resistance on oil.
Yeah, here's the VIX right here, as Joe mentioned. We got as high as $23, right? And this is like a fear index, right? So it's a gauge of, you know, once the market starts to bounce around a little bit and volatility picks up, obviously it's to the downside. When there's no volatility and the market's going higher and people aren't worried about it, that's when you get, you know, these $15 to $16 levels. And then, you know, this is the tariff tantrum. You see what happens with the VIX. And of course, it's an options, you know, related thing where it can blow up like this. So it gives up into $60 and right back down in. And then even if we zoom in to see like what that last couple months have looked like here this year. That's basically this 23 area. Like we've come in there a couple times. You know, we did get a little upset here once the war started, got all the way up into $34 and was remaining elevated, even though the market wasn't really tanking that hard during this time. I think what did we pull back 8-9% or something? And that was obviously worth it of there, but then you had about 2 weeks of just uncertainty in the market where we were up and down, and then all of a sudden we sort of shrugged it off. Then we got elevated again with those most recent bombings and everything like that, and you know, more talk about, you know, the drones, and you know, they shot down the helicopters, and so just as that story keeps on going, you get right back up to the upside into that $23 mark. So I think Joe's probably right. They're looking at some options into this area. What's possibly going to be the next shoe to drop that creates another bump into 23? I just can't see one right this second. So I like that kind of a short. So if anyone's playing those puts, or, you know, I do think we retrace back down in, and pretty decently too, right? Especially if the SpaceX IPO goes okay. I think the market could take a little bit of a deep sigh of relief there. We did have some interesting movements with Google trying to raise capital. We did have some interesting movements there with Amazon getting hit to the downside as well. But for me, you know, the dollar still remains pretty stable at these levels too. I mean, we did get a nice little move up recently in the dollar, but that probably fades back into this 99.20 area or so. So I'm, you know, looks like right now sort of on a more macro side that the market seems to be a little more chill than we had seen in the past 6 months. And a lot of that, of course, has to do with Iran conflict, and there's the NASDAQ right now coming back down to the downside. So yeah, man, if you guys are here for SPCX, we want to say thank you and welcome. I mean, as soon as this name opens, as soon as Neil and I and anybody, Sia, Brendan, anybody hears anything in their ear, we're going to be blasting it off to you guys immediately.
Probably just yelling open.
Yeah, it's not down 100%, don't worry. There's no quotes whatsoever yet. So these are all the offers. These aren't even all. This is, like we said, order taking has not even happened yet. That's supposed to happen at 950, so 950. Once that happens, then you'll start seeing some crazy bids and offers just like you're doing now. And then there'll be a number right there where it says tap. That's theoretical auction price. That's the price that it's going to go off at open. So when that happens, boom shakalaka, that will be the price that you'll see popping in to our blotters anyways, and then we'll go from there. And hopefully we'll be able to hit offer enter and see a green number in the blotter at the end of it all.
It happens too fast.
It does. Yeah, just be offer enter, offer enter. How many times I'm going to hit it is the question. And then, you know, I think a good question might be, we are ready for Michael, so we're going to go to him in a second, but I wonder if we could do maybe even a poll on YouTube so it doesn't disappear and everybody can see it. Will SpaceX halt today? Because that way we're not predicting up or down. You're not predicting, you know, too much. Okay, we'll wait for Michael. Yeah, sure, no problem.
If it down halts.
That's just hilarious. Andre goes, yeah, we have to keep on going. Okay.
Like, what, we have to keep talking?
People want us to stop talking, not keep talking. But yeah, we're pretty good at that. But yeah, I think it could down halt, could up halt. We could have multiple options, up halt or down halt.
That's going to be uncomfortable if it down halts.
Or how about just does it halt? I'm not sure it's going to halt.
If it down halts after going up significantly, fair enough.
I think if it halts once, it will halt twice. How about that?
Yeah, I can see that.
Because if it halts up, then the risk of halting down has increased tenfold, right? Because
that I could see.
Yeah, you know, I could see that. If it halts once, I think it will halt twice.
If it halts down instantly, that would be.
But it shouldn't do that.
No.
It shouldn't halt down instantly. It should halt down at some point. What's so funny?
No, like the notion of it, it's the notion of it insta halting down, because I'm not sure.
Insta halted up.
Yeah, but in over 20 years, I don't think I've ever seen any IPO of any ilk that insta halted down. I'm pretty sure I've never seen that happen. That's a
We're all about seeing things we've never seen before.
Well, it's a fail on a level that simply hasn't existed, but I do like that. Hopefully it halts to the upside, but I think a lot of people think that volatility is going to be up there.
Here, where's
that'll be interesting if it does happen. You won't see a lot of smiles, though, if it does. I promise you that.
Hey, Juan, if you're looking to host a show, I mean, with this kind of an opinion, you're welcome here at any time. It could halt up or down. Yeah, that's right. Now you're playing our game, my guy, over there. Yeah, Dan McIsaac, yeah, you're right. I mean, Cerebrus did halt right here. So here's Dan saying Cerebrus halted on day one. Yeah, I mean, Neil.
It halted.
All three of them were trading it. I wasn't here, but it halted up.
Cerebrus halted. I want to say
down too, right? After that, didn't it?
Oh, well, first of all, I got up. When it broke, I don't think it insta halted down when it broke to 350. So it halted up as was 350 to 385. And that happened within 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, something. It was ridiculously fast. It opened back at 370 and then held for a couple of minutes and then broke the low and pretty much never made it back.
Joe, you have your mic on or? Okay, turn it on. I need to ask you something.
Oh.
I got to go to Joe before we go to Michael Knotts. There's something very, very important. I'm going to let Joe finish what he's doing now. Okay, Joe, here we go. So when we came in this morning, Joe made a little bit of a call. He was like, if the breakfast was good, then the SpaceX IPO is going to go off good for traders, right? Which meaning, you know, hopefully the long hit. So, Joe, my friend, before Neil and I go into the kitchen, please tell us what lunch is, or what breakfast is.
I can't see.
Oh, you want to know what it is, or do you want to know if it's good?
Both.
Both. I mean, I want to know what it is, because it's probably what we've always had, right?
Yeah,
we always
not
have the
gonna be
same
new.
sort of thing. Do not turn that.
It's
Yeah! Yes, sir. Okay. So what is it? What is it though first? So good?
Yeah, it's egg. We got some eggs and there's pancakes there as well too. Carbs. I know Neil doesn't like the carbs. Sharif is obviously doesn't like the carbs. But yeah, we got some egg squares here. So and some fruit. So everything's good this morning, man.
Okay, eggs
Flexing
and
on
fruit
the
and
carbs
pancakes.
over there.
Okay, so now the halt up is
Like
is
just
officially
traditional
locked in.
pancakes? They got maple syrup too?
Right away.
Now there's
Gotta
an
have some
instant
syrup
halt
for
up
that.
now.
Yeah,
That's going to
yeah.
happen. I mean, Joe is rarely wrong. So here we go. We're ready to rock and roll. Thank you for that one. Katina Wilson Capital. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of money in this name today. So, all right, it's pancake time over here. It's Michael Knotts time back there.
Start on Monday, actually, yeah. Let's bring him in. Yeah, it's going to be a big day, as we've been saying. Let's get Mr. Knotts' take. Michael Knotts, it's been a while. How are you? Good to see you.
I missed you. I know we were chatting on email there, but I hope all is well.
Yeah, no, everything's great. Just busy as always. It's exciting. It's monstrous. I don't even have any more words to describe how ridiculous this thing could possibly be by the time it actually opens today. Again, if anyone's just joining, NASDAQ reiterating again, 950 we'll start getting indicated pricing for SPCX, so stay tuned for that. From a technical standpoint, give us some things we can anchor our opinions on, I guess maybe is the best way to put it.
Yeah, well, so full disclosure, I actually got some allocation this morning. So I'm a proud owner of like 200 shares of SpaceX at 135. So hopefully it goes well. We'll see. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to talk, and I want to talk briefly about, when I was in the green room, they were talking about halting there. It's time to put on, the old man back in my day. I remember the Facebook IPO not only had a problem with Facebook, it broke the entire market. So I think just a word of caution for everybody out there that this is going to probably be the highest volume day of any stock probably ever.
Yeah.
And there's a world in which the NASDAQ has some breaks and some hiccups and some bugs just
Let's
from
hope
the sheer
not.
amount of kind of volume. So
Yeah.
I hope not, but just be careful there.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, give us your take here. I mean, there's nothing to compare this to. Even if you break it down to, a valuation standpoint like we were earlier, what do we look at?
I don't know. It's one of those, like you mentioned, it's unprecedented territory, and things can. If it's up, that's great. If it's down, if it's above 135, I'm happy. We'll put it that way. But there was something interesting that I thought might be something that's untouched in the data that may not have been said. I was trying to find an angle of, everyone's talked about, valuation and things like that. But what's really interesting here is not only SpaceX is important, but the competitors are important. And there was this study published that we'll talk about that looks at what happens to all the competitors in the space when there's a large IPO like this. And this is, kind of directed to you other people who are holding ASTS and Rocket Lab and Virgin Galactic and all of these, and maybe a little bit of a word of caution. I think a victim list here might be a little bit hyperbolic, but we'll see here. So the next slide shows so this is the returns of not the IPO, but everything else in the sector. So, I always want to quote studies when I have them. This was in the Journal of Finance in 2010. The gentleman here studied 135 IPO shares, and then the rivals of that. So think about, when Airbnb came out, what happened to traditional hotels and resorts and things like that. what happens to the rest of them? And you can see on average about negative 1% move in that kind of running period for, I think it was about a month for everyone else, in which the IPO, if it was withdrawn, like if SpaceX announced an IPO and then they said, oh no, we're not going to do the IPO for whatever reason, they rally. So this is just kind of showing that there's some metric out there that says when the IPO, if it's big enough, it kind of just sucks up capital from all of the other guys. Next slide is just showing, the rival. So $29 billion was, during this study, was erased from the other companies and filtered into whatever the largest IPO was. So they moved around from, again, Airbnb, for example, or this next chart will actually show, I think, a better example. This is the Facebook IPO. So Facebook's list is May 18th, 2012, and Facebook barely broke even on that day. Now it collapsed after that. If you want to go back on the chart, this is, I guess for you kids out there, this is Meta. This is what it was before it was Meta. It, I think, dropped in half over like the next week or so after that. But on the day of, Facebook went up about 0.5%. LinkedIn, which is no longer listed, Groupon, which I think might be Yelp, I think maybe, and Zynga. I haven't heard of that in ages. But these are the competitors in the sector all fell apart. And again, the reason that the study tries to give is that the money's got to come from somewhere. So if you're a big space guy and say you own a bunch of space names, you might take profits in some of those names to allocate that to SpaceX. So diversifying across this thing. So again, holders for the other ones, just be cautious. Doesn't mean it always has to happen, of course, but this is what the data is showing. So this is the biggest IPO ever. And I don't, I'm not saying anything new here, but these are all of the most recent, or all of the best competitors. This is 75 billion, and then Saudi Aramco was next down at 30 billion. So next is just some other stats, right? We have about 4% of the float going, with a insider lockup of 366 days total, but there's a whole bunch of other things that can happen to unlock shares. This is the first one I've seen that's had performance. If it's up over 30%, I think they can sell some shares in the first couple weeks. But this last chart is the thing that I think is really important to watch. So this is the run up into this report. All of these things are up quite a bit over the last period of time. So the one day before SpaceX, we have Virgin Galactic, which I thought was bankrupt, up 23%. All of these other names are doing fantastically. And then we know that this phenomenon exists. Again, it doesn't have to happen this time. These are just looking at historical examples. But for me, I would look at this and say, okay, maybe if I'm someone who doesn't have an allocation to SpaceX, but I own some of these other ones, it might be more worth your time keeping an eye on these other ones as opposed to watching SpaceX directly. So that's the main kind of takeaway I wanted to give here. I think it's an angle that I haven't heard anyone else talk about. And just saying, it's not a buy or sell signal on SpaceX or anything like that. It's just saying it generally does have an effect on the competitors. So if you're holding these names, just know that that is a phenomenon that exists. It's been studied in university papers and all that. And maybe just be a little careful. Keep your eyes on your holdings. Don't get too distracted with kind of the new shiny thing that's opening up soon. One
of the interesting aspects of this I was reading about this morning is the stage at which this company is coming to public markets versus, I mean, you use Facebook there as a good example. It was one of the examples that was used in the article I was reading this morning as well. The stage in their life cycle at which they're coming to market, and therefore, investors want to buy growth, and there's valuation in growth per se. How much growth, and how do you actually value that growth when, this is actually quite late, when it comes to a company coming public. So, I mean, even with this data we were just looking at here, it would be interesting to see in comparison, where SpaceX is in its life cycle versus some of those.
Yeah, and this is a phenomenon that just exists now. Companies used to raise a little bit of money in the private markets, and then they used to go IPO and then grow from there. It seems like now there's almost an infinite pool of money in the private markets.
Yeah.
So kind of why IPO? It's other than exit liquidity, because you have heightened reporting requirements, and I've been with a company that IPO'd. It was a nightmare. People come into your office and they audit your computers, they audit everything. It's a big deal to open up the books to go public. Whereas when you're private, there's lesser rules and you can do what you want. So it's a bigger expense. It's bigger reporting requirements and all of that. So I just think these companies are waiting later, and it's going to be the same thing with Anthropic and OpenAI and all these when they go public. It's a different IPO world, so that's why when you said what do we deem as success, I have absolutely no idea, because we've never seen a company really this mature come public. Not even the size of it, just like you mentioned, how long it is in its lifespan.
Yeah, very interesting. Let's see what happens. Best of luck with your allocation, Michael Noss. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Talk to you guys on Monday.
As always, from Michael Noss,
right.
Looking forward to
Peace,
more
guys.
Conversation come Monday morning. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're gonna kick things off with some downgrades. Alexandria Real Estate at the top of the list. We're down about 1/3%, but we're going from an equal weight to an underweight here with a $53 price target by Morgan Stanley. And then SailPoint, we're down a little bit less than 2%, 1.94 to be exact, but we're going from a buy to a neutral weight with a $16 price target by B of A. And then we have Travelers Insurance play here, guys, equal to underweight, a $295 price target. That's coming down from $331 from Barclays. Now we have Upstream Bio, guys, 2.8% to the downside, overweight to a neutral here, and a substantial price cut from $8 from $35. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more positive things. Now, as for AMD, we're up 2.4% this morning, going from a neutral to a buy and a $575 price target. That's up from $464 at Citibank. Now, Adobe has downgrades left, right, and center, but UBS going the other way, upgrading them from a neutral to a buy. We're down 6.7% here today. And then we have Datadog also getting the nod with an outperform rating by Sanford C. Bernstein. You're up about 0.8%, closer to 0.9. Now, Form Factor, just a little bit under 1% to the top side, guys, going from a neutral to a buy with a $165 price target. B. Riley giving them the nod. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Yeah, we're joking about the upgrades and downgrades and price increases, and sometimes they're out of whack. And AMD is Dizzle. A lot of people will be happy with $575. I bet you that. No question about it. Look, the reality with we'll probably sound a bit like a broken record. Sentiment today can shift precipitously, but I think in the event that what we saw in the afternoon, I guess we were actually at lunch when the news happened at about 1:25, but there was still continuation in the afternoon. So you could look at like two kind of events, like the morning range, and then look at simply the close, right? Can we hold on? A lot of things have gapped up here. Are you able to hold on to that prior close resistance at the 490 on AMD? You can do that, then you can be constructive. I just feel like for any momentum play, just about any momentum play, there's what happens, there's pre-market, there's the open, and then there's SpaceX. Because I still believe it's the kind of market sentiment that can shift anything. Like if you have a day where you dip into prior lows and it's like a dip and rip kind of day and everything is sort of going on schedule, like just look at like this kind of a day here. Dip and rip and maybe you're trending to the upside. All bets are off in either direction once SpaceX is open, whether you're a related name or not. So I think even looking at something like an AMD back into the prior high, which I'm not, like if I look at a chip name, it would just probably be the one that I traded yesterday, just to keep it simple, which is Intel. And like Intel ended up a breakout in this 13 to 14. So, that's a first place, look dip, then look dip 110, which has been a big level. Just if it turns those levels, fine. But whatever you're trading, just remember, things will change. Think of it like an economic number that's coming out at an undetermined time. I think that's how you want to treat the market before and after we get the SpaceX open. But yeah, continuation for me on Intel. I'm not going to trade AMD, but it has to show me something pretty clean, like one of those little dip buy trend reversal trades. Otherwise, I don't want to be fighting anything in the morning That's for sure. And the other side too is, you know, you don't know when SpaceX is going to open. So if you're putting the order out there, or you have the order out there, which we're going to, at some point it just pops into your blotter, and then you're trading. Like it's like for those that to understand what we'll be doing here, you'll have to think of it like that. It's not like if you're lining up at a NASCAR race and it's like, gentlemen, start your engines, and you know, and then you get the light. It's absolutely not like that. One moment you're sitting there and nothing's happening. The next moment you're just long, and that's just how it is. So there's a level of, if it's remotely close, the trader's attention has to be there. You're hands on the keys. You're on that level too. That's just how it is.
That's better now. I muted it and unmuted it. Yeah, so here we go. Darwin the trader. We just heard this in our ear, so I just want to call it up because you had mentioned it there. Apparently there is no agreement that's about to be signed here on Sunday in Europe, so in Geneva there. So, you know, that's coming from Farce News, so I guess that's over there in the Middle East. So, yeah, USO trying to go back upside there on a potential story. The NASDAQ coming down, so, you know, that's to be expected, right? I mean, if we don't get a signed agreement, then yeah, the NASDAQ will give back. And we talked about, you know, what the NASDAQ's been doing here over the last couple of days. So that's kind of a sad look there, and hopefully that doesn't go awry. I did also want to, so that's good. Thank you very much for that one. And then Lyndon Meyer there in the chat, if I can somehow find you. I mean, our board is a little bit glitchy right there. But Lyndon Meyer, you mentioned there in the chat, you know, names like today, like Webull, you know, like Robinhood. These kind of names are giving out trader allocations, and, you know, hopefully they start to see a spike up in the next quarter, or related to what's been happening on SpaceX and the volatility in the NASDAQ, and some of these high-flying names like a CPOP, and we already looked at that earlier, but like these names that are flying around doing hundreds of millions of shares a day that just didn't exist last quarter. So I do think that I mean, now you're down 75%. Like, so there's so much trade, like it's moving already 10 million shares in the pre-market, you know, and this is going to the downside, let alone all these halts and all these indications. And every time there's a halt and it reopens back up, that's more order taking, you know, by a lot of these brokers. So, you know, Robinhood definitely going to see the way of this, and should be able to report a better quarter. And not only that, hopefully you get a lot of Bitcoin transactions happening as well at these levels, let alone SpaceX. So that's Robinhood. I don't think it's a really big thing for SoFi, but IBKR would be another one. We have SCHW for Charles Schwab, another good look there as well. And, you know, we can all play the game with Robinhood, and I think Robinhood has a lot more upside because there's potential downside risk as well. It's not as established as an IBKR or a Schwab, but, you know, if we're going to talk about this, why not, you know, look, take best of breed. I mean, I always talk about that. So that would be a SCHW, Charles Schwab here, if my charts will change with that. So SCHW, is that what Schwab is? Yeah, SCHW. Oh, it's New York, that's why it didn't change. So I would say that, you know, looking at something like a best of breed name instead of a Robinhood right now, if you're playing that, because we do know, and this name's been beat up actually pretty good. Some of these names got beat up because of the robo-advisors. You know, like a lot of people there, you can now, I mean, Sharif, we've all talked about this, connecting, you know, Claude or some sort of an AI into your broker.
I don't trust.
You know, for me, I wouldn't do that, I don't think. But if you're rolling with, and whatever money is you're comfortable with, but if you maybe, could you attach it to $10,000 worth and just let it trade that portfolio, meanwhile leaving
I just don't want it making execution.
I want to tell you guys something.
Yeah, what have you
so
heard?
IB, and you know I'm not advertising for IB, but they did pop up, guys, a new little message there saying that you can give it just direct instructions, Katina, man, and you like regular wordage, and it executes on your behalf. Now, I personally would try that in the sim first to make sure, you know, that your intentions are well interpreted, but yes, absolutely you're right, that is available now.
Yeah, so the only thing about trying it in sim, Sharif, which is great, is the fact that you also have a problem, of course, of like, once it turns live, I think it's only gonna go awry on events.
Yeah,
right? Like, remember we had that flash crash? Now, I hope that doesn't happen, but Procter & Gamble went to $0 at one point. Like, we're talking 15 years ago or something. The bids absolutely evaporated, right? And like the next thing you know, whoosh, you're taken out of your position almost immediately. But
if you were watching the market during the flash crash, your level of trust for something executing for you on your account, and it's not going to be very high. So color me that. Look, I'm just going to be that person. I will not be among the first first to adopt that. I understand, call me old, you don't like technology, whatever, man. I saw the flash crash. You had some stuff that was Accenture went to 0, to like 0.1, and they broke some of the trades, but not everybody's stuff got broken. And people got burned.
Oh yeah,
on that.
yeah. And some people, I'm sure, made a little bit of money, but yeah, most likely you get hurt rather than make the money, because if you ever get a great fill, they probably break it. You know, and if you don't get a great fill, they probably go, well, that's the risk of the market.
That is exactly how, by the way, that is exactly how it works. Trades when they break the trades, it's because somebody big with influence made a mistake. If a regular person makes a mistake, they're not breaking the trade for you. If the net effect of a series of bad fills is mostly affecting small retail traders, they're not concerned about breaking those trades. They want to make sure that they break the trades when, you know, someone fat fingers at Goldman per se. Like that's how it works. And I've seen that real time when I traded penny stocks in like my first year, where like somebody fat fingered and I was making the market and I got this great fill, only to find out that they were breaking. I'm like, well, if the same thing happened to me, you were gonna break that sucker. But anyways, that is what it is.
We and just because
Did you call a second? I just saw this in the chat. Did you call the actual score on the Canes game too?
I said 4-1 or 4-2. What was the final score?
Austin said good call on Canes and the exact score. I didn't know you called the exact score.
When you're good, you're good. No, I have no idea. But yeah, glad to see that one for sure. And I think Carolina. Now it goes back to Carolina. We'll see if they can win. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Andre.
Katina, man, what does he give you if you win the bet here?
Nothing, because it's just back to zeros. We were gonna double it, but I don't know what happened with that one. He kind of backed away. All right, quickly over here. No, he didn't. Look at this super chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so I had Andre set this thing up. We're all wearing these golf shirts here today. So,
yeah,
you know,
always wear
maybe
them.
we're
Sharp, boys.
Brendan, of course. You know,
we
always has to be the trendsetter.
Got the memo.
Brendan always wears the dress shirt.
So there we go. But anyways, thanks for pointing that out. I just thought that would be. I asked Andre to set this up because I thought it would be kind of funny to do that. So
good.
There we go. We're all in the polos.
Got a lot of shine today.
You gotta be comfortable.
All right, guys.
We're gonna be sitting here all day, so we're not moving until.
But Joey's the odd one out, though. He's the only one with the white polo on. What is that? Gray? Is that gray, Neil?
Yeah, it's great.
That's gray. Okay, that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, we're all the odd one.
Me and Katina, man, have the right idea, though.
Perfect. I appreciate that, Sharif. All right, let's go back. Don't worry, Joe. Let's go back over the desk.
It is blue. It's kind of blue.
Yours looks gray on screen,
on screen.
And Neil's looks blue, and it's the opposite.
That's why I had to ask him. I was like, am I seeing this the right way?
Yeah, yours is blue, and his is gray.
Yeah, this is a little more blue.
Weird. Market coming back in here still. Maybe a little bit of support when we went out yesterday after the close again. Iran coming out basically saying, what is Geneva in relation to any kind of signing agreement on the weekend? So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on the overall market as we head along here on SpaceX Day. If you got allotted any amount of shares for SPCX, throw it in the chat, because I don't know. I was telling you, a friend of mine messaged me last night and said he was trying desperately through an RBC account here in Canada to get some shares, and apparently RBC had some. I haven't talked to him this morning yet, but I don't know if he got any. But it's hard to come by.
And that's news to me, because I didn't know that RBC was offering. In Canada, we have something called Wealth Simple, very similar to Robinhood. And then we also have Robinhood now, because they've taken over CoinSquare's operation. So those two brokerages, I didn't even know. Now, IB, we don't have anything over here. Neither do they in the States. So they were not offered any. But look, Brendo, I think we're probably going to open up well above 135. That's just my instinct here.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking there's probably going to be a number 2 on that open print. So I think 135 at least today could be, a really good price.
I think the people who did get some shares are going to be pretty happy when this thing does start trading. But remember, 950 will start getting indications of where this thing is currently pricing. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to start trading anytime soon. 950 will get those indicated open prices. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen with an IPO specifically. So stick around. 10 o'clock this morning, we'll get Michigan sentiment as well. You have Michigan sentiment. There is inflation data. I don't think anything is going to affect the market today other than SpaceX. I mean, Michael Noss made a good point. This is such a major event and so much liquidity going into one spot at the same time. There's a chance we could get some sort of, technical glitches potentially here, even with the NASDAQ.
And we saw that exact liquidity that we're expecting to come in today come out of the market over the last few weeks. A lot of people, and if you believe them, you believe them, but a lot of people making the argument that the weakness we're seeing in crypto is people selling their losing positions to funnel into SpaceX. We saw also, people of the opinion that we were getting a funneling out of semis to go in there as well. Obviously, yesterday showed a bit of a different story with semis really rallying into the rest of the day. But yeah, there is a big rotation. There's a finite amount of capital to go around, Brenda. Let's see if it all finds its way into that one name today.
Yeah, but I mean, that's also an indication potentially anyways of a risk appetite coming back into, the atmosphere overall. Just quickly, I was listening to Bloomberg this morning. They were talking about, I mean, there's still $7 trillion plus in money market funds that is also essentially just sitting on the sidelines waiting to potentially, if there's an opportunity, be deployed.
But I feel like that hasn't changed over the last few years. Remember thinking or speaking about this, I mean, back in 23 when we were saying, we were just coming out of the bad year of 22 and we're like, there's so much money on the sideline. When is it all going to find its way into equities? Well, I think a lot of it did, but there's just more that's being earned, right? And then that's the thing, right? It's so accumulating. And so I think that, we're continue to see the strength, especially with rates remaining elevated as they are, especially that longer dated yield, that 20-year and the 30-year remain highly elevated.
We'll get into the rundown here, but let's jump over to Sean first.
This hour is brought to you by Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint gives you access to an extensive, easy-to-borrow list from multiple locate sources, as we just talked about this, alongside a trading platform designed specifically for active day traders. And here's the key. If you visit centerpointsecurities.ca/tradertv right now, you're going to get 90 days of commission-free trading. Sign up for an account and receive 90 days of commission-free trading. We do have that QR code right there on your screen. And I mean, the key thing is, we keep on talking about this, multiple locate sources. So on a day where SpaceX, we could talk about this allocation, but what you're actually looking for today is potentially location for shortable shares. So that's going to be very key. Check your broker, Centerpoint Securities there, multiple sources, one of their specialties. Get it right now, 90 free days of commission-free, 90 days of commission-free trading there by Centerpoint Securities. And get that right there from the QR code or the link in description as well. So we're really, happy to have them sponsor
and timely
the first
too
hour of the show. Yeah,
it's a good 90 days because you're gonna have to start a SpaceX and all that volatility.
Oh yeah, that's right. When are those guys coming? I think maybe September.
It will, and we get September for OpenAI as well. So things are only going to get more intense. You have the war ending. It's a good time. It's a good time to be a trader, that's for sure. And locates, I saw it in the chat multiple times because Monster Marv is saying SpaceX is a short at 186. What do you think you need if you want to express that trade?
Right.
You need locates. So if you think it's a short at 186, heck, it could open above that, believe. It might even open. It might open above that price. If you think it's a short,
I'm going to say greater than 200. It's going to open greater than 200. What do you?
Yeah, I've still been thinking. Yeah,
we don't know. We have.
I've still thought that
guesses.
if it doesn't open at a big enough, like 30-40% premium from the IPO, usually that's not a lot of hype. We saw 185 to 350 on Cerebras. If the same thing happened, if the same thing were to happen, I think that would be too intense because this is so big.
Yeah.
So I think 30 to 40% makes a little is a better range. So that may be a little under 200, really, like 180, 185, maybe something like that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we got that email, or we heard in our ear that like 9:50, almost close to 10 o'clock, they'll start putting orders into the system, and then that will generate an opening price target, and then supply and demand, supply and demand, supply and demand, and then bang, we'll get a price that it opens up at. Because, what if all the orders early are buys and the thing shoots up to 200 tap, and then all of a sudden a couple million sells come in, then it goes down to 190, and we'll get a settling down. And I just really hope that in our ear we're hearing like, SpaceX is in 5 minutes, and that way we can sort of take our heart medicine and just relax a little bit, and then get ready, get your keys ready, get your hands all ready to go, crack them a little bit, make sure that you're ready to execute those trades. And I think for us, it's very automated, right? I mean, my idea is to buy the open with an automated trade, and it's just gonna pop in right when it does, so I don't have to do anything. And then once it's in the account, we'll have to actively trade out of it, but at the same time, put a stop order in so as to not lose that bid. And that's basically the idea behind what I'm thinking early. I hope that, we're able to get, the right amount of shares off open and things work. What does this guy say?
Thank you, High Trader. SpaceX kitchen workers, trash bag collectors are millionaires now.
Apparently, yeah.
Hey, that's part of the value of being in ground floor. And that's just the reality.
I mean, we heard stories about meta guys.
The meta stories are the fun
stories of those guys.
The chef.
Yeah, and that painter guy. I mean, I'm just talking about from the movie. What was that movie called again? I don't know. Social networking.
That's so old, that movie.
Oh, yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Eisenberg was like a child. There was another super chat, because I saw another super chat. Andre, if you could throw that one up there for us, because I like where your head's at, High Trader. SpaceX will hit above 400.
Today? Okay.
Oh, baby.
Let's hope so.
Oh, baby.
There we go. Yeah,
we got from TikTok, of course. Everyone watching today, let's go. Let's go. The market doesn't want to go up right now, but hopefully SpaceX is going to. That's all that really matters today.
Like, we just got a message.
Alfred got 4 shares, so
boom.
If you got the allocation, throw it in the chat. You got 10 out of 10. You got 100 shares out of 1,000. Whatever it is. If you're in the game, let us know. I mean, obviously, it's going to be an active one and on everybody's minds, and we're all cheering for everyone to make money. There's nobody except for the one person that says it's going to be short at 186. I'm pretty sure everyone around here wants this thing to go up.
I just want to confirm this. This is true, right? I mean, this should be insert any name instead of Schwab. The price you're supposed to be getting from your broker has been confirmed already at 135. So if you have some shares in your account, and look, we're not your broker, but it should be 135. We just had Michael on. He talked about being able to grab some shares. He got them at 135. And I just heard you say my Alfred. Shreve, I'm being serious here. Honestly, I think it's appropriate to have Alfred back at some point, because the guy dropped some good knowledge. He was talking about, I mean, I know he really liked Tesla at one point. Would be interesting to get his take maybe on SpaceX, Shreve. Maybe you've been talking to him. Does he have an opinion right now?
I did. I just messaged him right now, Katina, man. He said he's not taking the opening print, but he will be DCAing in the days to come. His opinion, like how he views this, is that we probably sell off in the next few days, kind of like what Neil's been saying for the last little while, but dropping and then picking some up.
Do you think we could get him back on, or?
Absolutely. Oh, he'd love.
I would love to have him on.
But he's gonna have to wear his 3-piece suit though, if that's okay.
That's more than okay, man. That guy looked sharp as hell that day.
He was rivaling Raheem.
Yeah, and I love how calm he was. He was like sitting back. It's almost like he needed a cigar and a scotch or something, the way he was.
Well, if he wants to bring something,
I would love to have
Alfred
on the show again. So.
Maybe not the cigar. We could do the scotch.
All right. It's not like the watch list. I mean, the watch list has a lot of things on it, but there's going to be.
What do you think is it? Anybody want to guess? It's past 9 o'clock. We're going to get into our free watch list, and everyone is free to guess what is at the top of that list.
And by the way, here's the vote. I just want to make sure everyone gets in this right now. I've already voted. I voted yes. Will SpaceX halt today? If you get that 400 print, that means it's halted a couple times, I would think, by that point. I mean, if it opens up at 400, it will halt multiple times, because people are going to be like, what in the hell kind of valuation is that? And then next thing you know, market orders flying around at those prices. So for me, it's 100%. It was easy vote. I don't know if it's 100% that it is going to halt, but I was 100% on my vote there with a YES. So. All right, let's go back over the desk and start. This is the latest we've started the watch list, but that's all good because we've got lots to cover with. Make sure you do scan that QR code right in front of you. Grab Center Point right now for locates and for 90 days of commission-free trading. I'll get that right at some point. Sure. All right, back up.
There's only one thing to talk about. Let's just talk about it even more, shall we? Because I mean, at this point, does the market even matter today? I really don't think so. The other thing or other angle to consider here, as we were talking about to kick things off here this morning, is the rest of the space stocks that have been on, quite a run going into, this IPO coming up today, including this one, Rocket Lab, with some news. Gets to 125 after the close last night, coming off significantly here. We were trying to earlier this morning about how, there could be money coming out of different areas, including Tesla, maybe, to, see opportunity going back into SpaceX shares. So I think it's worth watching some of these other space-related stocks today along with SpaceX.
100%, especially because a lot of people were using them as a vehicle to kind of trade the momentum with space. So that makes a lot of sense. You get out of that kind of momentum vehicle and you get into the fundamentals. But Rocket Lab has its own little headline here, guys. It's going to be included into the NASDAQ 100. So we know that there's going to be passive buying likely to shadow the NASDAQ 100, so keep your eye out on that one. But guys, we got to remind you some of the data here for SpaceX, okay? $75 billion is what they're raising. 1.75 trillion-ish valuation could be. 2 trillion by the end of the day. Who knows? It's going to be about, I think, 155 million shares, something in and around that level. Let's not forget, though, that this is still going to be Elon Musk's company. He's only going to hold 42% of the equity, but he's going to have 85% of the voting power vis-a-vis a special, I think, special shareholder class B, or whatever they're calling it. So just keep that in mind. If you're going to be a long-term holder, he's going to dictate the pace here. And then, Brendo, the employees that we were talking about, the millionaires, the cafeteria workers who all have shares, they're going to be locked up for 90 days. So they're not going to be able to sell right away. Elon and crew and everybody who's buying in the IPO level during the roadshow, they're locked out for 366 days. So they won't be able to sell.
But there was other, Michael Noss was alluding to this, Kevin was talking about it yesterday when he was on as well. There's other caveats to that and other performance-based metrics that one of them he was mentioning was 30%. So if it runs up 30%, they can sell some. And then there was a few other, which is very different from the way IPOs are typically structured, but there are ways that they can piece out of it versus just a hard line in the sand. And the way I was reading, or the reason I was reading, they structured it that way was to prevent just a off a cliff moment where, the floodgates just open and everyone can dump shares. So we'll see how it plays out. But I mean, we're all going to sit here and wait, guys, but between now and then, some of these other space stocks could be interesting.
I just want to add one quick thing. By the way, some of the research is showing that on day one, there could be about $7.2 billion in exit liquidity. So certain, like on the floor, they were doing that research. I saw some research posted online as well. But I mean, the question for me then becomes, how much entry liquidity is there going to be? We expect about 7.2 billion. I'm expecting a little bit more entry.
I mean, there's a lot of people who are going to be sitting here going, okay, I'm going to buy the opener. I'm going to buy maybe a first sign of strength. And if this thing runs up, 10%, let's say, on a good case scenario, you're going to get a lot of people just selling into the afternoon anyway.
Exactly.
So lots to look forward to. Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't be surprised if this opens around 10 o'clock. Like not 10 o'clock, but like between 10 and 11. I would be surprised. I
really do.
I'm hoping it's going to be good. I wrote down, and we'll talk about a couple different names. I think that's where we're trying to go with all of this. And that is that on my note right here, I wrote down NASA. NASA just, it does going to get, we talked about this yesterday with Joe, what a day today, getting long space names seems right ahead of the IPO. And I was going to look at the 200 period moving average here early. So it's already broken through, but the $35 area has held. And again, we write this down hours ago, and the idea that I'm thinking is just yesterday's close, right? I mean, you have a lot of hype. So today I was thinking upside. So this will be something to watch out for. They're going to have about 10.7% of their portfolio they're trying to allocate to SpaceX. So, this could be a way to get in if you maybe didn't get any allocation and maybe are not willing to take on supreme risk with that trade itself. Because remember, if they do wind up getting 10.7, and maybe that's allocation that they already have. Like, I don't know exactly where that number comes from. But this could be a thing where you get a little piece of Rocket Lab, you get a little piece of, I could open up Gemini or just search it on whatever the web and figure out what exact holdings are in NASA. But at the end of the day, it's all of this, again, ooh, I like that. All of this action here in the space names continues to be, I saw this. So right here, the founder here of Real Trading has now released a book. And I saw that last week. So here it is, man, Real Trading by Daniel Schleffer. So go check this out. Why stock markets will always need a human touch. So there it is right there. Released June 23rd? 23rd. Okay, so we get the early look. Wait a second. I need a signed copy.
Well, first of all,
I need a signed copy of this book.
We can get up for a signed copy after SpaceX, but there's important information here. So this is new, and thank you in the chat for mentioning this. And again, I'm just going to show you this on X. I'm not saying this is what will happen. So Kobayashi letter breaking. The SpaceX IPO will be quoted at 9:50 Eastern today and begin trading at 10. Currently, the stock is indicated open 25% higher, making SpaceX the 7th largest company in the world. Now, where the 25% is coming from is from the tokenized market, where you're seeing like 173-ish. And I think that's where our viewer came up with the 186, because in the overnight, the highest it reached was about 185. So in the event that maybe this is all true. We could see a potential 10 o'clock open. We could see it in and around that 173. But once the book is open, we're going to see a tap. We're going to see all of that. Hopefully, that'll be a good event for some of these other space stocks. Because like Virgin Galactic, if there's something that's on my like ish list today, I have to pay for locates on this. Forgot that I do. If there's something that's on my you-know-what list, I think it's them. I'm kind of a bit of a doubter. I think it was a pure hype. There's more legitimate space companies which have been going up on sympathy, and I don't know that this deserves to be one. So I'm going to look for a spot to fade this. 6 was the obvious level yesterday just because of the even dollar. So if there's a hype move up after SpaceX is done, I think this is the place I would go to for the other side. There we go. Lowe's with a super chat. Hyperliquid SPSX is at 173.3. I see about the same thing.
Our stream is down apparently.
Italy. Love from Italy.
If our stream is down, refresh it. Please, guys, put in the chat if you are up or not.
Yeah, let us know if you can hear.
Because we should be okay. Back. It's back. Okay, good. So there you go. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for that one. And we'll always panic when I see people write that because I want to make sure that we are back up. But we're good to go. We have lots of people checking the stream for us all the time. So thank you for all of that. And there it goes. Now the chat's going. Hey, that's a good way to get the chat going there.
Yeah,
with everyone putting that in there.
Can you hear me now?
So, yeah, anyways, 15 more minutes. Let's talk about something other than space.
Certainly there are other stories today. I don't even know if anyone cares about any other stories today. I mean, if you're an investor in Adobe, you probably woke up and said, damn, this morning, or another 4-letter word. Here is Adobe currently in the pre-market. That's, I mean, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days worth of price action there. I mean, you sat down here this morning, looked at me and said, this stock's in trouble. And
it is, Brendo. I mean, we're coming from way higher. Remember the 600 days? Now we're about to lose 200. And they're not doing much wrong. They are just, you know, a victim of the AI age. They beat on the top line. They beat on the bottom line. They raised full year guide. What do you want from this company other than to do what is required of them? Despite that, shares trade lower as investors do still remain skeptical that they can fully integrate the AI while defending their core software franchise. Also, Katina, man, they lost their CFO. He is headed to Marvell. Dan Durin adds another layer, of course, of uncertainty as it reinforces concerns around the software space in general and the leadership that is guiding them, Brendo. So a tough look for this company, but I mean, just anecdotally, and this is all that it is, anecdotal. When you speak to production people, whether you know they're on Illustrator, they're on Photoshop, whatever it is, there's two kinds, as you said.
Yeah.
There's those who kind of are just resistant against it, and those who see it as productivity increasing.
And an opportunity.
Exactly, and I think we're probably going to start funneling that way a little bit as more people engage with it.
It'll get to a point, and this is what I told our guys, just to, you know, not to throw them under the bus, but it'll get to a point where, you know, the AI is a better choice and produces a better product and is faster and easier and more efficient, as you said. So I don't know if we're there yet. I'll be honest. I don't know if we're there yet, but it's coming quickly, guys. So Adobe in trouble, I think.
Yeah, I don't look, man. If you were watching the afternoon show, I don't think there was a lot of optimism with this one. We're sort of saying let the bottom get made by others, and maybe dip the toes in. If you happen to like Adobe for other reasons and you think you're getting a great value, then congratulations. That's absolutely fine. And there's nothing wrong with that. But like, you go back far enough on this thing, and where are we at? 2018? Yeah, we'll go in our time machine back to 2018, 2019, and those are the levels that we've gapped underneath, because you're already down at $200. So once you start going more than a decade back, I would stop guessing at some of these lows. You're losing all major moving averages here. If you really love it, the 3-day rule could come into a play where maybe we settle down for a couple of days, because they did beat, right? Like, they did beat. It's not like in the guy was fine. It's just a matter of sentiments elsewhere. And if we think about, we've been talking a lot about people selling winners to get involved in SpaceX, and then eventually down the line, you know, both Anthropic and OpenAI. Well, I mean, some people are probably selling losers too. So I think this falls into that bucket. And if you just simply look at the IGV, that's been just a better place to try to bet that the software sell-off was too much. Because this bounced off the 50 period. This actually did rally from its lows. So even if we get a software bounce back, I think you're just safer playing the index anyways instead of chasing the bottom on Adobe, unfortunately.
Uh-oh. What's this?
What we got?
Oh, shoot. Sean. Okay. This is me in 40. I hope so in 45 minutes. We just talked about it at 10 a.m.
Maybe.
So this is me. This is going to be me in 45 minutes. This ain't a stock. It's a goddamn rocket. Tight stop, sticky note at 800. On the sticky note,
800?
I just wrote down on the sticky note IPO. There's no price attached with that. If it goes to 800, then it would be a rocket ship. We're very excited about it. Patience is a position. I mean, I think we're going to try to be a little patient. Obviously, we discussed that if it does halt up, I think that's a good point to get some liquidity out on a halt up. I think that makes a little bit of sense. So you don't halt up and then immediately halt down and you're wondering, why did I hold the bag? So I think we'll do some of that. And I do think that you can trade it very much like some of those small cap runners that you'll see on the midday show where, there's certain levels that will bounce off of. We could retrace back into VWAP especially as well. Start your engines. Blicky Spears says, yeah, ramp it up. And, you just gave, not a take, but on Twitter there, that people were actually talking about it being, closer to 10:30 open. And that's always sort of what I said at the beginning was that I think Elon has, Morgan's going to be the one opening the shares because they're dealing with all the retail. So I feel like with the negotiated agreement there, obviously they talked about razor thin margins. Elon's not giving them, the normal sort of vig that they would get on an IPO. And I also do think that Elon doesn't want to sit next to this guy for 6 hours while he takes all these orders in, right?
Just be annoying.
Like this guy is still going to have to go and promote. In fact, we're going to have Elon Musk right here live. No, wouldn't that be awesome?
If we had Elon Musk,
he comes on like an hour after and starts talking about maybe we will. But anyways, I do think that he's going to be sort of road showing.
If you're free, bro.
Around, yeah, if you're free, I mean, hit me up. Maybe I'll just message him. He probably has nothing going on today, so I'll
nothing big. No.
Probably just message him and see if he comes through. But okay, here we go. Adobe to the downside, even more due to high. Yeah, so this is the other thing is that I was just going to say like Adobe had good report, right? Like. They beat everywhere, they guided everywhere, but there's still problems as they worry about, underlying issues, right? New management there, talked about the class action lawsuits. So there are gonna be issues surrounding Adobe, and you can clearly see that we did have a nice bounce back in the IGV and some of the software names, and then now it's like 10 straight down days. So coming from earnings, I think this is really, and it's unfortunate for any of you that are invested in it because I know Adobe is still a well-loved product, but it's just, it's the wrong time and the wrong I was gonna say space, but I don't want to keep using that word, but the wrong industry. Maybe we should say. Yeah, man. I mean, it should be cool here. I mean,
we'll watch it live.
I've already started to get a little bit of goosebumps here. So, all right, there it is. Thank you to TikTok. We go TikTok. Right there, we want to say thank you to Southern Nurse there, Sally I, as well. Good morning again to you. And good morning to everybody watching us everywhere. We will give you guys the opening tap. So as soon as we see like 150, we'll tell you it's opening at 150. And if you're a trader like Michael Noss or anybody that maybe got allocation, there's a lot of people that have gotten it, you're gonna have the option to sell it immediately, hold it. We had Kevin on yesterday. They were gonna slap him on the wrist if he sold it. So actually, put in the chat if you guys got any warning like that. Did you guys get a warning that says like, hey, here's 50 shares, but if you sell, then this? Just wondering how that went down. But okay, let's go back over the desk. CoreWeave, then another name, Rocket Lab, and then we'll go to Marvell, and then we'll be open for trade, and we'll eagerly await SpaceX and put on some other trades as well.
Yeah, the interesting part about that conversation with Kevin was it wasn't even like a contractual thing. They just kind of said, hey, if you don't mind, please hold on to these shares for X amount of days. We'd appreciate that. So it wasn't even,
interesting.
And he was saying like, it wasn't even like written into the deal. And he was saying, why the hell should I do that if it, runs up 50%?
How does that work? Yeah, exactly.
I want to be able to sell. Yeah, let's talk about CoreWeave. A bit of a bounce here off 99 right now. It did get above 100 early on this morning. Guys, 950. A ton of new viewers this morning. Thank you, first of all, for joining. We'll bring you the tap as soon as it comes out. We'll bring you the updates of the tap as it happens. Again, 950. The NASDAQ is going to start actually posting as they build the book and as they take in orders and see where the indication is going to be. So as soon as that happens, we'll bring that to you. But until then, let's talk about CoreWeave here.
Let's talk about it. It's getting added to the NASDAQ 100. That's always a good thing for a company. There's always passive buying. So index funds who track the NASDAQ will buy CoreWeave stock. That creates a bit of a bid, sort of a price floor as we call it here. It's going to happen before the 22nd, before the 22nd of June's open. So on the 22nd. Just to give you guys quick update here, some housekeeping. Here's what's coming into the NASDAQ 100, and here's what's coming out. Coming in, you got Astrolabs, ALAB. You got CoreWeave, which is CRWV. Nebius Group, which is a competitor to CoreWeave, by the way, and BIS. You got Rocket Labs. We spoke about that when we spoke about SpaceX. And you got Teradyne coming out. Charter Communications, Cognizant, Insmed Incorporated, Verisic Analytics, and Zscaler, Brendo, being taken out of the NASDAQ 100.
Yeah, CoreWeave benefiting, definitely. Nice run up after the close last night. I mean, $100 definitely a key pivot here for this stock. On a day like this, I mean, let's see.
Oh, also remember, it's a weird one. The reason why, because the 22nd is like a Tuesday. The reason for that is because 19th is Juneteenth, so the market's actually closed on the Friday. So all that stuff is happening at the end on Monday. So it's a bit of a weird one. Look, I'll have this one on watch. The earlier that SpaceX opens, the more we'll be focused on that. But actually, in the note, I had 98 bounce. I guess we've already done that, but that's the level I'll be watching. Specifically, CoreWeave. I think you can look at some of the other names too, but this one, after yesterday's hold, you're right at that 200 period. If I got to pick one of those names to be on the radar, it's this at 98 that I'm going to do. And it's already 925, so we can throw this up. The one that we're going to care about is still blank. Everyone keeps asking about what the tap is. I have a locator which is only SpaceX. It is still blank at 950. SPCX will come up in here, and then I'll actually have a tap. But for some of the other ones, we've got this penny stock that no one cares about. Pfizer is a small buy, IBIT's a sell, 666 kind of ominous. SMR is a buy of 400,000 shares. That CPOP is a penny stock again, unfortunately for them. Nokia, so pretty quiet, although not a surprise. IBIT's been a sell imbalance every single morning, 500,000-600,000. That stays weak.
Yeah, so we, looking at CoreWeave, I actually like Nebius. I think there's a couple good opportunities here for some of these names. contracts with Microsoft. There goes Nebius, up 5% today as well. Doesn't really have the down draws as much as, CoreWeave's a little more choppy. Nebius just straight to the upside here, really holding that 50 period wonderfully since April, obviously. And even holding it pretty much, and once it broke here and started to go back in January, at the beginning of the year, this was $93 up to $240, $250. So NBIS, I think, is a winner in this environment. All right, let's go back over to Rocket Lab as we only have 3 minutes.
All right, we're getting close here, guys. Yeah, if the stream's lagging, guys, just hit refresh. I think there's way more viewers on YouTube, period, than on a normal day, especially on our channel right now. So welcome to everyone. If you're just joining for the first time, make sure you hit subscribe and like. Come back, join us. We do this every single day. Again, 950 is going to be the key. Stick around to 950. We'll start bringing you the indicated open price directly from the NASDAQ, and we'll bring you the initial trade as it does get going. Later on this morning as well. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it will be this morning. There are other things to look at this morning. One of them is Marvell.
Marvell, Rocket Labs or Marvell?
We skipped over.
My bad. Marvell. Let's talk about Marvell.
Both because
absolutely because we're almost done over here. So it's Marvell. Their CFO, their new incoming CFO. He's leaving Adobe. He's going to Marvell. This is more trouble for Adobe. It feels like people are, running off a sinking ship. Dan Duran, Brendo, he's going to be the new CFO, replacing William Mintez, I think. He brings a deep semiconductor experience. He's previously held senior new finance roles at Applied Materials, NXP Semiconductor, and Global Foundry. So a lot of experience already in the role he's going to take.
Yeah, we're trying desperately not to crash YouTube today, but guys, it's YouTube, I think, is just getting a lot more traffic than it's used to at this point. If you are lagging a little bit, please just keep refreshing. Everything is fine on our end. There's just, again, a lot more viewers than I think we're used to, specifically on our channel, but also on YouTube as a platform. Again, 950 is going to be the key time for the first indication for the pricing to start as the NASDAQ starts to build the book. We'll update you on that as it happens.
But we were expecting it typically around after 12 o'clock. We never really know when to expect, but typically they do come in that afternoon period because people keep asking in the chat.
But with this, the way, you know, they closed it way earlier than, you know, it could be earlier. Like, who knows? We just, as we said to start things off, this is unprecedented today in more ways than one. Specifically from a technical basis for the exchange itself, they've probably never dealt with this either.
No,
you know, let's
this is
be
the
honest.
biggest one. We know it's the biggest.
I hope for the market maker's sake, there's a team working on this today, and not just one single dude who has the responsibility of having to get this thing public.
Here, come over to my screen. We do have almost 16,000 viewers right now. Make sure you do hit the like, man, and make sure you do hit the join, the subscribe, and all of that, because we're doing it live every single day. So if you like the show, and make sure that you do come back, because we're ready to rock and roll, baby. And you never know what's going to happen on this day. Marvell right now as well. Good name, obviously, as we look at that, but down 3.5%. I just don't know where everyone's going to be looking today in this space, and I'm just a little nervous that Marvell eventually drops through 240. And there it goes, Marvell right now, nice day. And I really like NVIDIA at $2. So if that can come into 200. I do have written on the note Apple long 295, so that could definitely be something that we wind up looking out for, is Apple here at 295. So there it is, man. Apple with immediate move down to the downside there. We do not have, obviously, any updates yet on SpaceX, so we want to say shout out to everybody. I'm going to sort this by time now. These are the market orders that are going to pop in, and as soon as we see SPCX at the top, then, space we just saw, then you know it's going to be open, then it's ready for order taking. So as soon as that happens, we're ready to rock and roll. But yeah, welcome everybody on what's going to be a super exciting day, and I had indicated NASA ETF might be something to look at here at $35.
Virgin Galactic, just right off of the bat, flush. Right through 5. The first thing they did is completely sell it off. It's been selling off all morning, but some of these sympathy plays aren't going to be built like the others. That's the reality here. Just because everyone's hyped about SpaceX, this ain't Rocket Labs going to the S&P or into the NASDAQ 100. Virgin Galactic getting trounced to start the day.
Both.
Not looking good at all. Like we said, we'll get you the tap when we can, but right off of the bat here, the NASDAQ taking a bit of a dip. What's that doing to our good friend Intel? Nope, that's not dipping, that's still ripping. Yikes, I wanted 113 on the dip buy on Intel. I'm not chasing that move. I feel like I don't want to chase anything. I don't want to fight anything this morning. For the record, the tokenized SpaceX, that dropped to about 168 and then rebounded to 171, where it's now chilling at 172. So there's even volatility there on the tokenized products.
I put out the SpaceX order.
It's accepting?
Yeah,
it should be. Yeah, it's 9:30.
Looks like it's accepting.
Okay.
Right now, so I have it out, but we do not have a tap, right? So if you guys are here, thank you everybody for joining us one more time. I mean, this is what the SpaceX stock looks like right now. Nothing, bids, offers, and no order books or anything open yet up top. We'll wait to see once that says an order, and then we'll put it out. I just put my bid at $200. So we'll wait to see.
I'm at 3.
Yeah, I might go a little bit higher than that as we go. But
I just don't know.
All right, no, same. Let's go over NVIDIA right now, just kind of dancing around just a bit here, not doing a whole heck of a lot. NVIDIA right now doing its own thing, 204, 205. Names like Rocket Lab are obviously going to be talked about today. But look, as Neil mentioned, look at Virgin Galactic, look at Rocket Lab right now, down to the downside right here as we continue to get a little lower on that. What is XOVL? XOVL. Defines daily target. I don't really have any. I don't think we have this in our system. Oh yeah, we do. XOVL. What is this? Defiance XOVL. You know what? I don't know enough about this to give you an opinion on what this is exactly. So it says Defiance daily target 2 times long. ETF. I don't know what it is, so sorry about that. XOVL and XOVR. I don't know. All right, so that's a good one there. Micron, again, looking to make some moves here as well. Micron up to 965, down 3%. The whole market's bleeding just a bit here as we do get a little bit of worry from Iran. We have talked about oil a little bit here this morning, 1.28% or so right now, downside. So oil not really moving as much as I think we maybe thought it would, considering where the market's been over the last little while and what's been happening with Iran and sort of the back and forth talk. But that's USO right now, not doing a whole heck of a lot. On my scanner isn't much, man. Adobe with a big report yesterday. That's looking to defend the $200 marker as we speak. It stays low as 198. We'll see if that gets to minus 10%. and that might be your SSR bounce level, right?
It might be, but I don't know if I want to be catching the bid on that sucker when we have what's going on here today. Rusta, sorry, with the super chat. DFNS, can you take a look, please? Why not? Silver's not, nothing that I'm watching that was on the trade note is really moving that much or coming into some levels. But remember, these small cappers are here for a good time, not a long time, and we've had a wealth since the PDT rule went under of these penny stocks, these small flow floaters that'll go ham and then just come right back in. This one had its best time at about 8 o'clock. So it's more or less dead at this point. Did they do it? Sometimes it'll be an offering, but I think this one just gave it up.
The market is getting crushed here.
Obviously, but the market's really starting to come in. This is the one thing that I didn't want to see, right? Like I want us to try to hold some bids before SpaceX. Like just don't completely go into a dump into the potential open of the most important IPO. But it's not that bad. Put it into context. Like the NASDAQ was up a bunch in the afternoon yesterday, and we had a big, strong rally. We're just more or less back to about 3 o'clock yesterday. So it looks a lot more harsh than it is. 0.5% down, it's not the end of the world. Everyone's here for SpaceX, and maybe there's still some people selling because they want to hit it at the open. We're up to 20,000 now.
What does that, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Is that a meme or something? But shout
out
to you there. Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Can you hear us now? Is Circle still alive? I was looking at the TQs here just real quickly. We just came in at $75. So this, again, is a triple levered NASDAQ product. So you're trading the market if you're taking this. 74, 75 right into here. Not a bad opportunity to get involved right into that area for the Qs. So we'll have to take a quick look at the TQs, see if we can get some bids down into that area. I'm gonna put a bid down there now. I'm just a little more hesitant to not really get into too much right here because I am, like Neil mentioned there, we're trying to wait around for SpaceX and see if there's gonna be an opportunity. But yeah, on a dump off early, we do see a bid catching now. So I'm gonna take that off at 75 bucks. If it does come back in, honestly, I should have already had this trade long. But focus right now, definitely into another spot. And here we go. Thank you, English Room Tactical. We will look at Circle for you. And here it comes right now with, you know, the Clarity Act and everything, as far as especially with, we had Kevin O'Leary on yesterday. So if you were on our show yesterday around 10:30, we had a good talk with Kevin. He did talk a little bit about crypto there, as well as today's IPO. But yeah, there's the move down in Circle. And, you know, this came to IPO, and it's had quite a nice run back up and down. I think the IPO price was around 60 bucks. We did have a pretty good high there immediately. I think this did just get into 300 or something. Yeah,
yes,
273. So talk about another IPO that really worked out, you know, early on. This would be Circle, and there it was, maybe it was 70 or so, 68 bucks, all the way to $3 within the first 2 weeks, and then it's just faded back. And look at this key level down there of 60 bucks on Circle, right? I mean, that's gonna be something that we're gonna try to pay attention to as we move forward. CRCL, it's Circle time.
When does SpaceX start trading? We don't know for sure. We do know the quote's going to open up at 9:50. At 9:50, that's when we'll actually see the order book for the opening print open. And at that point, the fastest it can open is 10 minutes, right? So once you have the book, it's book, 10 minutes. That's pretty standard. So it could be 10 o'clock, it could be 1 o'clock. But it can be, it's possible that it could be 10 o'clock. They're really dumping some of these space stocks. Virgin Galactic is down on 25%.
What? Normally we're in shares by now, guys.
Well, I wanted to short a pop in this. I thought there might be a jump because of SpaceX, and then this would be the one to fade. What's Rocket Lab doing? Oh, okay. 107, 108 on Rocket Lab. This is just dumped 10%. Now, obviously, it's only 6% now, but wow, 10% from the open on Rocket Labs. Absolutely getting dumped. Redwire's got to be smoked this morning. Got to be smoked.
Yeah, I mean, some of these rocket names. I mean, we did have NASA on our watch here. If you guys log in, I'll put it in the chat right now. Get into the chat. This is the sticky note. It's every single day. We put down at least 4 or 5 ideas into the chat where we want to go with, right? And so today we had, here it is. Here's the sticky note today. Obviously, wait for SpaceX, NASA 35, and then Apple 295 long area. I actually thought that level was going to be pretty good for Apple. And again, we're just trying to find some supply and demand areas. And yesterday, 295 held pretty much all afternoon. So that was a level that I like, but here it comes back in as, again, are people raising capital for this SpaceX trade? What is happening now as Apple comes to the downside? We've seen Google sell off a little bit as well during these moments, right? And there goes, our charts. There goes Google breaking through 360. Google just right back to where we closed yesterday. This could be a decent opportunity to get long. And I think it was Tuesday or so, we bought IREN, man. We bought IREN, which is a good trade. We bought that at $51 for the second time. That's twice it came into 51. And we bought it both times off the 50-period moving average. So there goes IREN right now. And yeah, you guys are right. The symbol's SPCX. But as of right now, there is no orders whatsoever.
No info.
No information on this yet. It's this is what the order book looks like. It's looked like this since 8 o'clock, like when we started the show. No tap. Normally, once it's ready to go, there will be some sort of a tap there, which will give Neil and I an indication of the price it's going to open up at. And as soon as we see that, then we will obviously indicate to you guys what we see. And there we go. But I also written down NASA at $35 yesterday's close. Well, yeah, no. With everything that's been happening here this morning, including Rocket Lab getting hit, and we predicted this, right? We had talked about this live on air the last couple weeks, that it's a sell the news moment for a lot of these other names, right? You're buying rumors, you're buying the hype, and then today you sell it off as everybody probably taking Rocket Lab money and putting it into SpaceX, I would hope. Anyways, that's what we're doing right now.
Right now, some of the rotation just seems like it's back into some of the beleaguered chip and tech names out of those space names. Like you see ARM up 6 points, AMD absolutely flying right now, pun intended. A lot of space references today, 4% up for AMD. We already mentioned how Marvell was doing. Although,
Oracle's losing a bid now.
You have, NVIDIA's about to go, NVIDIA's actually about to break the high. So you get the high flyers doing a little bit more. What the heck is Intel doing?
I might try a short on Oracle.
Almost $120 on Intel here. Yikes. What is not going is, I put in my note, if silver couldn't break 61, I gotta be short it. And it's not going today. So SLV, I'm going to play this one to the sell side. And for those that are asking about Tesla, somewhat of a sympathy play, I suppose, maybe not as direct as some. Like their holding in SpaceX is actually rather minute. It's very much sideways. Not a lot of action at all on Tesla. And we're still at about, if you look at the tokenized, it's still about 171 for SpaceX. But that's the only indication you'll have for 10 minutes until we get a call.
All right. So we just have a couple positions that just kicked in, right? We said we were going to take the TQQs long at 75. Well, that just came in, so we're pretty happy with that trade.
Spiked.
Yeah, so far. We're probably getting some news from Trump right now. I said I was going to go Oracle short, but instead I went long on purpose, right? I mean, Oracle did have, obviously, a bad earnings report. Let's see if it can bounce back. You're at the 50-period moving average. We're long right now on Oracle at 182, well, 182.30. I'm going to give this to 181. If it wicks lower than that, it's giving me an out, so we'll take it if it's there. Trump on Truth Social right now saying that Iran, I guess, just hearing it, there's fake news out there he's talking about, so no surprise there. All right, so I'm going to get out if this breaks. Again, trying to be a little bit cautious here. 74.74, we're going to get out if it breaks down a quarter. We've taken a quarter on this, so let's get out if it breaks through a quarter. That's pretty much the best that we had. If we're able to get back up to VWAP, great, that's $76. But again, with the president out here truthing around, I mean, don't really know where this name's going to wind up going, and that is the NASDAQ. This is a triple-levered NASDAQ product.
And what was said here from the president, the terms that Iran leaked out of the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. What they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. Very dishonorable people to deal with. With them, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. Amazing. Also, their totally rebuffed drone attack last night against Indian ships leaving the Strait is totally unacceptable. They better get their act together and fast. President Donald J. Trump. So if you're wondering why there was just a spike in USO, that would be it.
Okay.
So that was pretty much, it is what it is.
You know,
You knew we could move the market again today.
Yeah, and I mean, welcome to the show, guys. We have record viewers right now, 24,000 of you. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, get it all going, man. We are live every single day, regardless of SpaceX. We're doing this every day. And here's the risk to reward that we're preaching on this show, right? I mean, it's just, you get it in, it pops up, we take about 40 cents on some of them, and then it drops back out, and we wind up getting stopped out. And, you know, that headline came out of nowhere. So I was taking the TQs here, thought that was a nice drop down there. We got washed out on some shares, right back up to the upside. So now we wait to see on that. And unfortunately, we'll have to flush it down one more time here because there goes Oracle. We tried it, we lost it. There it goes. Just, you know, maybe it's not right. Flat is a position, especially in a day like today as we get ready for this to come through. So yeah, man, right now we're just gonna sort of wait and see if we can get some better opportunities now. We do have scanners going all over the place, of course. Like, you know, right now it's yelling at me about Roblox there, Micron, SPXL SPY, the Q's Marvell, maybe worth a look here as well. And we've sort of talked, oops, you want to zoom that in again. Yeah, there it is, SPY, and just VWAP breaks, different moving average breaks and whatnot that we're tracking for you. So thanks, Andre, for that one. But yeah, man, it's going to be, I'm already starting to get pretty excited about this. SpaceX.
6 minutes until we have indicated open.
Then that's when we should be able to find out what exactly that price looks like, and then we'll go from there. So yeah, man, so far so good here. See ya back over at the big desk.
Thank you so much. Yes, we do have that much-awaited SpaceX IPO coming in today. Just a couple minutes more to go. 9:50 is when it should start popping up on the screen. Just a couple of quick facts to note. Elon Musk has given SpaceX a 10% chance of success. Banks are ranking in $500 million in fees on the SpaceX IPO. And first indications, like I mentioned, for the opening price should start to appear around 9:50 a.m. And Elon Musk, as we do know, it has a massive ownership stake as well. And the SpaceX IPO share count, and IPO price, implied valuation, all of it, I will give you live updates. We'll all be talking about it today. Stay here. Don't go anywhere.
You're in the right spot, everybody. As we said, we will have everything for you, down from the tap, to the open, to the live charts, to the trade, to the reaction from the sympathy names, to the walls. You know the rest of it. I'm not going to sing it, but y'all know the rest of that one. Hopefully this market can get a little bit stronger. I think it's a weird one to have, if we do open in the morning, to have had just a shock downside by the president, have oil going higher. Don't necessarily love that, but we're getting a bit of a rebound on the Qs, so at least something is catching a bit of a bid here. That could be pretty important. I see a lot of people in the chat that are saying they're having issues with their broker. All I got to say is any broker that fails today, that's a problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, quotes, we already talked about it. I want to say awesome.
As long as you execute, you're fine.
We just cracked 25,000 viewers, so shout out to viewership, and thank you for everybody. Make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe, come back every single day. We're doing this live, and, you know, normally we do have a few more, you know, trades on at this time, but I've already gone in and out twice, and we did try the long on both Oracle and the NASDAQ, but we also indicated what's going on with Google right now. I mean, here's another one, down 0.4. It's not dramatic. I mean, the market's down 7. The ES down 3.3. So right now you're getting Google probably at a decent price, right? I mean, we had wicked below into that 350 area in the past. So here comes Google just getting hit today as the market awaits first indications on SPCX. So we don't have any indication yet. We'll be showing it live to you right there. As soon as this tap opens up, we'll have that for you. We also have something live here at Trader TV. We have the imbalance locator, and as soon as that hits, we're already scanned out for that. It'll show up right here, and we'll be able to figure out which names are upside. You make a poll if you want, my guy, Fabian. There it is, man. Here's CPOP right now, halted. So we got another halt name going through, man. This has been a good one. This is Chinese pop culture, and it is been a wild move, man. I mean, even yesterday for CPOP, this was up and down and around, a bunch of different halts. Look, CPOP yesterday opened up $3, $2.50. That was the high. It closed. You know, by the time yesterday even happened, it went from $2.50 down to 25 cents, and then the close up to $1 again. Thought maybe it was going to hold $1. I think once we see it open,
if SpaceX moves like that stock, we're going to need a defibrillator. Straight up.
Better not move like this.
If it moves like CPOP, yeah.
I mean, CPOP right here, C-popped and dropped pretty easily right there. I don't know if this thing's a breakdancer or not, but this was 75 cents. Kablam, right down there to the downside. So you hit sirens up for CPOP traders right now. But it's halted, and there it is, now back open. Now CPOP right there, opening back up at 25 cents. We'll see if this one can get going now, 26.27. It does have a low on the day of 19 cents. Sia, what you got over there?
Just a couple of updates. Elon Musk saying that SpaceX wants to take people to the moon, Mars, and beyond. And SpaceX has launched Falcon 8, which is a rocket in Florida, ahead of its NASDAQ listing today for its Starlink 1054 mission that lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, just before the listing today. Again, 2 minutes until we know what's going on, and it takes off just like the rockets, and we'll let you know how it goes right here at Trader TV Live.
Yeah, and thank you again, Sia. Like we said, You know, we're going to be right here. We now have 90 seconds, and then we should see a tap. So what I'm expecting in 90 seconds is to see my balance locator pop in. You'll see SPCX. We'll actually have an indicative price, and at that point, like, you can go from there. Like, maybe you got to adjust your opening order. It's entirely possible if it's not high enough. It is what it is. We'll see. I did take that. Eventually got into this silver trade, just the first consolidation. Like, it held the low, at least for now, hold that 60. So if it breaks like the quarters, I'll jump out, but looking for a bit of a short trade in here. So 1 minute, everybody. I know it's not gonna be, like, it's not opening in 1 minute, but everyone's interested in what price we could be looking at. If you're in at the issue at 135, you wanna know how much money you're gonna be in at the open. And if you're someone that's taking in the opening print, you wanna have an idea of how far you're gonna have to go. But the tokenized market's saying it's going to be in the 170 range for what it's worth. We'll find out in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be worth something very, very shortly. You know, names like Robinhood, we're going to figure out what that's going to pop through as well. We do expect, you know, some good volume coming through on Robinhood. So if you guys are on that broker, let us know how that's been treating you so far here today, as we do have record viewers. We want to thank everybody for your patience. You know, if the stream is buffering, I mean, no surprise, right? I mean, there's going to be a lot of people on YouTube today looking for more information on what's going to be happening. SMR, I mean, I asked yesterday, Kevin, we had Kevin O'Leary on yesterday at 10:30, and we talked to him about this uranium and all the power usage that's going to be eventually coming. There it is. So now SpaceX just lit up. So there SpaceX goes right now. The tap is exactly, Neil, as you had mentioned there, 174 right now. So it's looking like 174 right now on SPCX. So that's going to be where it's going to open up at. If it were to open right now, you'd get your shares long at 174 if you have a limit on open order in. My limit on open order is similar. I did what Neil did too. We did $300. So if it opens up anywhere from $174 to $300, we should be able to get that long. It'll pop in. The value's already 9 million, so they're already pairing everything off. So there's a lot of interest coming into this name off the open already, and we're gonna wait to see. Do not take these prices to be worth anything here. These are just random market orders. Like me and Neil put 300, somebody put in 50,000 here as a potential buy. It doesn't matter. There it is. Good headline, Sia, for that one. 174 right now, tap, indicated open. So if you did get allocations at 135, as I said yesterday, man, I would be putting every single thing that I could afford to lose into 135. I mean, I'm not sure 135 was going to get seen today. May not. And then you also have that, you know, those warnings from your broker that, hey, if you sell in the first 50 days, 90 days, 10 days, that you'll be banned or blacklisted. 135
today would be an abject disaster in any form, and would get defended rigorously by all the market makers. JKL, thank you for the super chat. Good morning. Cash is a position. Dealing with real estate the next few weeks, and maybe a good thing. Markets are super quiet. Go next. Everyone's waiting for SpaceX. And speaking of SpaceX, everybody, if you're in the chat, you know what's up. If you're not, jump in right now. We have a lot of new viewers. It's a subs-only chat. Hit the subscribe button so you can get in the chat. We're going to do a quick little poll here, everybody. Real simple. You type 1 if you're going to buy SpaceX on the opening print. Type 2 if you're not. Everybody around here knows what I'm doing, and you know what Sean will put in that poll. So hopefully it opens promptly. It could take a long time. It could be 10 o'clock. It could be 1 o'clock. All of those things. But let us know. We have 35% already? Okay, we'll check back in on this in a few minutes, but we have quite a few that are putting in the 1. Are you taking the opening print?
Some people might not be.
Opening print now, indicating a 1. I see 174, but that's a headline saying 171, but I can tell you right now, if we come in
it's not one. I don't know where we got that
I
from.
see 174. Come to my screen if we can.
Let's take that off. That's not right.
That's $174 currently. It's currently a small sell imbalance with a paired volume of 10 million.
Oh, Bloomberg.
Yeah,
okay, so yeah,
10 million paired at 174.
So I just turned around and Brendan's over there. He's going to be putting it up. So we do have multiple sources. Bloomberg saying 171, our tap 174. Obviously, Neil and I have sat here at this location many times.
It moves around.
Looked at 30, 50, 100 different IPOs, and that number does fluctuate. So let's go back over to Sia.
Yeah, just mentioning it all over again, putting it into perspective. SpaceX shares are expected, as reported by Bloomberg, to open at $171 in its NASDAQ debut versus its IPO price of $135 per share. So SpaceX IPO has drawn, coming from reports, $350 billion in institutional orders alone. Sending it back to you.
points.
Thank you very much, Sia. Yeah, the tokenized moves all over the place. Like, it's jumping dollars at a time. For sure, but it's still indicating that 174, and we still have 40% of our viewers saying they're taking in the opening print. So I know you're geared up and locked and loaded. It can't open until 10 minutes from the quote, which was at 950. But that doesn't mean it will open at 950. That's one thing we got to keep in mind. Just because it can doesn't mean it does open at 950.
Yeah, exactly. So there's gonna be a lot of liquidity on that. So, all right, look, I'm gonna try one more time. I think like the market right here, okay, it's fading back in. We're not gonna go crazy with this, as we said. I'm gonna take a little bit more shares down here in the 70s. But when I saw that 174 target there, I thought that was pretty reasonable and doesn't show too much market exuberation or anything like that for this kind of a trade here today. So maybe the market will be fine. We are worried that, it opens up and doesn't have the result that we're all hoping it does. And I think the market is going to be reacting to that if and when that happens. But as those numbers keep getting updated, there's money on the sidelines, right? And so maybe a 174, 175, something like that open might just spark even more excitement into today's market. And now we're starting to dance around even more. So I'm gonna go long here. My stop is 74.50, okay? So that's what we're doing right now. SpaceX IPO right now, 175 on our system again, right? So we're showing 175. So I'm gonna put my stop order in at 174.99 just in case Neil, this could open up now.
Well,
we have no idea.
Mentally prepared for it to open. You have to be. I'm mentally prepared for 10 o'clock. If it doesn't open at 10 o'clock, it doesn't open at 10 o'clock. But you got to be ready for the pitch, right?
Yep,
You're going to stand in the box. You better have your eyes on the pitcher, or you're going to take one off the noggin. Shout out to some of the 9-year-olds on my daughter's
Are they
team.
getting hit in the head still?
Well, I've had conversations about how you're supposed to get out of the way of a fastball.
Oh, yeah, well, hopefully.
I just want everyone to be safe. We are indicating a 175. That is absolutely correct. So 175, we will see. It doesn't mean it has to, again, it doesn't mean it has to open right now. And good luck to everyone out there. There is a vast difference between trading it off of an open print and getting if you have the issue at 135, you're just in the money, right? If you sell it, you're not going to lose money. It's indicating 175. All you have to do is maybe get past these brokers' threats that they've been throwing out there, saying that you'll get blacklisted from the next whatever IPO. But they can't stop you from selling.
No, I mean, I think it's, look, I mean, the brokers make deals with, Morgan and Goldman and all that, and they say, like, we want to give you allocation based on whatever your clients want, but we hoping that your clients don't sell. And so that's what it's about. And we'll see if there's people coming in to buy at open. So here we go, man. The TQs, this is a triple levered NASDAQ product. It's the only thing that I'm in right now. Neil's got short silver. And here we go. We're right back into the money now on the TQs. It's too bad. I was bidding 70. I was bidding 73s. This got into 76 there. So we could have had a little bit more shares there at a better average price, but we're just going to let this thing go. And, part of the theory for me, look, first of all, I'm offering some out here at our levels, right? This is a 50-period moving average. I'm getting out there. I'm going to get some more out at VWAP, and then if we do bump up $1, we'll take the 200-period moving average and your sort of pre-market high, or actually open market high right there when we came through. So here it comes. We've got a good one on right now, so we'll go yeehaw. Well, hopefully there it goes. Gimme. We're at 47s. Just look at there. Oh, we missed there. Wow, we saw 47 on the offer, didn't get filled. So let's see if it goes back up to the upside. Here it goes, 43s. So it looks like we'll have a good trade on right now, so that's a good one. Wow, just went to 45 and stopped again. Maybe I shouldn't have said 47, but let's go on this market. Thank you to everybody for watching. The current tap right now, the current tap right now is on SpaceX, 175. So that's what we're looking at with 11 million shares paired off right now. 175, is the pair off. And there it is, man. We do get that fill as there goes the NASDAQ to the upside. The TQs were on that, man. Here we go. We're excited for SpaceX IPO.
And it was still 175. Nothing has changed.
How many viewers we got?
We will let you know. 31,000.
What in the?
31,000. Thank you guys for tuning in. It is going to be even wilder than it already is. Trust me when I tell you that. Okay, whoa, what just happened? Volume spike there. Nah, my quote just went all haywire.
Oh my God, I have a heart attack.
No. It was just a bit of like just a bit of a volume spike on SLV to the downside. And we just broke high of the day look, it's not all SpaceX. We just broke high of the day for a split second on USO. That's still trending back in. So at least as long as that goes up, in my opinion, silver goes down. But the tech names are really rallying. I don't want to change too far away. I'm going to have SpaceX up. And I don't want to move my main level 2 from that. But you have Intel up 3% and still running. You've got ARM going absolutely ham. You've got AMD going absolutely ham. There's a lot in tech that is strong, but USO is continuing to rise. I'm not saying it opens in a minute, but you got to be ready in a minute.
We trade prop with Real Trading. We just got a new book released today, Real Trading by Daniel Schleffer, founder of Real Trading. So go find this one. Why stock markets always need a human touch. Yeah, buddy. So Neil and I are here with that little human touch today. Go get this Real Trading right now. I was told it was released on June 23rd. So that's coming up next week. It's on Amazon right now. Okay, go get it. It's called Real Trading. If you are hitting keys, there's been a lot of algorithmic traders coming through. This is a different book. Go find it out. We just got past it today, so I haven't read it myself, but this is your Real Trading Essential Guide to Future Global Stock Markets. Shout out to the Real Trading book right there. We're ready to rock and roll here.
It'll be SpaceX celebration reading.
And look, man, we did get out a little bit, so we'll go chicken dinner winner. We have fun on this show. And there we go, chicken dinner winner there. Temporary, man, we only got out of 20% there at the 50-period moving average. Look, man, we took a win, then a loss, flat right there on that trade, basically lost what we won, but we only got out of 20% there, so it was a red trade. And, you know, we're the most honest, like, you know, we'll tell you if we're in something, losing, where our outs are, everything like that. 75.60 right there, VWAP, we're waiting for that trade to come through. We're long the market right now. 10 seconds, it's now 10 o'clock and the market is not. Oh, there it is, nice move back higher there on the TQs. A little bit of a spike as we get through. We did just get a number. What was it, Michigan Sentiment?
Michigan Sentiment.
Nice move higher. I'm gonna take advantage of that if we get back into the 50s here on the NASDAQ as it's starting to go. There it is, 56 right there. Yeah, man, the bulls are back right now in the NASDAQ as there it goes. Yes, yes, yes. Good trade right there, 75.80, waiting for that fill now as we take VWAP, we wait for 75.80 and we get that consumer number, 49, Michigan consumer expectations, 49.3 versus 44.3, much higher than expected. And there she goes, man. We're right back into the winning side of things with the TQQs.
See ya.
So much, yes, for that. Just about to cover the Michigan consumer sentiment coming in 10 a.m. this morning, just right now. Actual number currently very close to 49, 48.9, much higher than the previous number, which stood at 44.8. Forecasted number was at 46, so it did surpass that by just 2 points. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sia. As always, look, we're still indicating the same 175. We got something for you, though. An offer that your broker probably isn't giving you, and that's from June 8th to the 25th. Trade the Pool is offering first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. If this is your first time with Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, Trade the Pool is going to give you another one completely free. A second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. This is a one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship event. And once it's gone, it's gone. So scan the QR code on screen right now, join Trade the Pool today, and take advantage of this exclusive second chance before it disappears. I want to shout out to them and thank them for sponsoring part of the show. So I hopped out. We took we'll go 1 for 1, but no big fall through there on silver. Once it gets through VWAP, I might shift to wanting the long. And obviously 10 o'clock came and 10 o'clock went. Remember, 950 was just quotes. This could open, it might open up. It might be the normal. It
might open immediately.
It could open any moment. It could open in an hour. It could open in 2 hours. So, you know, want to be locked and loaded for that. But yeah, the only trade I'm in, and I might get back into if we confirm under VWAP, is going to be silver. 1 for 1 there. Never got that Intel trade, but 175 is still the play. And the paired volume is continuing to increase. The big difference now is it's now a buy-in balance of 1.5 million on SpaceX. It was flat. Now the buy-in balance is 1.5 million shares. So it's starting to get significant.
Okay, good, man. Yeah, there's the inflation number there as well coming through. We just want to thank every single person that's here. What's up to Dan McIsaac here, talking about SpaceX. Best of luck to Trader TV Live. You have been here since COVID. Go Hurricanes, as he goes there. Shout out to the NHL one more time. But let's just do something right now that we always do on this show. We like to see who's here with us. It's a roll call as we get ready for SpaceX to open up. So I want to say a big shout out to all of our friends that are here right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Hey, it's It's great to see you, Oliver. It's great to see Micron Millionaire. They're always here. Lemon Family. If you're in green, you're a $5 member. We're going to shout you out. Watch out, Michelle Meir. MF Dangerous, you're always here. MF Dangerous is here at 5,000. He's here at 35,000. Pro Day Traders here. Byron is here. What's up, everybody, as we get ready for SpaceX? I'm going to put SpaceX on the damn screen right now for everybody, just in case. So there it goes. Yo, Wen Moon, says Day. What's up to Antoine? What's up to Mr. Triggs? What's up to... Maybe if I pause this, man, this is getting... Whoopsies, don't time somebody out. Dino, Mr. Christian, Jeff Richards is here. 29 is here as well. Everybody's here. Wow, this is the most it's been. Let's go, Sean Dog. Yo, what up, guy? I like your name. Yo, Blicky Spears, you're a good friend of the show as well, but shout out to absolutely everybody that's here today. Hi, Holly at NYC. You're a regular, so that's it, man. I mean, I'm going to go crazy doing that, so there it goes. Thank you to everybody for supporting the show and the streaming. Oh boy, there's something else we do on this show, Neil. You know what it's all about. It's your Dollar Club member. And if you're dressed for success like my good friend Joe is over there, then you too can come into the club. And there it is right there. That's a smooth dollar on the TQQ, man. So we're getting hyped up. This is what we do every day. And today a little more so than normal.
Well, 100%.
As we're on edge.
This is it's a different type of day today, but it's still the same. You still got to hit the keys. You still got to prepare yourself. You still got to be paying attention. I think market sentiment is helping. Okay, so we're still at 175, but the tokenized market's up to 178. So we're actually starting to press higher because you can find this in the tokenized markets. And I found the last IPO, when they started to get closer in price, you were closer to the open, but there's still a buy and balance of about now up to 2 million on the buy and balance. Usually when the buy and balance grows, you don't open until it starts coming back in. They'll start to pair that off and it tries to come back in. I kind of I have it up. Like I'll be looking to still trade. Like right now, like I said, silver. I got out at VWAP, but I might get back in. This is still looking weak relative to the market, but I'm going to have SpaceX up. If it pops in, we're going to make sure we go directly to that. I know that's why everybody's there. There's been a lot of sympathy plays as well out there that I know people are paying attention to, whether it's your Rocket Labs, whether it's your Virgin Galactics. Rocket Labs has got rugged at the open, but remember, these suckers rallied heavy coming into this. So we're right back to where we started. We're 8% down over in Rocket Lab. They're just not getting the exuberance. As the tap goes up and the market indicates that SpaceX wants to go higher, it's not happening for the other space stocks. And the truth is there's about to be a king, and it ain't the others. It's going to be SpaceX in X amount of minutes. I just wish we knew how many.
Guys, hit that like, hit that subscribe, man. Record viewers today, record subs. You guys have now found the show that you're gonna want to tune into for the rest of your life. I mean, we're doing this every single day. 32,000 people watching right now. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe. You're part of something special today. This is literally a day you're not gonna forget, I hope, for either way, successful or not. But just to let you guys know, I now have 20% left. Let's go, Stone Cold. Stone Cold with those beers today, baby. All right, lad, Joe's ready to go. We also have a midday show coming, so Neil and I will be able to breathe a little bit, but I think we'll still be here, right?
I don't think we're sitting here with SpaceX.
Yeah, when this opens up. But there it goes. High of the day, right back to your boys, 200 period moving average. So we did it again, Brittany. Oops, we did it again. And there it goes to the upside, man. I mean, look, this is what it looks like when we lose. This is what it looks like when we win. So there it goes, man. And the important thing for me is, I talked about why we like to go long there. I thought the SpaceX opening price of 175, which it's indicating right now, there's gonna be a lot of work to be done until this opens, I feel like, or it could open immediately, but that's not that horrendous. I feel like if it was 400, 500, 300, something that was like egregious maybe, the market may not like that and rug pull maybe incoming, but at 175, what's that valuation? If it was, maybe we could do quick math here. If it was 177 at 135, 175 puts that up, what, 10%? A little more than 10% off of that. So you're talking still under 2 trillion, right?
No, you're over 2 trillion.
Oh, sorry, over 2 trillion. You're at,
call it 2.3.
Yeah, sorry.
Like
yeah, the math.
3 maybe?
Right, the math checks on that. So there you go, 2.3 trillion. Still, you know, for the company that is Starlink
bigger
right
than
now.
Broadcom.
Yeah, it's bigger than a lot of these names. Wow, the market, guys.
That's insane, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. But you know what? I mean, is it going to be a bigger company than Broadcom in 5 years? I'd put everything on that. So let's just wait.
That I agree with.
Yeah, so I think that there's.
That's why people are owning it. That's why everyone wants to own it, because they believe it's going to be the biggest company. Possibly the biggest company in the world.
Let's go, everybody.
I think so.
There we go. Yeah, I think there's, I mean, look, what else could you possibly say has a chance to overtake NVIDIA right now, right? I mean, I would say it's SpaceX has the chance, right? And then coming after that, now you guys have found us. You can come right back for Anthropic and OpenAI and stay with us every day. We cover all, look, me and this guy had Quantinuum. We had Cerebrus. We had all of these names all in our blotters once that popped through.
I'm trying not to remember Quantinuum. That one was a piece of trash. Anyways, Howard the Usher here, I would rethink NASA when only SpaceX is going lunar. For now, but these have all caught a bid. The space stocks are trying, but what are you going to do? Like, they put it into context. Like, this IPO is a huge event, but some of the names that are inside of NASA have already gone nuclear to the upside. And so you're getting the sell the news event. That's all it is. Sell the news event, and the news right here is SpaceX comes to market. And even Michael Noss was sort of saying this, that some of these might come back in here. I don't think we're surprised about Virgin Galactic, and certainly I don't think too many people are surprised at Sell the News. VizBot, attention you viewers, Sean Neal, are this awesome every day. The higher energy is not just because of SpaceX, it's like this every day. Subscribe. Hit that subscribe. Jump in the chat. We have the best community out there.
Yep.
It is all about the community, answering each other's questions, what to look at, what to do, making sure that we're keeping everybody else informed. It's still 1.6 million to the buy side. It's starting to come off a little bit.
We also have brand new book release.
We have a brand new book release.
If I put it there, I feel like I'm going to elbow it down.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Maybe we'll put it in behind us. We'll figure this out. Maybe in around there.
That's actually better.
There we go.
That way we're not knocking it over.
Not just a pretty face. We got some ideas there as well. And I just want to show you guys, we are obviously, I mean, I'm in the futures right now, TQQs. And there it goes, man. This is actually a huge trade. We're now $1.70 in the money as we bought that market. Now we watch it go to the long side again. And I just want to show you something. We have scanners up here. Shout out to eSignal. Shout out to our platform, 2P8 here at Real Trading. If you like the platform and you see what we're talking about, you can get involved here. Go to realtradingrightnow.com and go check that out. But, you know, Tesla, BMNR, like, these are all scanning out here. My focus is going to try to be on, like anxious fingers waiting for the IPO to come through. But hey, we're going to take advantage of that, and let's props it up. Anybody that rolled with me on this play in the NASDAQ, let's take another piece right now at 77. And just to let you know, we told you we're going to be the honest trading show here, as we always have been now for about 6 years. I only have 10% left. Okay, so if this thing moons, we still got 10% left on this trade right now. And hey, Neil, we have to look at SpaceX, right?
I keep looking. It's like
175.
It's always 175.
Yeah, we don't see much.
If it moves by $1 or 50 cents, we'll tell you.
And here's another advantage that we have at Real Trading. Here's the imbalance locator.
Yeah, it's still.
So this is going to show you that there's still a buy side. So, the Morgan Stanley broker there that's dealing with retail trades has 2 million on the book to the buy side. He's matched 15 million so far. So if this opens, it should be, the opening print's going to be huge, but at the end of the day, they still got 17 million shares that are going to pop through at some point, so it's going to be a big one there. And we're normally
That's going to be bigger than 20. The current, like 17 total million in the open interest, that sucker is going to be bigger than
we already know there's 75 million shares coming out.
And the opening print's going to be bigger than
the opening print's going to be absolutely huge. I do want everyone to make sure that they go ahead now. I'll put this in the chat. Go follow us, man. Every day we put out tweets. I put out the sticky note. It's at Trader TV, Sean. We all have our accounts open, and go follow us all. 500,000 subscribers. Got to change that. We're higher than that right now. And here's a sticky note today. NASA, SpaceX, Apple, and Tesla. We wanted to look at Tesla. I just heard that it might open shortly. In my ear there. So get ready for a big open potentially.
I've been assuming that since 10 o'clock, to be honest with you.
I like Tesla at 4 bills right here, but it's dropped through. And so this name, obviously another one to look at as this IPO happens. But, all the look is at the big shiny tool, right? And that's going to be SpaceX. So right now, I think this is the best spot to keep on looking. Let us know if you see anything in the chat.
I have to say this. For everybody out there, and especially in the chat, it's a clarification. It is not open yet. They're accepting orders. People have gotten their allocations.
But the tap's not moving.
Orders are accepting now, but the stock is not trading, right? Like, it's pretty obvious, right? Like, it's not moving. There's no quote. There's a quote, but there's no actual time and sales. There's no prints yet. But you can put your orders in. People putting limit orders into the open, like we're doing. Nobody's letting market orders happen, and people have their allocation of shares. But allocation's 135. Everyone else that trades will get 175 if it opens at 175. The 135ers are laughing right now. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, it is what it is. I thought maybe the 10 o'clock. It's seeming like it's not going to be 10 o'clock, obviously, but it could be at any moment. There's no, oh, it has to be at 10:15 or 10:30. It could open at 10:22 and 42 seconds. Just because I like those two numbers.
Yeah, good numbers.
That would be nice if they did.
Numbers.
Throw the super chat up there if you can, Andre, because I don't want to get. I don't have the page up. If you can throw the super chat, I know we just got a couple.
We have a lot of
super chats. You can just keep them coming in. We just want to make sure we're getting to the viewers, and I just want to make that clarification. Like, you're not actually trading it. You could be trading it on the tokenized market, which, by the way, sits
or you've gotten, or make clear that you might have gotten allocation.
Right, at 135.
So you might have your shares at 135 right now. I saw some people in the chat saying, how's that possible? I have 90 shares in my account right now. It's because you have the shares.
You have the allocation.
Do have the shares, but they have not opened for trade quite yet. Yeah, Andre, if someone, Fabian, if you guys could do that. I can't take my eyes off this, so I can't look at the super chats right this second. We'll look at them on the screen, but I can't use our app to get them. All right, so I just exited out a little bit more, so now we're about 7.5% or so. Gonna try to do like in 5 tranches on the way down. You know, breaking the 200 period is one thing. I'm actually now gonna put in my stop to lock in 75 cents. So right now, VWAP's at 75.80, the 25 period moving average, which I like to use. All my charts, and thank you for joining us for the first time here. This chart is 1 minute. We got a 5 minute down here in a daily, and then we're watching the NASDAQ. So I'm waiting here for the 25 period moving average. So I'm gonna put that stop in right now, 75.99. If that breaks, we have a key here on P8 in real trading that gets you out of your position period. So I'm gonna go 75.99. If that breaks, flatten me out of 100% of the shares that I have. And we all will put another offer up here at $77. So if that comes in, then there it goes. Here we go again. Anticipate SpaceX IPO to open for trading shortly. Oh boy. Okay, man, let's get ready to rock and roll.
You have to make the assumption that at this point, it could be at any moment. I think that's where your head has to be if you're planning on trading this. Keep it real.
Yep.
We've never seen an IPO like this, and give it to Elon and give it to them to actually have a prompt opening. Every single major IPO in the last few years has opened after lunchtime, 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, and then it trades less than half the day. You're going to get SpaceX for almost the entirety of the trading session, which is, let's be real. That's how it should be in the first place. It's better to get it right eventually than nothing at all. Notorious Nickelberg, shout out to the OGs, 30K and still rising. Can we hit 50K? Yes, we can. I think we can. Of course we can. Omen, thank you again. You guys rock. Maybe more coffee. Don't forget, no, we don't need more coffee. Don't forget to tell your viewers about lunch bets, tilapia. You know what? If SpaceX goes well, I don't give a darn about no tilapia.
I'll have tilapia.
I'll eat tilapia every day if SpaceX
tilapia.
hits. Key event on the show. Oh, yeah, and great people. If you're here for the first time, the tilapia is a bit of a running joke. We eat it way too much.
Yeah, so that's a key event. At about 10:50 every single day, we have a catered lunch here, and we always talk about what's for lunch, and it's a lot of fun. So that's something that we do on the show live, and thank you for bringing that up as well. And by the way, this is what SpaceX looks like right now. Which will happen first, SpaceX opens or Mr. Beast hits? I love you, Mr. Beast, but honestly, whatever, man. I hope you get 600 million subscribers. No difference to me on that one. But that's funny, though, Mr. Beast, man. What a guy. That guy's changed the YouTube game forever, for sure. There's $77, so we grabbed that one, man. That's now $1.60. So we'll fire off. Here's another fun little emoji that we have, or gift that we have. We'll fire off the hot dog cannon. We get dressed up for Halloween and stuff here, too, so it's a lot of fun. But there goes the NASDAQ to the upside. And look, this is what we're doing. We're trading here today. We're looking at other names, too. If there is anything you guys want us to look at. The halts are kind of like VCX has just halted. I don't know. Here's a name. This might be potentially being bought out there. I don't know. Normally, you don't get a halt of $135 stock like this, so that's one halt today. And then we've seen a name like CPOP halt around as well today, and that's just kind of doing nothing now, sitting at 20 cents. So far, so good. And then the big dog, hey, NVIDIA, will your market cap be threatened today? Will you still be the king of the castle at the end of the day when SpaceX opens up? There it is, man. NVIDIA's saying, we still the king. We're up 0.7 right now and starting to go. And there we go.
I swear I just saw someone flash 2 million at $200.
We are now, it's not a dollar club anymore, ladies and gentlemen. This is now a $2 club. So regardless of your garb today, you are welcome into this club right now. And there is no fee at all. This is an easy entry into the club. You just got to hit the like and subscribe and come back every single day.
We got Teja. Neil and Sean, can you talk again about putting a buy order for 300 and getting filled? underneath.
I mean, if you
yeah, a limit order is just going to say that's as far as I'm willing to pay. So that means if it opens at $299, you get $299. If it opens at $200, you get $200. If it opens at $175, like is being indicated, then you get your shares at $175. But if you put a limit order at $305 and it opens at $300, no fill for you.
No soup for you.
That's how it works. So it's like the price that's as far as I'm willing to go. Realistically, it's been saying 175 the entirety of the 18 minutes the book has been open. That's just how it is. Axpam.
I mean, we could both talk about this. I mean, it's just.
Do you advise the opening prayer?
So I am putting a 100% stop out for this at whatever price I'm in at.
Yeah, all shares.
That's it. So 100% of my position, whatever it is at the time when it breaks the level, or well, first of all, you're talking about the stop. So. As soon as it opens. So if it opens right now at 175, which it's indicating, then I will put my stop order in at 174.99. And if it breaks it, it breaks it. Spilt milk, and we just move on, and it'll probably be shut down. Like, it's just, that's the kind of trade. We're on a prop floor here with Real Trading. Make sure you guys do go over to realtrading.com and sign up. But at the end of the day, we're looking at 175. So if my blotter opens up and we're like, we're long 175, and you're gonna see it at the bottom there when it shows, then that's where my stop is. I believe the same thing is gonna be true for Neil. And
every time.
Yeah, and it's just a simple IPO trade. We've done it many times. We've done really well on some, and some haven't worked out. And
this one could be just different.
So I don't know. On Cerebras, it worked because it went from 350 to 380 and halted, reopened back at 370, but then it went down from there. So, just be careful with what you're doing here today. That's where mine is. And yes, to answer your question, that's the biggest fear for me is slippage. If if 175 breaks and the next bid is 170, then yeah, it's going to be a problem because the market trade is. We're gonna mark it out, and it could be $5, man. And $5 times 1,000 shares, $5 grand gone, or whatever your share size is, it's gonna be a problem there on open.
Now the paired volume is down to 600,000, so it is actually.
So maybe we are getting ready.
Because remember, it was at about 2 million to the buy side, the imbalance. I can show you over. I don't need to do that. I can show you over here on this one. 2 million down to 600,000 to the buy side. Right there. So 600,000, 20 million total. Looks like the potential for this to open up early is seeming more and more likely. Usually the imbalance is still growing at this time of day, and then you're waiting for hours and hours. I really do feel like we have a chance this is going to open up. So, sorry, not sorry, but my hands are on the keys for this one, for sure. And Claudio, greetings from Portugal, he just said. So we have viewers from all over the world. That's one of the best things about this community. So shout out where you're from. I want to hear it. We're sitting here in Toronto, Canada, as we've probably mentioned a couple of times, so we'll do that for you. I know a lot of our viewers are in the US, but let us know in the chat where you happen to be from. I see Italy, I see Germany, Berlin again, some more Germany, Poland, now it's too fast, Greece, Stuttgart. I saw a couple of Canadians in Austria, London, I can't be too fast.
Let's go.
I saw
Finland.
Austin, Texas in there. Never been to Austin, like Dallas though. Indonesia we have, Vancouver, there's another Texas, South Africa. Is that a first? We've seen South Africa before. We've seen South Africa before. Oklahoma.
Oh, South Africa versus Mexico yesterday, 2-0 Mexico.
Well, Mexico was a heavy favorite.
We're here.
Heavy favorite.
Today, Canada, Bosnia, Herzegovina, today at 3:10, live here. The first ever World Cup match on Canadian soil, and our second straight World Cup appearance. Shout out to Canada. Let's see if we can put some hurts on Bosnia today. I don't know. We are favored.
We're supposed to win.
We'll see. We do have Moise Bombito is a little hurt right now. We'll see if Davies comes out.
Our best player is not playing.
Yeah, so
Davies is not.
yeah, so we'll see. But anyway, Stone Cold. All right, so what's up to JR? Stone Cold. Jim Ross coming through there. I don't know where Sharif is, to be honest with you. Okay, he's
what we got here? Easy peasy. Welcome, new viewers. Subscribe to the best real trading show and want to make money. Sean Neal taking my game to 1K a day to over 2 years in a row. Shout out to you, Easy Peasy. We know and love you. For those that don't know, Easy Peasy has been sending super chats, a percentage of his gains for the last half a year, at least, maybe even more than that. I want to shout out to you and thank you so much. We love all of our viewers, but the regulars, we appreciate you as well. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, now it's GG's. Yes, us. What time frame do you guys use to trade? Oh, so 3-minute if I'm looking intraday, sometimes 15-minute defined levels. SpaceX will be the 3-minute you see in front of you, and the daily chart. sometimes for a bit of a trend. So yeah, set to top 2 trillion, indicating that 175. I thought it was more closer to like 2.2, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's going to be a 2 trillion valuation at this 175 price, which is pricey, but that doesn't affect the trade. That's what it is, what it is.
All right, Canada. Yeah, you're right about that one. Let's see what winds up happening. No penalties
Shout out to Schwab. Good for
Is that true? I don't know.
If that's true, Adam James, because almost everybody's been saying their broker is telling you that if you sell, you're banned from, you can't sell in this period of time, or you're banned from future IPOs, or whatever it is that they're telling you that so that you don't sell the shares. But if Schwab's giving you the freedom, I think people should be able to do what they want with their accounts and their money. But maybe I'm old-fashioned like that, and if you don't like it, then you don't like it. But again, if you're at 135, you're going to be in the money instantly at 40 bucks in the money almost instantly.
I feel like the market pulling back here is an indication that we may open. Like there's no, and that's just something I'm thinking. I don't know. We got filled there. We're almost out, man. I have 2% left of this trade. We took another fill there at 76.80 as it started to break down. Breathe, my friend. Let's wait to see what winds up happening here very, very soon. We're coming in, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're ready. Look, we've got our water. Shout out to my Green Bay Packers as well.
I haven't been drinking my water because I didn't want
I don't want to go to that. I don't want to
on IPO days, I'm not making this up. Traders on IPO days don't hydrate as much because usually you're sitting in your desk waiting for it to open and you don't want to have to go to the bathroom. I'm just being real. So I haven't really been, look, my water is still kind of full here because I haven't touched that sucker. Open it up, let's make our money, but we can do like a happy dance, and then, we can go to the bathroom, get a refill on the coffee, eat some tilapia, answer some super chats. It'll be a heck of a lot more fun if we get this one before. Still indicating 175. We've never had an IPO open on the morning show. It's always the midday. It's always Joe and Sharif on the midday, and they get to be the ones when this opens up. It'd be nice for us to be able to have one live, just one time. One time. Make it happen, Elon.
I think we'll be getting it pretty soon here.
Still got 35.
All right, so my stop is still at 76, man. I mean, we were going to use the 25 period moving average, and that's where we got, as it was coming back in, we got out. We're just holding now 2.5% or so left of that. Yeah, it's getting, okay, so we're getting ready now. It's pairing off. Okay, so let's go over to SpaceX. Neil just mentioned that it's starting to get a little smaller here, starting to pair off. And what we mean by pairing off is if you look over here at the imbalance locator, it's only 400,000 now, so we may be getting ready to roll at any moment now with SpaceX. So yeah, get comfortable. I think it's about, liftoff maybe imminent right now on SpaceX. And we've never seen an IPO open at this time. So you're going to see it live right here, right now. And hopefully, the execution goes smoothly. We don't have, crossed up books or anything like that. And we're able to, see this name, hopefully get to the high side, as I'm sure nobody's short right now, right? Everybody's long.
Oh, that's a...
so
they just updated the price to $179.99.
No, 174.
174.99. That's different.
Yeah, I don't like that. But we'll see where it comes out at right now, and hopefully it comes out at a good price and we're able to handle it.
I have some words for that opening print if it opened at a 99.
Yeah.
Why?
We do have a lot of people in the chat. We want to say thank you to all of that, man. It's a record day.
It's moving
174.50 now is what we're out at right here. So we'll wait to see where that winds up coming through. We have it up right there. Now back to 99s again, 174.99. So we're just going to wait to see where this eventually opens up. And, all we're going to do is see the price. Hopefully we'll yell it out and we'll be able to put our stop orders in and, let this thing fly or do whatever it's going to do.
Fly or die.
It's in the market's hands right now. It looks like it's going to be opening up imminently, especially with this back and forth. It's 174.99. I feel like that's funny. I don't know if it's going to open up such an epic day at kind of a random price, but whatever it does, right? The market is in control of this here. Yeah, okay, so that's what we're doing. I mean, looking at other stocks, of course, Tesla, another Elon Musk baby child. So we'll wait to see. I think he has 13 other kids as well. Now he's got Tesla and SpaceX to deal with, but I don't think those kids have too much to worry about. But we are starting to go 396 right now for Tesla. Decent price as we're ready to rock and roll. I just see Obi in the building right now. So what the hell are you doing over here?
Ready to slap the IPO?
I know, but you better get ready to sit down because this IPO, I think, is...
Log in, man. Are we going to space?
Well, I don't know, Obi. We're just excited here. Okay. U.S. energy, you know, that could be looked at today one more time here. Let's see what winds up happening. Okay, the top is now 174 on SpaceX, okay? So a move down right now to 174. So we're gonna adjust our price now to 173.99 as we're getting out. Now it's starting to dance a little bit. So, you know, it's gonna be interesting to see exactly where this price comes out at here today. It's SpaceX and we're ready to rock and roll.
100% we're ready to rock and roll. We saw Obi come into the building. We're gonna stay here. We're gonna stay. We're gonna leave this stream so we won't have the back and forth. We're just gonna stay as long as it takes. And it's not like nobody's getting up anyways. Like if you're here, I feel like it's Game 7 of the World Series.
It's more than that. It's Game 8.
No, I'm just saying you stood up and you didn't leave your seat to go to the bathroom. And if you did, you were a chump. You wanted to make sure you saw all of the action. Unfortunately, that didn't work out too well. It's going to work out a heck of a lot better for everybody. I just feel excited about it, and it's good to have Obi on. People have been asking about where's Obi.
Right there. There he
Obi
is. Look,
here
there
now.
There's Obi. He's here now. He's ready to go.
Oh boy!
But don't distract Obi. Obi, log in immediately.
Log
please.
in, dude.
He's going to get ready to rock and roll. No Sharif, no problem. We've got Obi here right now. So you're going to have all 4 traders on the desk right here for the SpaceX IPO, and we'll probably all trade it differently. So we'll get ready to rock and roll. I mean, Neil and I are going long off the open. I think Joe is too. And we'll see what Obi winds up doing. We'll get his opinion very, very soon right now. There it is. SpaceX indicating 175, but it's actually 174.
It's 74.
Right now is what we're seeing.
It is 174 right
now. So maybe we'll take that down. It's not 175, but it doesn't matter. We don't know where it's going to go. But 174 is what's being told right here. So that's current. And, you know, Bloomberg, Brendan was sort of mentioned to us different places have different quotes. So we'll wait on the tap right now is what we've seen and been able to trust in our 23 years of trading here, that this tap is somewhat accurate. So there it is, man, 174 open price is what we're looking at now on SpaceX. And look, we've got our ears plugged in here to news sources and whatnot. So the minute it opens, I'm sure they're going to be all over it, as will we. And we're going to blast off with you guys right now. And look at USO. I was talking about that a little bit and we got distracted. There it is on an upside move. We were down 2% on USO. Oh, now it's 174.02 now. But USO was down 2%, now flat on the day as we have a little bit of more back and forth here, talking about, hey, what exactly is going to be happening with Iran? Is there a deal? Is there not? We did hear earlier today that will not be signed in Geneva on Sunday or this week. So
the market's shrugging that off pretty well.
Yep.
So I think that's at least a good sign, right? Like the market doesn't seem to be scared about this deal or no deal. But remember, whatever is happening in the market or the stock you happen to be watching, if it's not SpaceX, that all changes when SpaceX opens. Okay, so if you're watching Rocket Lab, people screaming about AMC, whatever AMC happens to be up, at the moment that this opens, if they rug it, they could rug a lot of other things too. I would not be totally surprised at that. So we're still sitting 170, 174. What's interesting about it is it's pared down almost entirely. Like the actual, if you look at it, you can't even see it on there. I have to go and show you here. It's now a buy and balance of 10,000 shares. Like under 10,000 now. So they've completely paired it off. 22 million total is the indicated opening print. Doesn't mean it'll be 22 million, but it's over the 20 million mark. It's continuing to grow. So the open interest is bigger and bigger, and they're raising. It's gonna be 80 million, but the opening print is gonna be a quarter of that minimum. So you're gonna see a flood of liquidity, which is literally unprecedented for the markets. Like the only thing that comes remotely close to what this will be liquidity-wise at the open would be when Tesla got added to the S&P 500. And that was, you know, it was pretty epic if you were watching that day, the final hour of the day. I'm thinking it's gonna be that kind of madness.
Yeah, we're, you know, again, remember, there's been already retail allotment. So if you do see it in your blotter, right now, first of all, the indicated open right now, 174.99. We're right back to that price again. Good zoom in. You can see it's right there at the middle of our screen, right there, 174.99. That's the open. They've paired off so far 22 million shares. So now it's 174, just dropped down again. So, you know, we may open at any time right now. As The reason why it's going back and forth $1, it's price discovery, right? They're trying to find out where the bid and offer, what's a reasonable price, where everyone's selling and everyone buying, they can come together. It's an auction at the end of the day, right? So 174 right now is Morgan Stanley broker trying to figure this all out. And you know, many shows across the world right now anxious for this to open, and we're just one of those as well. So there's SpaceX waiting for the open, man. Yeah, get into the chat. Let us know if you're buying this open, what your trade looks like as far as that's concerned. But yeah, man, we are ready to rock and roll right now with SPCX. We've been done ready. And yeah, 172. It just got lower, man. 172. So, oh boy, we are starting to get a little lower right now on that price. So, hey, maybe there's more sell side demand right now for this.
People taking profits. Remember, people have 135. Like 135 is the issue. So that's still highly profitable for anybody that gets the issue price. But down to 172 is not the end of the world. No. It's been trading. It's traded at that price in the tokenized markets. It was as low as 168 in the tokenized this morning. It was as high as 184, 185. So there's been volatility if you're looking at it in the tokenized markets. And we're sitting with an imbalance of almost nothing. It's 3,000 on the imbalance and paired off 23 million we have, but nothing just yet.
170.
Now 170. It just keeps moving and moving and moving. The more it updates, Sean, the closer we tend to think it is to open.
I think it's.
I think we're getting closer here.
Yeah, 170 right now, indicated open now for SPCX. So I mean, my hands are on the keys, man. We're going to take the long at 170, whatever the price opens up at, and then we're going to punch out immediately if it breaks lower. We're going to punch out immediately if it breaks higher, and then we'll work on the shares. Whatever we have left is what we have left. But I will, if it breaks below its IPO price, my plan is to get out of them all. Sorry, open price. If it breaks below open price, my plan is to get out of them all immediately, and then deal with whatever happens after that, right? I mean, whether or not we push the short into it at that point, or we wait for it to settle, find a long somewhere. But I'm excited to get this going. It's 169.99, and we have record viewers today. We want to thank absolutely everybody for coming through right now. I mean, this has been an exciting day for both Neil and I. You know, lack of sleep, lack of everything. We're ready to rock and roll. Make sure you do grab. Real Trading book is out right now. We trade on the Real Trading platform. Make sure you go grab that book on Amazon. Real Trading founder Daniel Schleffer now ready to rock and roll with that book right back there. You're worried about algorithms. You're worried about that kind of trading. Read this book. I have to admit, I haven't read it yet. We just got past it right now, so it's fresh off the presses. Real Trading book. Go find it there on Amazon. If you're a retail trader like us, probably some interest for you on that one. So yeah, Open's getting all mic'd up. We're getting ready to go. The indicated open now is 170 for an indicated open. So from 135 into 170, current time 10:35. So, you know, if it opens now, great. We're ready to rock and roll. Join us at Trader TV Live. So we're waiting for the SpaceX IPO, of course. Elon Musk ready to dance with this one. We haven't seen many IPOs open before noon, and this one looking like we may get open right now. It's price 170, current fill 135 in your accounts. That's a profit. But are you guys selling into this move or not? We're getting ready to rock and roll. We want to thank Ramin for filming on Instagram. Get ready to go there.
By the way, it's a sell imbalance now. It is flipped to it. You don't usually see this.
Okay, Neil,
but it
now
is
you're
now
making me nervous.
1.4 million. I gotta say what it is. It's a 1.4 million sell imbalance with the price at 170. It doesn't mean, look, it doesn't mean automatically it's going down, but a whole lot better if it was a buy imbalance though. We've been seeing buy imbalances all morning. It's paired and flipped the other way. That if you had the issue at 135, you're still in the money. But for the open trade, it does mean that there's some sellers coming in. If it opens here, it'll be pretty binary for us, but that's the first time we've seen a significant sell imbalance on this particular IPO. We've seen it in the past, and we're now up to 26 million shares total at open indicated to trade. So I think we're headed to at least 30 million of an opening print. At least that's the way that it's been indicating the entire way. That is insane. They just moved down to 169.60.
I know, but I'm just gonna be too nervous.
I know y'all saw that.
Back to
169.69.
Don't take this pictures.
I'm sorry, but that's 169.69 would be kind of funny. Now I know you're messing. I think the market makers have fun too. It's like when the animators slip some stuff into the cartoon. The auction price 169.69. Yeah, I'm sure that's where you really link the book up. Someone just wanted to flash that for jokes. I feel like there's some kid somewhere, fingers on a button, having some fun with us. That sell and balance is now up to 2.3 million. I don't recall ever seeing.
Are you lowering your shares, or what are you doing?
I've never seen. I've considered it. I've never seen a sell and balance that is growing into an opening print that has been good. So I haven't decided. I haven't lowered my shares yet, but I've at least considered.
I mean, the thing is, there's going to be buys. There's going to be buys and sells.
It is what it is. It's a once in a lifetime event. I'm not going to lower the shares. It is what it is. If it loses, it loses. Now it's paired back to flat. So there you go.
169.99 we're at right now.
No longer a sell and balance.
169 flat. So we're getting lower right now on the tap, 169 flat. We went from 174, 175 all day down into 170. Now we're down to 169. You can see it quite clearly right there on the screen. And so that's what we're talking about right now. Looks like I mean, look, there's a 69 there. We know that that's an Elon number. 168.75, it's getting lower. So as they start to discover price, we're gonna figure out exactly where this wants to open. The fact that we're jumping now by even quarters makes a little bit of sense to me. I think that's good, right? I mean, I don't think they're gonna open this at a random amount.
Well, I wouldn't put
I wouldn't put it past them, but honestly, like, I think it writes itself better if it comes out at 169, 168 and a quarter, you know, 170, whatever, instead of saying, oh, it opened up at 170.11. I don't know, but that's just where I'm thinking. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening there. 36,000 of you, you know, we've hit a peak viewership today. We want to thank all of you, but you got to be back here tomorrow. Well, we're not live tomorrow. Monday, come back, man. Come back Tuesday. We are live every single day. The market is open. Both Neil, myself, Obi, Sharif, the traders are here, man. We've got the best news crew in the business. We've got Sia. Adara's not even here. Those of you
haven't even seen Adara.
You haven't even seen Adara yet. So that is the best part of the show, and she's back home right now, taking some vacation. So once you come back on Monday, Adara will be here as well, dropping all the news stories right in front of you. And guess what? We'll be trading SpaceX on Monday, Neil. And let me see, and Wednesday most likely as well. We'll be trading these. Yeah, and probably on Friday. We're going to be trading it, and then even Monday the week after, we're going to be trading SpaceX. So get ready for that, man. I mean, we loved when NVIDIA split. You know, went from a $2,400 stock down to $200. I mean, that was awesome to start trading.
It changed Amazon, same thing. The fact that this is going to open at a reasonable price with tons of decent amount of liquidity. I don't want to say tons because they're only releasing 85 million shares, whatever it is. It's not a ridiculous amount of shares.
Wait down 168.25. Sorry to interrupt.
No, don't say sorry to interrupt.
169er.
Don't say sorry.
What about
69 is an open?
That would make sense. That's the magic number.
That's the number. Not that it's going to, but that just feels right. Doesn't it feel right, everybody?
It does.
It feels right.
And then it moons to 420. Then we're all good, man. And then we can celebrate, hopefully, like it's 1999 or the year 2000. Shout out to Prince, of course. One of the best guitarists of all time, Prince.
He definitely is
amazing. Sometimes I see some of those videos, and it's just like, wow, like, you know, it's kind of like the Chuck Norris like memes where you say like, you know, I can't.
Chuck Berry, man. Chuck Berry is.
No, but I was Chuck Berry too.
I know, yeah.
It was like, you know, a guitar never knew it could get played that way until Prince got a hold of it. So things like that, right? 169.50. There is 169.69 is now the open. You're telling me, come on. Okay. I mean, I don't know where this thing's going to open, but that was hilarious there. One back up to 170 now, 169.98. I mean, I'm starting to not only lose my voice.
All these random prices and then 69.69. That's a troll for sure.
Yeah, but why would that be? I mean, this is supposed to be relatively automated.
It's supposed to be a matching engine. Don't tell me the matching engine is randomly popping 69.69 as the indicated price.
All right, we're at 170. I think it pops. Let's go. Hit this 170. Open this thing up. Let's have some fun or not.
But it's up here. It's been a sell and balance. It's back to a sell and balance. Whenever it's at 170,
so I think that's where they're going to open
it's a sell and balance of 1.5 million, and then that paired off when it was down to the 169 area. So whether that means anything or not, I'm just telling you what we're seeing here. 1.5 million sell and balance when we're at 170. It's been flat to buy and balance when we're at 69, and it just went back to 69. So we keep flying all over the place. Understand that understand that we have seen this kind of game go on
check my heart
and
rate.
on and on. I could check my heart rate.
I'm going to check it. I think it's probably fine. Guys, we are also really happy today. We do have a launch of the Real Trading book. It's right there behind us. It's by founder of Real Trading, Daniel Schleffer. Go check that out. The link is in description right now. You can pick it up on Amazon. So if you're a real trader and a retail trader, you might want to check that out. It's on Amazon. Go grab that right now. The link is in the description. It's back up to 170 right now. My heart rate's 106. I think that's pretty high for what it's supposed to be right now. Normally I'm at like in the 60s or the 70s right now, but part of that is
that's a little high. I'm at 84, that's still pretty high too.
94 now again. Okay, I think it's because we're getting excited about all this talking. Like I'm losing my breath.
Breathe. 1 into
all right,
the
back
two,
down to 169.
2 into the 3, 3 into the 4. Then you gotta.
Then you gotta. Then you gotta breathe.
Y'all know that. Well, maybe you guys don't know that one, because I date myself with the hip-hop reference.
Whew. All right, we're ready to go.
Y'all know that one. You better know that one. Okay, so we're back at 69. I feel like if I would take my hands off the keys, we could be doing a poll for what the actual open is going to be. 69, 70, or 68. I would be voting for 69 a million times over. Elon has to have a hand in this. Like, what are the odds? Maybe that's why he did 135, because he wanted it to open it up at 169. And he knew that would be just about right.
Sense. We just got stopped out there of the TQQs of our last 2%. We're not going to cry over spilled milk there because we went bullish on that one. I mean, the market coming back down, we did say that that's probably an indication that maybe this starts to open soon. People starting to lose a little bit of interest in the market, selling their positions, getting ready for this to start to open up again. So yeah, TQQs right now doing a dance up into 76 bucks. That's where we got stopped out. But that was a great trade, man. We did. We're up, so we're fine right now, but it's SPCX is what we're going to wait for, and it's about to open up any moment now, I feel like.
Do it.
And yeah, we're drinking some water. We're having some fun here.
68.
And we're ready to go. I think I'm
68.
160. Okay.
68.25.
Water down. 168.25, so we'll put our order at 24 and see what winds up happening right now. But yeah, I mean, this is literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I feel like, and we're glad that you guys are joining us now. You are going to get Anthropic. You are going to get OpenAI later on this year. Both have confidentially filed for their IPOs. So, we're excited for if and when that winds up coming through as well. But yeah, we're ready to go, man. I'm going to take some more water.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I should hydrate. I was talking about how I wasn't drinking my. Do
we want to go? Joe and Obi have their mics on. I mean, we can get a little bit of an interest.
We could have the 4 box up if you guys want to do that. Yeah, it's up to you guys.
In, man.
I know we have a protocol. Usually we go to 11 o'clock and then we throw to the midday. This is a different day. It's a special day. It's SpaceX Day.
Checking on heart rate.
Everyone's going to be excited. Obi's in the building. Joe, the Bald Brotherhood, even though I'm not holding up my end of the bargain, is in the building.
I thought you guys were both going bald there.
My daughter
I already am.
I'll join you guys soon enough.
Oh, Obi, come on, man. You got that
That's
man
the
bun.
biggest head of hair here.
No, not,
Dude, Obi's got that flow.
Yeah.
He's got that cash.
Show him the flow.
He's got that cash.
Yeah, show him.
There it is. With the bun.
Got that cash, Katina, man.
Oh boy, how much are we gonna make or lose on that one? So Joe, Obi, what are you guys thinking here?
I mean, it's the biggest IPO of our lifetime. So if you're not here, what are you doing? That's my first thing. I mean, that is what I kind of told Sharif last night when he messaged me. I was like, dude, come on. But he made his decision. That's okay. That's fine. I'm here now. So thankfully, I'm gonna be with you guys for the biggest IPO of our lifetime, for now. I think there's a few interesting things that are happening. I was going through some Reddit forums this morning to see if people got their allocations or not. It seemed like we were talking this morning. It seemed like roughly people were saying they got about like 10% plus some odd shares of what they asked for. So yeah, maybe some demand. I was watching the SpaceX crew ring the bell at the Nasdaq today, I think it's the Nasdaq today as well. And there was a poll on that live stream as well, asking people whether they got their allocations, whether they didn't, or they never even signed up for them. And that was an interesting percentage to see. There's about 2,000 to 3,000 people that voted on that poll, just to get just an idea of sentiment was pretty interesting. But yeah, I'm excited. I think there's a few prices that I'm interested in.
168, Obi.
It just went down.
168.
Yeah,
I'm watching that. right now as well. And yeah, I think 170, I think 175.50 is going to be interesting. Not maybe on the first day, but in the coming weeks, because of some of their unlocking share. I guess what do you call them? Like it's part of the contract there. I think 7% gets unlocked if the ticker can spend 10% above its IPO for 5 consecutive days out of 10 before the first earnings report.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can hear Katina, man, taking those deep breaths. Has your narrative changed here, Sean, considering the top is starting to drop?
No, I mean, I'm still pretty comfortable with what we're doing. I just want to make sure that we're focused. We got the right orders going through. It's down to 167 right now, so it's starting to get down a little bit lower right now. So yeah, I mean, I'm just, you know, for now now it's back up to now it's down to 166. So, you know, I don't know where this thing's going to open, but now we're at 166. So no, I mean, I still want to go long. I still think this is an important day, you know, in front of us here. And it's, as we had said before, we were pretty confident that this was going to tap around that 135 or somewhere, you know, over it, but close enough to it because of all the interest and what people are looking to do on this stock. So,
well, that's the thing. If you listened up and you took the allocation, regardless of whatever happens to us as a day trade, you're in the money. You win at 135. It's, you know, the day trade is going to be what it is. We got Ray Presidente, big show, big viewers. Congrats, Trader TV team. Congrats to everyone for finding us, first of all, and congrats for just being a part of something special. This is going to be historic one way or another, and we're going to have some fun with it. And we've got the 4-box going on. We're back to 6-7 now. My daughter will hate if it opens at 6-7. She hates that thing. It's like they're done with it.
Yeah, I told you, remember, it's going to be
It's over. Yeah. Now the total pairs, now 26 million shares. Maybe we're headed for 30 million, and then when you get to 30 million, that'll be the thing. We're 26 million shares. It's actually paired off, 120K only, and then 166 is the indicated
165.
Now 65, this just keeps going down. You know, that's different. That's a little different. I'm just being real with you. Usually with a big-time IPO, what we see is bigger. What are your plans if SPCX halts? Well, if it halts down, ideally I'm already out if something bad has happened. And if it halts to the upside, I'm going to take out the bulk into the... So I feel like I made a mistake on Cerebras. It halted up instantly and I only covered 20%. It then opened lower. It opened at 350, went to 385 and halted. I took out only 20% and then got a bulk out at 370. And I felt like I left a little bit too much on the table. I don't want to make that same mistake. If it goes into a halt up, I'm probably going to be jamming a bunch out if I can. If it halts down, I mean, do you have to ask what happens if it halts down? We got another super chat here. Want to look at Open Door while we wait. 4 bounces off the 430 level. Might get Reddit eyes with OpenAI coming. I mean, it might. Here, I can put a black chart to Open Door if you really want. I'm not, at this point when we're getting closer to it, like I don't want to be distracting myself from making sure my orders are in, being locked and ready to go, showing you guys what you need to see. It's now a buy and balance of 1.5 million. So what's good is you're flashing buy imbalances when it's under 170, but it was a sell imbalance when it was at 170. So it might not be a bad thing it opens down here. So yeah, I mean, Open Door could be interesting off of 430. I'm sure that's the kind of thing we'll be more interested in a little bit later on in the day. We had Eric Jackson on the show. It's fantastic guest. We just went up again. So now 165.83 you guys can see live on screen. I prefer the nice even round number to keep it nice and simple, Sean.
Well, that's what I was saying.
They don't seem to want to do that, though.
I was really hoping that we would get a... Oh,
dude, you can't do that.
Oh, man, it just flashed on our screen.
Don't do that.
Again, so now it's 165. This would make sense, right? 135 IPO issue, 165 open. Let's roll with SpaceX, man. I mean, we're getting excited. Now it's 165.01, 165.04. Okay, I think it's going to open momentarily. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe, man. Get that link in description. Oh boy, it's going to be a good one, man. I'm going to, you know, just take a couple shares here, maybe a couple thousand, couple hundred, you know, do whatever you're comfortable with, that's for sure. I'm getting uncomfortable, which means it's probably the right amount of shares because you want to be uncomfortable a little bit sometimes. And then we'll, you know, whatever we make or, you know, lose on this, hopefully it's manageable, and obviously we'll be back here. We're trading on a prop floor. So, you know, if you guys are looking for prop trading and you are a prop trader, we're doing this every single day. Right now, obviously, we're super focused, on SpaceX. And right now, we just wait for this to open up. I mean, I've already traded Oracle today. We've traded the TQQs, which would be the NASDAQ there. So we've went up. We got stopped out real quick right there on the TQs. Then we went long on that break of 75 again, back up to 77. We had multiple dollars on that. Got out pretty much most of it on the way up into these VWAP period, 200 period, high of day, VWAP breakdown, and we're out. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm trying to do. And then we tried Oracle. We went long first at 182, lost it at 181. That was $1 worth of a hit there on Oracle. But most of the time, we are ready to rock on most of these names and just looking for opportunities every single day. But today, obviously, this is what we're talking about. It's SpaceX. That's why you're all here. So we're getting ready to rock and roll, man. USO is not really moving around.
It's holding flat.
Yeah, so there's USO right now, kind of flattish on the day. And on the day it's up, sorry, but flat right now. And I don't know, man, like, will Trump tweet out about SpaceX? I mean, I honestly, like, these are all things that are running through my mind right now. And, you know, will the US government take a piece in SpaceX? Like, honestly, there's these things like they took a piece in Intel, right? They took a piece in MP Materials, various other, I must be missing other names, NVIDIA.
There was,
I don't want to misspeak. Maybe they didn't do it.
The bad one was Lithium Americas. That's the only one that didn't hold up, was LAC. But it's LAC.
The market's moving. The market's getting a little bit of a bump right now in the NASDAQ. So there's a little bit of an upside surprise right there. So we'll see.
Maybe that'll make us open.
Maybe that's indicating some sort of an open there. But there goes the market right now to the upside. Do we get a USO move there because of this? Yes, nice downside move in USO. So maybe something hitting. All right, Iran's foreign minister is now on X. Okay, he says Iran is saying right now a deal has never been closer. That's coming, just hearing it in our ear, that's coming from somewhere in Iran right now. They're gonna share details soon. I'm just listening to who it is. The MOU has never been closer. This is coming from somewhere in the Middle East, not from Trump or not from the US. So it's Iran's foreign minister, right? We're just hearing that right now. So we can go over to Brendan. Do you want that, Brendan, or? No, okay. Just say it in my ear, Andre, if we have to throw anywhere. Yeah, go to Sia.
Yeah, we do have them just saying right now that the memorandum of understanding has never been closer. And with that, just keep an eye out on US. So a little bit, well, a lot to the downside, currently down 1%. Keep an eye out. Just reporting again, Iranian foreign minister saying Islamabad memorandum of understanding has never been closer. Iran's foreign minister, again, saying that the memorandum has never been closer. If there's any more updates, stay right here. Stay right here for the SpaceX IPO. You'll get updates here at Trader TV Live.
Thank you there, Sia. So we're still waiting. If you look at it over on the tokenized market, like we're still at about 170 in the tokenized market with an indicated open here, proper 165 has been holding. We've seen this jump around, but we've started to stabilize. It's been sitting indicated open at 165 for a while. So it makes you wonder, like I said, we're headed for this 30 million in paired volume. We're at 29. Obviously, that's been unprecedented. If you've watched this show before and you've heard us talk about the tap or how big the opening print is going to be, you've never heard us say these types of numbers. That's just the reality. This is going to be a completely unique one that we're all excited for. We got another, is that a super chat in here? Oh, from TikTok. Shout out to our TikTok viewers. TSL, prayers, serenity, and laughs. SpaceX? Well, let's have some positive thoughts. Let's have some positive thoughts, okay? Anything can happen. And remember,
there it is.
Anybody with the issue, you're making money if you're in at 135, right?
But are you going to dump it? I mean, we've heard of 60-day bans, 90-day bans, 6-month bans. If you do wind up selling it, bans to make them dance, though. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? I mean, we're here to make some money. So if you got a couple bans on this stock and it opens up, 165 and you're long at 135, you may want to take that $30. Take that $30 and run. I mean, regardless of what they tell you. If your ban is the next 90 days, I mean, we might not get OpenAI or Anthropic in the next 90 days. So it might even be worth getting in there. But I don't want anybody to sell, man. We're trying to go long. So we'll get ready to rock and roll again. Real Trading book, link in description. Go check that out if you can grab that today. And also hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. We got a lot of subscribers coming through and a lot of viewers coming through today as well. I'm going to
absolute record. We hit 40. We're at 36,000 viewers. at the
We're still at 36 right now. Let's see if we can get 10,000 likes, man. Hit the like button right there, and make sure you do hit subscribe. The market is about to open up on SpaceX, and we're right there, 35,977 right now watching us. And you guys have been here all morning, so we want to say a big shout out and a big thank you for all of the continued support as Neil and I are ready to rock and roll here with SPCX, as is Obi. We have the boys over here. So Joe, Obi, how are you guys feeling right now as we get closer and closer to open?
I'm ready, man. I think we should put up a new poll potentially as well, too, to see what everybody's doing at the open of SpaceX. Are you going to be buying or selling? You know what we're doing here, Sean. So we're ready to rock and roll, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting a little sweaty, you know, arms weak, you know. Knees, yeah, there's no spaghetti just yet, but I'm waiting, I'm watching, we'll see. I did have a Lou in earlier, and I am watching the hyperliquid or the perpetual contracts here on SPCX US Tether. If you guys are watching this, I don't know, I think I was watching it for CBRS, and it was a good kind of indicator as well as to where the sentiment and the prices have been here. So I kind of marked off some levels there. Whatever I think is pretty decently important there.
No, tab just dropped
164. Yeah, I have it sitting here. The size is pretty low as well. So decent. Oh, there it goes, back up to 1.4. So we're seeing it like jump around. So nothing too crazy yet. And I do think like last time Cerebrus was like what? I think it was definitely 10 times smaller than this one. We're looking at $86 billion on this IPO, and then they took that to like 1 o'clock to kind of pair that auction off. So I'm just like, yeah, this is. I think when someone came out and said that, oh, it's going to be around 10 o'clock, and I think that's kind of what the rumors have been saying. We were just like, yeah, there's no way, there's no way. It could happen. I don't know. I have no idea, but I think it's gonna. I think there's it's unlikely, but we'll see. The fact that it dropped below 175, was holding 175 for the longest time. Now we're sitting at 163s. I did kind of pull my limit on open. I think what I do best
it's dropping heavy, 162.50 on the top. As Obi mentioned, there it goes, guys. Sorry, brother. There it is, right? Hyperliquid, you just mentioned it. Here it is, Hyperliquid SPX, guys, 166.57. We have a tap of 162.50 there, guys. So if it breaks this support level, it might be off to the races, and down we go out of the gates here on SPX. So SPCX, I should say. Let's be patient. We're ready to rock and roll, man. I mean, I don't even have one of those heart rate monitors, but it's going. So I'm prepared. We've been waiting for this, so it's only a matter of time until things happen, and it's going to go one way or the other. We're prepared either way.
I think what I was going to say is like I do well after there's been some structure built on the chart. I think off of the open, if you're good at trading opening drives, then you take it as an opening drive. If you've had some luck with taking the limit on open after certain factors stack up, which I don't see them really stacking up for this one as of right now. I want to see that tap increasing going into the open as well. We're not really seeing that. We've dropped from 175 to 162s. We never got above 175s. They couldn't get above 175s, right? And another interesting price is going to be 153. I think that's like the $2 trillion mark or something like that. 153 is going to be very interesting level. Let's see if that has a little bit of defense as well. The market's just chopping around as of right now. If we're talking about, was it Circle was like the ideal one? Was it Circle? I think so. The one with like a triple halt up. That one, the markets were at all-time highs. Crypto was at all-time highs. I think the hype was definitely there. Oversubscription was over 10 to 15, 20 times on Circle. We're definitely not seeing the same kind of anatomy here on this IPO, even though it is the biggest one. I think I'm going to be patient, wait for structure to form, play off of that, since that is what I do best. So.
All right, guys, huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVDA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We are taking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. Right back to SPX. our SPCX, I should say, now down to 165.66 here, Obi, as we are slightly selling leading into this opening print. Let's see what's going on here with these names. I mean, I haven't taken anything. I don't know if you've traded anything. We've seen Sean take some trades here today, the NASDAQ, the TSLAs, and Oracle. But obviously the main focus here being one of the biggest IPOs of all time, until maybe the next one, which will be OpenAI and Anthropic, which we're going to be looking forward to as well. So, I mean, let's rock and roll. You guys know how we're going to do it. We're going big or we're going home, baby, and that's the narrative of this show. Welcome to Trader TV Live. This is no joke. We are putting on the size, and we are prepared.
Oh boy.
To rock and roll. That's for sure.
For sure. I think you just got to be patient, right? It really threw me a curveball when I think one of the
it's dropping hard.
Of the news entities on X was just like, okay, you know, 10 a.m. I don't know where they got that. I tried to look for where they might have gotten that, and I couldn't really find.
So the 10 a.m. is standard. So if a stock, like it's the same thing if a stock halts. Once they open the book for orders on an auction, the earliest it can open is 10 minutes later. That's all it is.
Okay.
So when you have a resumption on halts, it's always 10 minutes. So they say the quotes and order acceptance is at X time. 10 minutes from there is the earliest possible open. So when people are saying 10 o'clock, you just say they could open at 10. And obviously we're sitting here at 11 o'clock, still chilling out and waiting for that to be the case. And just updating for everybody, we've crossed a 30 million paired volume mark and holding at 162. But as Joe has been mentioning, we've dropped on Hyperliquid down to 166. So we've actually fallen a good 11, 12 bucks in the tokenized market from the highs.
166, but this is 162. Why is there such a disconnect, I guess? Right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Everything here is unprecedented.
Right.
I think we're all dealing with something a little bit new. The mechanics of the trade for us might be the same, but this is going to be a little bit different. I think that's going to be the fun part. Makes it exciting. Like everyone's all excited here. You got the heart rate monitors. Everyone's checking in.
I was at 96 there a little bit long.
Oh, so yes, okay, still at 62 at least. I'm at 75, but I only had one coffee this morning.
That's why the heart rate stays lower. Two kind of Yeti coffees.
Yeah, man. There's zero chance, like you said, Sean. We're not leaving our seats until this thing opens up.
You could be.
I got Wayne Gretzky, 99 problems. Heart rate is one right now.
The great one.
But this is kind of crazy, man, and we'll be ready to go. It's funny because when I get on, I'm on the treadmill or on whatever every day, and we're trying to do that during this time. Basically, during lunchtime, I try to go to the gym, and my heart rate spikes to like a 150 or so, and then it comes right back down. Like everything.
What are you at right now, Katina, man?
I told you 94.
Oh, okay. So you're calming down a little bit. You're calming down.
Yeah. We're calm down.
I got my green tea here to help me calm down.
I like the green tea. I like the green tea idea. Sia actually threatened to put prune juice in my coffee yesterday.
Wow.
So
come on.
Hey, Sia, how's it going over there?
Hello.
Are you guys here? You're not hearing anything about SpaceX, right now, Sia?
No, nothing. I'm constantly refreshing my feed. Don't worry about that. If you hear anything, I will be the first one to tell you.
Okay, Sia, they're going to be hitting the news desk for us. Sia and Adele.
Yeah, Obi might be the there. Neil's dancing. I have to listen to some music in my ear.
You gotta stay loose, man.
I mean, get the vibes, cool it.
Stay loose. Get the hands ready. Whatever you got to do. Hey,
it's about being calm. It's just about being calm. Look,
you gotta be chill, Winston.
So I think I'm just getting excited. We're on air, right? We have record viewers. It is sometimes can be tough to trade, in front of everybody. But we've been doing this for a very long time, and we can. I'll put on 100 trades a day, as will Neil. We'll all, make as many trades as we see opportunities, right? But today is obviously a big, monstrous day, and we normally, we will attend the chat a lot more than potentially we are even today. But we do want to say a thank you to everybody in the super chat, because my eyes are not leaving the level 2 screen.
Yeah. Still
okay,
162.
So we're always all over the chat, and I want to thank all the kind words in the chat there, because these guys have told it real, right? Everybody, MF Dane, Generous, Blicky Spears, everybody that's been here basically from jump. This is the environment that we created, right? I mean, it's everybody getting together, giving trade ideas, positive atmosphere, and just great overall market coverage. We have a great news desk in there behind us. That screen alone is 23 by 18 or something, or more than that. It's huge, absolutely huge screen there behind us. Looks like the Jumbotron right there. We've got all the viewers, all the supporters ready to rock and roll. We've got polls up that we do all of the time. And even right now, we've got a SpaceX poll up right here. Get into the chat and vote. Wow, Brendo, 23,000 votes. right now. Will it halt today? Yes or no? It's 2/3, 1/3 right now. 66, 68%, 32 on the yes.
Tell you that.
Right there. Well, it's going to halt one way. You know what? At 162, it needs to move 10%. There's a good chance that it does halt.
A halt down would be very close to the issue price.
Here it is. How did these guys even know what I was just about to do? We got to poll up. Are you selling or buying at the open? Type 1 if you are buying, and 2 if you are selling. But get those votes in, guys. We're going to see. We got 20,000, as Sean was just mentioning not too long ago on the other poll.
161.90. We just dropped down a little bit there on SpaceX. So we'll get ready for that one. If you come over here, there it is, 160. You just chugged some water. Okay, well, right back to 162 again, but it did go down to 161.90. So I feel like we're getting very, very close. We did trade the TQQs today, of course, and this is now at the day's high. So we'll go alert, alert, alert. And we were riding that bull early on the TQ. So shout out to Scott H, another real one that's been in our chat from day one. And there it goes. There's the break. That was our first trade. Then we got back in once it broke this 25 period moving average. And this is the kind of stuff that we do on the show, right? We wait for technical levels, we wait for momentum, trend trading, trading names like IPO names like, CPOP and DSY and some of those midday halters and runners and all that kind of crazy stuff. And I'm a big cap guy, sort of looking at NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple's every single day. There goes. Expect those SpaceX options as soon as Tuesday. So yeah, man, I mean, as soon as this thing goes, there's going to be enough liquidity out there. I feel like there is going to be double, triple levered names as well. But the market now getting up to the day's high, trying to anyways, this is the TQs there on the daily. But right here on the day, we're trying to get into those days highs, and we just sort of bounced off of that. So we're getting ready to rock and roll here with SPCX. And the current look is 162 flat.
It's still
okay. Remember, you're paying for Starlink here right now. That's where the revenue's generating from. SpaceX, will they be able to mine those asteroids? They're thinking yes. Will those data centers be able to get up into that sky at a reasonable time? How much money will they have to continue to borrow from the market to fund everything? The cost per kilogram still at 1,000 right now to get these rockets up into the air and these ships. So,
but I don't think this valuation should be about that. It's not about that.
No, and that's what I mean. It's
this valuation
future, right?
is you've got to be betting on the future. Yeah. You've got to be betting on XAI here and thinking that's going to be a big time revenue.
What's the math
that's the
on
reality.
This? 161.90. So if it was going out at 135, we were at 1.7. Let's call it 1.8 trillion. So now you're adding to that.
It's still over 2.
$30.
It's 2.1 trillion.
Oh, here's the question then. Is SpaceX properly valued at 2 trillion? I mean, there's other names out there where we're paying for future, right? We're paying for Broadcom. We're paying for many different names that are out there. Microsoft, like, whose future is brighter, Microsoft or SpaceX, right? I mean, there's going to be 160. We just dropped a hell of a lot lower there. 159. Whoopsies, 159.99. I got to put my order out right now.
Down here, it's a buy and balance, though.
Okay, so
it's a 2 million buy and balance down at 160. So if you come to my screen for a second, because what's happening is every time we get a major drop, it goes from flat to a buy and balance. Now it's a 2.2 million buy and balance. I wonder if they're not just pricing it down, hopefully that it'll bump at the open and not lose the bid.
So Neil's right on the middle there. So yours says auction price?
Yeah, so the auction price is 160. The one next to it is the size of the imbalance. PV is the paired volume. So you add those two numbers together, you get the entirety of what is expected to be the opening print. And the side is pretty simple. B, buy and balance. S, sell and balance. SpaceX, it's 10-10. We just hope it goes to the upside, not the open. Oh, yeah, 11. What am I even talking? 11-10.
Neil's still back in the future over there.
Well, if I could go back in time. If I could go back and we get the 88 miles an hour, baby.
It here, 75% buying at the open here, guys. So make sure you get those votes in. 1 if you're buying, 2 if you're selling. We'll do a second round to see if we can get an additional wave. It hasn't been open that long. We have a $2.50 euro. What do you think about Nueva Expression Textile? I have no idea what that stock is, to be honest. I don't know about those guys, but
I have no idea what that is.
But thank you for the euros. I mean,
we can take a look at some.
Yeah, we can see to look at that. Another $2 Canadian here, ladies and gentlemen. $155. It's halfway between 175 and 135. Just saying. All right, quick maths. We like that one. bang. Let's see what we got going.
New textile expression. Okay, thanks, Sia, for that one.
And
all
she
right.
speaks Spanish
What are some
too.
of the space stocks doing, guys? Like we had SPCE, which was an absolutely beautiful short off of the open. I don't know if you saw that one, Neil. We had SPCE. Where's my? Okay, here. SPCE. SPCE right here. Just go to a 3-minute chart. That's what I like to look at. Take a look at this beautiful $5 breakdown here. So I'm also watching some of the sector names in this on this IPO day here. So SPCE, definitely one of them. I think was it rocket companies? Anything that's associated. You see that nice little selling off of the open, decent reversion back to where it was. What else? What else is there? I think there is. People were kind of saying that RDW maybe also in the sector as well. We can see some selling there as well. What was this one? Sidus Space, SIDU as well, also doing some selling off of the open today, back below $4. So interesting to see that some of the sentiment across the board here with some selling. I think there was that Space ETF as well, Space Innovators, NASA, NASA. Wow, this one crazy. Look at that, 35 crack down to 33s. Absolutely beautiful here. And also, there's that company that holds private shares of SpaceX as well, DXYZ or Z, right? Destiny Tech 100. So that one as well coming in with a straight flush off of the open today. So I was watching some of those and I was like, I told myself, I'm not gonna have risk on in the morning session. I'm kind of saving most of my risk, if not all of my risk for SPCX here. But when I saw this trade come in on a few of these names, I was just like, all right, well, that was kind of a gimme here. And we've seen some of these names run up in anticipation of the IPO and maybe taking a little bit of a cooling off on maybe a sell the news event here as the SpaceX IPO comes out today. So some interesting action in the sector.
Another super chat here. I am 17 years old and putting 1K in at open. Is this good?
Oh boy.
Mina, congratulations to you first and foremost. And I think it depends on your horizon. If you're just in there to kind of trade it how we are, we're not going to look to own it anytime soon. We'll wait for some form of a pullback, but I mean, if you can afford to lose it, I think is another important question too.
Give trading or financial advice that is going to potentially ruin people or whatever. But I think $1,000. Joe answered that question perfectly. I mean, if it's money that you can afford to lose, but the other thing about it is, let's just be perfectly honest. You're not going to lose $1,000. I mean, if you're buying $1,000 worth of stock, you might have like 6 or 7 shares by the time this is over with, right? And you just let it roll. I believe in early education of the stock market and investing, right?
You're taking advantage.
Like I have a 24-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a soon-to-be 12-year-old who's playing hockey right now. She's skipping school.
Oh, nice.
She's in a tournament, a showcase tournament
School's almost
in Brampton, by the way. Shout out to Brampton. I'm going tonight. She has a game at 8 o'clock tonight, and then my parents will come to a couple games tomorrow. But I was just going to say that, you know what? Early adoption into the stock market and learn about saving and investing. I think that's the right thing to do. And then especially, my advice would be if that 1,000 is like your maximum, why not? You could put 500 in at open. If it doesn't work out that well, maybe you do get 135 in the upcoming weeks, and you can have an average price in the 140s, and then you'll give yourself a little bit more room to invest more and so on and so forth. But I do like that idea, man. I mean, I invested in Palantir real early. I was involved in the direct list of Palantir, which went out at $9. We've seen that one go to 220 and change. Obviously, players in Tesla, in NVIDIA, and a lot of us have these kind of stories. And I just think that when you're that age, time is on your side. So investing in the market, nothing wrong with putting 1,000 in a stock, 1,000 in an index, and try to cover yourself like that. But again, this is something that we talk about for ourselves and our own personal situations, but that's kind of the book on investing, right?
Yeah,
and
100%.
so, we're pretty proud to get questions like that, and I'm so glad that we have, viewers of all age groups here that we could talk about, because, like if you're about to retire tomorrow, do you want to put your whole retirement in this? Again, up to you, but that doesn't seem like the right thing to do. I love Crush. You have a crush? I think that should say I have a crush on Obi.
No, they love Crush.
I love Crush on Obi.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh boy. There he is.
Oh
boy. So Obi, man, you got some fans over there, Mike.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing the same thing for you too, Sean.
Well, no, you're not.
I saw some comments about the bald guy. I'm just saying.
Wait, who?
Just
Sean?
Who, Pitbull?
I don't know.
Who? Mr. Worldwide over there?
Yeah.
No, well, thanks, guys. I mean, look, we all have a great time every day, right? And I do want to say that, you know, we're into the chat, keep putting those up. But unfortunately, like my eyes right now, everybody, all four of us, I think Obi's maybe the most chill right now. He's Obi, do you have an order to go long off open
on the
or
keyboard,
no?
like.
So here's the thing, man. Like I lost sleep pretty much for a decent chunk of the week because I was just like, do I max BP this? Like, am I risking my trading career on this trade? And I really seriously thought about it. I was like, if it's doing everything that I'm looking for, am I going to take, you know, double digit lots on this coming in on the day today? And I really thought about it. I was like, you know what? There is a scenario where I would definitely be, you know, putting everything on the line and potentially doing that. But as of right now, definitely not. I pulled all my lose there, limit on opens. I'd rather just be like, if it was opening up 175s to 200s, absolutely, I'd be willing just to slap it and see where it goes. But we'll wait and see. I can also wait for the right kind of opportunity with the same kind of size to wait and see. The opening ranges. We have the 5-minute opening range as well. We have opening price. We saw last time. Let's just review CBRS. Thank you, Helsing, for the $5 super chat there. Pokemon is greater than SPCX. Hey, man, the Pokemon is greater than the S&P 500. If you actually look at the percent increase on some of these cards, Charizard's an outlier, but yeah, definitely giving you much better returns. But in terms of liquidity, I don't know if you can really match the markets there either. So we'll wait and see for that one. But I do want to talk about CBRS. We'll cover this one real quick. €6 there. Maybe next Nueva Expression Textile is collab making spacesuits, is going to the moon. Maybe, I don't know. I got to take a look at those guys and see what they're up to there. But let's see what the most recent IPO that was pretty hyped is doing now. Cerebras. This one was absolutely beautiful. Textbook example of what can happen when everybody is thinking, hey, hype, we can potentially push and go higher. And I did like the long off of the open, but guess what? Everybody ended up being right initially and then wrong coming in on the secondary halt. So let me just pull into the first day here on Cerebras. We got an open, I think it was around 370, 375s. Go back. A lot of scrolling. Oh, here we go, right here. So we had an initial open at the price of 351s, and then we halted up, and this was absolutely sick. And I was like, okay, sick. This is gonna go. But guess what started happening? If you remember, it started tapping 370. You don't want to see that. If you see something halt up, you want to see it tap higher. You want to see the intention that it's going to open above the halt price at 386s. Maybe you want to see 390s, maybe even 400s, maybe even 420s. Who knows? But it didn't want to get that high. So pulling back in, straight flush, almost hits the halt band to the downside at 324s. But this is the price that I want to talk about, that 350 opening price. Once we got weak on that, it's been sellers and sellers only here on CBRS. Back through 350 was an extremely valid trade, and I would say an A+ setup when it did show up and it did come in pretty nicely. So you can see here since then, we'll go to a higher time frame just on a 30-minute chart. You can see here a nice slow trend to the downside. Maybe we'll find some support on 200, but who knows? But since then, we have been seeing some sell pressure, and you got to remember how hype this thing was. I don't know if SpaceX is going to do the same thing, but this was an AI-related stock. SpaceX is somewhat AI-related as well, but you got to remember most of their revenue is coming in from their satellite internet business.
Yep.
So that's about $14 billion worth is coming in out of their $18 billion revenue that they had last year. So maybe something to consider. But again, that's way above my pay grade. I like to take the action off.
Starlink definitely the cash driver for this. But again, it's almost like Tesla in itself. You just remain forward-looking to see what, hey, data centers in space by 2028, and so much that can come with it. So within SpaceX, I mean, we know we're going to start seeing quarterly reports, right? So the street will react on that as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we do get a little bit better of a price than what we're going to see today. I'm long via NASA, that's 10.7. This is an ETF that has Rocket Lab, ASTS, and some other names in it as well. But 10.7% of that actual ETF's holdings are preferred shares within SpaceX. So that will be converted after the open, and that's how I've had my exposure for the last little while. We can pull up NASA here momentarily and see how that's been performing on the day. We're holding up at this support level, 164.90 here on SpaceX, but NASA, that's going to not be in crypto. We'll pull this bad boy up. Team of Space Innovation. We can go through the holdings later. But in the post-market yesterday, running all the way up to 37.61, and then now we're trading around 33.54. We'll go over those holdings momentarily as I pull them up. But once again, guys, welcome to the show. We're all ready to go. Yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is, Sean. You know what it we remain patient. I do believe, I think it would have opened up at this point. So 1:30 before 2 o'clock, it'll definitely open.
Joe, I want to ask you how you feeling about the Vegas Golden Knights' chances now?
How do I feel about the? Hey man, still a game to play at least.
Yeah. No. I'm asking seriously. I think it's been a great series so far there. And is the Knicks game tonight? I was actually asking about that because they actually did skip a day when I always thought they were going to go last Sunday, but they went Monday. So I think that we say a big shout out to everybody from New York right there. And man, that city's going to be burned down to the ground if the Knicks wind up winning, man. I mean, that's going to be an absolutely wild. It's tomorrow, Saturday. Can you imagine that? Knicks winning on a Saturday night? I mean, I always feel like I want the home teams to always win because everyone's paying such a grip for all these tickets.
I usually want that to be true.
Yeah, but the Jays didn't give us that chance. Well, they tried.
But I want to be a little bit real about this one. I feel like it'd be better for the world if the Knicks won on the road because after what you've already seen with a single win. You can't be beating people up in the streets, man. I don't give a damn.
No, but I think they still might be beating people up in the streets.
Yeah, it doesn't win or lose. It's going to be worse if they lose.
It's going to be insane.
It'll be absolutely chaos.
Why can't people just enjoy themselves
if these guys lose?
I mean, I guess
which I don't think they're going to. I want to go over this quickly. We'll get back into the sports box because I was mentioning this a couple of moments ago. Here are the holdings of NASA, the ETF. We have 10.7% of it is SpaceX preferred stock. Rocket Lab sitting at 11%, and then we have Planet Labs, FTC, Lunar, Fly, ASTS, VMP, BSKY, and YSS. So those are the holdings of that specific ETF. But yeah, I mean, listen, congratulations to Vegas anyways from getting to the finals. I mentioned as soon as they acquired Mitch Marner, I'm surprised. I think what I do believe, I don't know why, like Wemby's dominant defensive player of the year, but I thought he would have more of an impact in this finals. But shout out to Brunson, he's been absolutely insane.
Thank you for the super chat there, David. World Cup quant models simulate 10 games in EA.
Yeah, in EA, so he did it online there. Oh, for 159.90.
Yeah, we just moved
right back to 160 again, right back to 160 there. So who won in that simulation
exactly,
there?
That's what we want.
I've got Spain. You got anybody?
Well, I want England to win because
that's fine.
England for England, so that's what I'm cheering for. I don't actually think they'll win.
I got Canada actually.
But they're not.
I wouldn't be surprised if Belgium. I think Sharif mentioned Belgium. And Spain, España, maybe.
España,
what game's happening today? Because he said he took today off for
Canada, Bosnia.
Who did? Who took today off?
He's going to the game.
Sharif said that he got.
Bro, it's 11:30, so he's not showing up now.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, tickets weren't. I actually saw them on. You can get into there for 900 Canadian, so you can get in there for like
that's not
600 US.
Yeah, it's not as crazy as what
right now. And there's only 45,000 seats, something like that. Yeah. So there is a lot of good viewing spots there. So wow, shout out to Sharif, man. There's no way in hell I would miss SpaceX IPO for that. But SpaceX, that's 310. Is the game. So shout out Sharif, gonna go enjoy that. So I didn't know that, so congratulations Sharif, I'm glad.
I just found that
he's a big football fan, soccer fan there. So shout out to that one and everybody that's there. Remember, we do have our sponsors in the description. Go give them a shout out, man. A lot of our sponsors have been here since day one. VinFast right there on the screen as well. Centerpoint Securities rolling through as well. Trade the Pool. A lot of our sponsors, OGen. Make sure you go check all the links in the description to get that ready to rock and roll for you you guys as well. Record day for us. We want to thank everybody for being here. And, you know, normally we're trading the Rocket Labs, we're trading every space. I mean, the TQs, the NASDAQ is now up 1% right now. We're trading oil here every day. We've already traded some silver. Joe, Obi, myself, Neil, Sharif, we're all very active traders.
Intel hit 124.
Intel's running. I mean, we can look at a couple different names here. I'm fine with it. I mean, whatever happens, happens. Unfortunately, there's Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia up 1% into 206.
The market's super strong today. Like, I know everyone's waiting for, sitting here waiting for SpaceX, but you got another point. On top of the big day yesterday, we're getting this. ARM is flying. Marvell's going. There's just so many things that are moving.
By the way.
Willis Addison. It's moved again. Okay, I'm going to move my order because we have to be ready. That's the thing. Like, we're going to be adjusting orders and that kind of thing. But thank you for the super chat there, Willis Addison. YOLOing USO, they just said in the super chat. And we appreciate you. 159.90.
Yeah, right up
We've
there.
been sitting at the tap of 160 for about 10 minutes, and then it just went 10 cents.
Someone's YOLOing USO. Which way are you YOLOing USO right now? Because
throw the super chat back up if you can.
I mean,
Andre.
because it's right there. I hope you're going short, honestly, because YOLOing USO swing puts.
Oh, puts. Yeah. My thrift savings plan and all my mistress
158
into SpaceX.
Oh man,
this is, watch it open at 153. That's gonna be.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Let's make some money. I like that. The mistress. You got the mistress plan. Hey.
Oh boy.
It's now 57.
156.
56. It keeps on dropping. 156 even.
really selling off here now, guys. Pull up my screen if you don't mind.
155.
155. Holy schmoly. Yeah, there it goes. Support level breached on SpaceX. I wouldn't be surprised
Hope it doesn't happen to me.
What?
Are your quotes frozen or something?
No, Obi just lost his whole platform there.
Oh, yeah, well, that's what happened to me not too long ago. I'm like, oh, my God. But here it goes, guys. Selling off here, cracking through that 166 support level, now down to 162, putting our tap to $155. We can take a look at the imbalance here one more time. Buy side still 1.6 million here, guys. Let's get ready to rock and roll. It's really selling here.
Yeah, SpaceX now down to 155. I mean, we started the show at 175, right?
Yep.
This tap up here was 175. So all of a sudden, those 135 allocations that we were like YOLOing into, a lot of people were. Obviously, no one got their full allotment, I don't think. I mean, people were talking about getting 10% of what they asked for. But down into 155. Now you're looking at like a $2 trillion flat valuation. I think that's probably where they're going to open this thing. I mean, we've been saying that forever. Like when it was 160, we thought it was cool. We thought 169 was kind of gimmicky. That might have happened. Then we saw 167. We thought that was going to maybe happen. So to sit here and make a prediction on where we're going to open up, we don't know. And the tap rate now is 40. Like that's over 40 million extra paired shares. So they've already done the 75 million. They're going to be 40 million more coming into the market right now. Like that's a lot of interest that they're going to have to try to pair down with. And it looks like some of that interest is sell side, right? Because if it was all buy side, this thing would be 165, 185, going maybe the other way. So man, knees weak, palms are sweaty, man. And I love Mom's spaghetti, but today we're going to keep a clean shirt here and wait to see what winds up happening with the open. Normally we do what's for lunch. I don't even have the menu.
You don't even know what lunch is.
I don't even have the menu today. Something happened with our email. So yesterday on what was for lunch yesterday, it was
meatballs.
Italian meatballs. So we had some meatballs with some pasta there yesterday. Pretty decent. We got back from a lunch. I did sneak one in because got to try a meatball. They weren't bad.
I ate 2 lunches.
Again, yeah, catered lunch around here. Yes, Sia, what'd you think?
How do you rate it?
Pardon?
How do you rate it?
The meatballs? Yesterday?
No, I didn't really have. So I had like one meatball, like a 5, like a 5 out of 10. Like
I was at 6.8.
What were you at, Sia?
5.5.
5.5 and 6.8 over here. Okay, so yeah, yesterday was what's for lunch was the Italian flag. It was meatballs with penne, roasted vegetables, and a Caesar salad. So that was yesterday's Italian what's for lunch. And I don't know what's for lunch today. All right, there's a big joke that happens around here that we sometimes get tilapia. And that was okay for a minute, but then we started getting it too much. Yes. So now we hold up back off of that. I don't have the menu.
I just looked to see if maybe like Michael or someone had gone to get their lunch already, but no, we don't.
Question for you.
It might be here right now if someone goes.
Of course, it's here right now. What do you got, Joe?
I have a question for you guys, and I believe that everyone, see if you can answer this. So, from your experience with previous IPOs, with a dropping tap leading into the open or a rising tap, what do you typically see? So if the tap is falling, do you think the probability of it trading higher slowly start to decay if it continues to drop here?
It cuts both ways because you want the momentum, you prefer the momentum to be up, but you have to remember sometimes why it's tapping lower, the ability to open at a price that it's not going to rug, where you have less immediate sellers. Like that's why you match it down. What I prefer, if the first...
That's a great question.
If the first number I saw...
154 I just saw.
I just saw this too. If the first number we saw instead of 175 had been 150, and then it kept on going and it got to 155, or it started at 140, went to 155, I'd prefer that to starting at 175 and coming down to 155.
151.
Yeah, it continues to go down. No, I don't like this more. I don't. That's simple. I
don't think you can like it more, but I don't think it changes the narrative of what you're trying to do, right? I mean, I think that if you think you like the long here, the better price actually gives people more buying power to get in and maybe push this thing even higher off the open. So I think it does cut both ways. I think that's probably the best answer around here, and that, you know, trade it accordingly to how...
Here it is. Look at it. It's really starting to fall. Volume's starting to kick up here as well, too, guys. So.
It's going to come out in any second here, it looks like. Because now you're really dancing. Now you're at 154 again. We just got up to 156, I thought I just saw. And now you're back down into 154. So, again, the trade now 152. The plan of action for me is get the opening price. So if it pops right now at 152, we'll be long. Oh, now 150, 188. See what it's doing? 150, 144. It's happening right in front of you right now. So this is like... just super exciting times as you guys are seeing a live update. What we're looking at is right in the middle here. Maybe I can show you. It's right there, 151.25. So that's what we're looking at. And we're just adjusting.
150.
Yeah, okay, so there. It might go 150, right? 149.99 is my stop. So we're going to get long shares at 150 if it pops now.
Think so?
That's where we're going to get shares at. And then my stop order goes immediately at 149.99. Because if there's no initial pop through, I just want to get out because I'm taking the long. And I'm not going to sit here and watch a level 2 because that is going to be insane, the volume and what the level 2 quotes will look like. So we're just going to sit here, watch it. It's just dropped from 175, I think was the highest maybe we saw, guys.
All the way clean into 150.
It couldn't get above 175.
Right.
Even though like it was pairing, it was a buy imbalance and everything. Like I was hoping for it to go to like 180, 190s, maybe even 200s to really be like, all right, well, this is something that I'm looking for. Even 175s would have been great, but 150s, like we might even open at 135s, guys.
Could you imagine that? I mean, we've just dropped in the last 20 minutes, like that $10. You're not far away, Obi.
If we see 135 on the bid today at any point, anybody that's looking at a level 2, you're going to see a number on the level 2 that you ain't ever seen before. If we see 135 today, it's going to be like Facebook Day. And anyone that remembers that day, the underwriters sat on the bid, and no matter how much they sold, they defended the living crap out of that thing at, I think it was $37. They just re-upped and re-upped and re-upped, and Morgan was all over the bid, doing whatever they could to make sure it didn't break. I'm not saying it would hold at 135 if it gets there, but there's going to be millions on that bid. And even if they hit them, they're going to put more, because they don't want pie in their face. They look pretty bad if it breaks 135 today. Forget about this 150 stuff. That's a price you don't want to see on day one for an IPO this big. And obviously, if it gets to that price, like, I'll be done, but...
I mean, there's a whole like unlocking structure. I don't know if you guys read through it for like stuff to happen before Q1, things that might happen before Q2. They're unlocking 10% of the shares, 7% of the shares for things like that. But yeah, no, I think maybe we get some price discovery below the opening price. It really depends. If they defend it, that'd be sick. That would be an amazing trade. I've read it. I read it in the books, and I've heard about it from seasoned traders as well. That Facebook held bid, like if you've ever seen a held bid, that was a held bid, right? We see held bids and offers every now and then here in the market, especially if you're here every day, you're watching closely and you're reading the tape, you're reading the book, but nothing to the magnitude
you read this in the book.
Obi, the Facebook, that Facebook day was from like a technical perspective, the literal easiest trade you will ever see in your life. They had like 10 million shares on the bid on Morgan Stanley at $37. It started to get chewed up. It got down to like 1 or 2 million. Everyone's like, oh shoot, it's gonna break. The second it looked like 37 was gonna break, they just pumped a few more million on there. When that number went up, everybody hit 01. And if you missed 01, you hit 02, and if you missed 02, you hit 03, and if you missed 03, you hit 04. And you just swiped up, you went long, and it ran into the close, because it happened in the afternoon. That was the low. You just punched long, and you held it to the close. It was unreal. But remember, Facebook was down that day. Like it was down 10% or something from the issue price. But that was a very unique one. This is not going to be that. It's opening above. I don't think we see 135. Well, I shouldn't say we don't see it, but I think it'd
be pretty cool. It'd be a good lesson, I guess, to see what happens with that 135. You know, markets
I'd
always
rather not have that lesson.
No, I don't think we. Let's see if we get it today. I got to give a big shout out in the chat right now.
Adara.
Is Adara. So there she goes, man. Adara, I hope everything went well with you over there. We are excited to have you back on Monday, of course. And she's already talking in the chat that she's going to be here trading SpaceX on Monday. So shout out to Adara. And a big shout out to Sia filling in back there. Any sort of a news story that winds up hitting, we're going to be all over that. We've had more talk about Iran today, of course. USO, the market right now near the day's high as we look at the
moving to the upside or the downside.
There she is.
TraderTV.live is always on track. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe to join us every single day the markets are open.
There we go. You nailed that one, Adara. Every single day we are live when the markets are open. And we're live at 8 a.m., as it just mentioned there, every single day, going into 4 p.m. And then guess what? We stay late. If there's earnings, important earnings through, anything happening in the market that's, you know, instrumental, we're going to be here late, past 4 o'clock every single day. It's myself, Neil, it's Obi, it's Joe, it's Sharif, it's Adara, it's C, it's Brendan. So we've got, you know, 6 or 7 or 8 hosts. I don't want to say that, you know, that whole thing there.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many hosts we have. That's what we're going to be doing there. And very, very special moment in time here with everybody live right now. We want to thank, of course, all of our sponsors for the stream. This stream is live commercial free. Like, you know, we've been going live since 8 a.m., you know, right now, and there's nothing interrupting. We're not going to go on commercial and SpaceX opens up. We're going to keep it on right now. All of our screens locked and loaded with SPCX right now. I mean, we don't have anything going. I mean, the only trade that I, you know, was able to put on today was I did Oracle long. We had the futures long. Unfortunately, we got not stopped at. We took a lot out up here at 77 as Neil has some fruit. From 75 long, we got stopped out early. That was one trade. Then we bought it back. We started ripping high side, got stopped out at VWAP, and right there is what we're talking about right now on the TQQs, bouncing off of 77.50 and your 50-period moving average. As the NASDAQ up 0.7 today, the ES up 0.6, but all eyes SPCX as we get ready to rock and roll right now, looking at a 150 open as of now. Look, I think all of us, there it is right there. What do we want to vote on here?
We're open, what do we have, less than an hour?
Oh, Joe's got this.
What is this?
There we go. Less than 1 hour. Round 2.
Right, so vote, type in the chat.
Why keep doing that?
12 o'clock.
Type in the chat which one you think. I mean, if you think it's going to open up in, what is it, less than 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. No, it will open up, my guess.
No, not 4.
2 hours is probably reasonable because most IPOs that we've been sitting here for is between that 1 to 2.
1 and 2.
If you're lucky, you get it a little earlier than 1. So that fits that bill. I'm going to say my heart is telling me, well, based on my heart rate, it's telling me it's going to open now. But based on what I think really is probably happened, number 1. I think we're going to get in the next hour.
I've been thinking, I typed in the 2. At this point,
I think 2 is a more reasonable
It's just
bet.
looking more and more like the usual. That said, this is always going to be a bit different. Their tap is stabilized, but what's crazy is, I know Obi and Joe have been looking at the tokenized market. Like Hyperdash, you've been tanking lately, and then you're back underneath 160 there. It's trading at the 158. It just keeps getting lower and lower and lower. What you want to see happen is it stabilize like it's doing here. But why I'm not sure it's going to be as soon. Check out down at 150. See that buying balance? That's now up to 7.7 million. So the pair volume is 50 million. 30 minutes ago, the actual open interest was what, 30 million shares? It's almost 60. That means it's doubled the open interest in the last 30 minutes. I've never seen that happen before, and certainly not. We were thinking it would open, and then you've doubled the open interest in the last 30 minutes.
How about this?
That's crazy.
This doesn't explain why the price is going down here, but what about the fact that it's doubled the open interest on a better valuation? You know, like right now,
more people wanted it.
Right, at 150, there might be way more interest at this name than at 175, which is why we're seeing the open interest doubling in the last half hour, or whatever that number you said was there. So we have no idea when it's going to be open, but you are right there in the chat. Who just said that in the chat? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Oh, Blicky, no, not Blicky Spears. It was Trig Trades. Right here, if I can try to bring this down right now. There's Trig Trades. We don't know when SpaceX will open, but we do know that the opening price appears to be dropping, and it doesn't appear to be dropping. It is dropping. I mean, now it's at 150. Dogecoin to the moon. Okay, maybe Dogecoin to the moon instead of SpaceX to the moon. But we want to thank everybody that's here again. A brand new member here. Thank you so much for becoming part of this. And we've got a sleepy note right there. Adara is gold. So you are 100% right about that one. Thank you so much for all of the super chats today. Hey guys, let's put some super chat. Let's break some super chat records. If this opens up and we all make money, let's super chat like crazy. CNBC says 5 minutes away. Okay, I'm not sure about. I just saw someone write that. I don't know if that's going to be the truth or not. But hey, whether or not it's 5 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, we're ready. We're ready to rock and roll here. It looks like 150's been pretty patient for a while, for a minute here. So we'll see if that's where it winds up opening up there. So I guess we're still taking the opening print. I think the guys to my left are trying to debate on what they're going to be doing. There's no debate. Oh yeah, Obi's not, right, Obi?
There's no debate.
Obi is not.
Like
I am.
We talk about certain things. We talk about stacking confluence and probabilities. It is not doing what I'm looking for. Now, you guys can be looking for something else. You guys can be looking at X% premium above the 135, which it is going to be at. It's going to be about roughly $15 above that, whatever percent that is off the top. I was looking for at least 20 to 30% a premium to start off with. That puts us in and around 170, 175s, and that's definitely not what I'm seeing. So I think I've kind of pulled my orders. I'm just going to be like, all right, well, we saw an overhyped IPO recently that failed to follow through. Now, SpaceX, of course, it has a different anatomy. It has a different structure. There's a lot more hype around it. It was funny. This morning, I was hearing that people's grandmas were messaging them, being like, "Can we buy SpaceX at all?" So I'm just like, yeah, the world knows, the people know. So it was very interesting to me. Like the information has disseminated across the population, which is pretty decent, but it's not doing what I'm looking for. Now, that doesn't mean it can't halt up off of the open. It doesn't mean that it's not going to bid up, or it doesn't mean it's not going to sell off of the open. I have no idea, but I think I'm going to be more patient, play the opening drive, play the 5-minute opening range breaks, or even structure breaks as well on a shorter time frame. You can even take a look. You can even sit back and be like, all right, well, if this thing is really going to get bought up today, people were talking about how BlackRock has to buy an X amount, and other entities have to buy an X amount within the next couple of weeks as well. But if it's going to bid up and close higher than the open, there will be a point at some point where it breaks the opening range high, where it holds moving averages, where it holds structures, it steps up. Now, if we see that happening, then yeah, of course, I want to be willing to put some risk on and take the trade. But if that's not the case, then the trade is off. We look for a different kind of trade, maybe a fade as well. But we talk about increasing your probability, putting yourself in a place to get lucky. So when those factors start stacking, it's not really, a 50-50 gamble, a 30-70 gamble. You're really using that probability to have lady luck on your side. So I think that's an important point there.
I like that, Obi. This is my thought process here. I mean, you've seen us before take these limit on open trades. This is the biggest IPO. And if I were to not take it, then I would be more mad at myself than if it tanked after. So that's exactly why. That's exactly why I'm doing it. But hey man, that's the one thing I don't want to walk. At the end of the day, I can say, hey, I took the shot, you missed it, it's the game-winning shot, a second left in the fourth quarter or whatever you want to call it, a couple seconds left in the hockey game, and you didn't take the shot when you're supposed to. So that's where I stand. That's my narrative. I'm taking the shot just because you're not going to get another SpaceX IPO.
No, for sure, man. And here's the thing. Trading SpaceX IPO on day one, absolutely historical, right? That doesn't necessarily limit you to taking just the opening print. You can still take the trade. Part of taking the trade is trading it on day one. And I think there will be opportunity, but trading the opening print. And again, if you're trading from home with whatever brokers, you might not have the market access or the speed that we have here at Real Trading or other traders at prop firms. You might not have the ability to get in and get out as fast as we can or some others, right? There are algorithms in place that you can do that with. There are other things in place that you can do that with. But if you do not have that access, then taking that trade is a lot more of a gamble and a lower probability decision than it is for some other participants. So it really has to matter about what kind of participant you are, what kind of market access you have. If you're at a prop firm, all the power to you. If you're at Real Trading, all the power to you. You have the tools to be capable of getting in and out and trading this off of the open. But then again, if you're not, then you can be patient, wait for the trade. It could open up and do things that give you that confidence, that confidence to.
So apparently, it is opening up relatively soon here, guys. A couple people in the chat, a couple people in the chat saying 1 minute.
CNBC reported that it was going to be within 5 minutes, and that was a while back. They said as soon as 11:45. It's now 11:46. So I think that's the most definitive thing that we have heard so far. Down at 150, it's still a buy and balance of about 4.6. So I do feel like we are getting a little bit more locked and loaded and ready to go. And I know Obi said
there it goes.
Open.
Okay, what's it trying to do? It's trying to settle it down right now a little bit. There's the open. It's pretty calm right now, guys. 151. The open comes at 150. We take some out right there. Let's take another piece out if we can up at the top side. But so far, not really crazy, I would say, in what this. There it goes. It breaks. Did it just break?
What the hell?
I don't know. I just got punched out there, so I don't know what happened on that one. But in and out right there. I'm not sure. I just got flattened. Did you get flattened?
I just got flattened in the money.
Okay, that really does suck. So now we're gonna have to wait and see if we can take a little bit more.
We take a little
right
bit
now.
there.
149.99 on the stop. Me too, Neil. I don't know what just happened there.
Oh, there
we're gonna try to go back into this right now. 150. Damn it!
Man.
That sucks, man.
Wow,
we should have been in that one. I don't know what just happened there, but we are in this right now. Let's go upside for SpaceX. I think we got a bad wick there, Neil, to the downside. I just punched back in, so we're still in this game right now.
Guys.
But we did not make as much as we had thought right there.
No.
But that's okay. Nice move right now to the upside on SpaceX. It's at 153 and change. We're live right now on YouTube. Everywhere you're going. We're long right now at 151. It was a 150 open print. We did have some good outs there, but then we got wicked out. Something happened there. We got stopped out at the top side, but now we're starting to go back upside right now. It's SpaceX, and bang, 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 bang. As we get going right now, it's 155 and change. SpaceX starting to go right now. That's $5 in the money. Will we halt? We never know. I got a small amount on right now. I only got 10% of what I initially had, but there goes SpaceX. That's too bad, man. We could have made a hell of a lot more money than we're making right now.
Exactly.
But there it goes, man. 156 and change. There goes SpaceX. Kaboom. To the moon goes SpaceX. And if we have a rocket thing, let's hit that right now. We're cooking it up right now. Hit the sirens. SpaceX is live, everybody. And congratulations to everybody that's here with us. It's SpaceX time. And there goes 157 and change. We mooning, baby. And there it goes right now. Good trade so far, my guys.
Let's go.
Absolutely. I'm not going to pretend to know what happened, but I got flattened in the money.
Same.
Oh, okay, so there it is. All right, there it goes, 159. Yeah, same. I got all out right here, guys, at 152. It's going to halt here relatively soon, I think, guys. Wow, what a move. That was such a slow start. Wish we diamond hands that. That would have been a monstrous trade. Not necessarily the case. But SpaceX now open. We get in at 150. We take some out at 150.50, and then we take some out at 150.150. Shout out 151 rum. There it goes, Katina, man. My God. Yes, sir.
What are we even doing right now? The money is flowing through. It's a good day here at Trader TV Live. Congratulations to all, and to all a good night, because that's a wrap right there. It's $10. It is bye, bye, bye. We some in sync right now. We loving that name. And there it goes, 160. Let's go, man. To the moon we go. To space and beyond. I have no idea what I'm even saying anymore. But there it goes. 160, 162. What are we doing? What are we doing, Elon? Elon has just minted millionaires. That's a nice price.
There we go. We take a little more. We take a little more. Bam, wham, bam, thank you. Go. Yes, sir. Let's do this thing, man. We take some off the top. Now tanking off of that 163, a scalp off of that pullback. What a move. Congratulations to everyone who took that. I mentioned you have to take the biggest IPO of all time, and we just did that. Rug pull all the way down from 62s down to 57s. I hope you guys got out. Scalp City. I know my boy Katina Man killed it. Now we can take a breath. We can all woo-saw. Considering it's open, that's exactly what we were looking for.
You had to stay woo-saw through this thing.
You had to stay woo-saw through
like
that
off
thing.
Of the open, that 150 bid, we had over 1 million shares.
Wow.
Over 1 million shares defending that bid at 150.
Let's
and I was just like, all right, cool. We're kind of chopping around there. But if you have VWAP open, it held VWAP throughout all of that chop on a much shorter time frame. So I'm looking at, a 15-second, a 30-second
right
chart.
Back up.
Micro charts as well. If you have tick charts, you can be watching tick charts as well to really get that short-term data here. 160 had a lot of size on the offer. We blew through that. We got to a high of 163s, and then we take a little bit of a pullback here. So you can see I took some scalps here through the 155, through 160, and then didn't really get going. But I think this one is not over, guys. We still have a lot of food on the table, a lot of opportunity on the table still on SPCX. But what an amazing open there. Crazy wick down to 135.
Crazy. Sean still long from 151 rum. Let's go, brother. 57, still $7 in the money. Love hearing that you got right back in. But we're hearing across the board, multiple platforms are crashing. Robinhood, Fidelity, and a couple other names crash. Coinbase is done. That's it. Finito. But real trading, baby, we're still full operation. Let's go. Congratulations to everyone who had a successful trade.
Oh boy.
Yes, sir.
Usually that's the bathroom.
That's a special moment. That's a special moment right there. So look, there's the bids. I mean, more shares, more life. I mean, that's boom,
more life
to the upside, man. This is what we're doing, man. I do it for the family. I do it for the kids, and now we're doing it for everybody here too. So
let's go.
This is what we're doing, man. It's big. I'm gonna get emotional. I gotta stop talking about the family, but here we go, man. It's a nice move to the high side. I'm gonna start to take out a little bit more here.
There it is.
That was good, man. Thank you to everybody for today, man. We sat around here for 4.5 hours, man, all day.
And we're still sitting here too.
To put these up, and that was awesome, man. That was something else. My thing's not even working, my heart rate right now. Come on, Apple. Let's get going on that one. But we're still alive. That's the important thing.
There it is.
And there it goes, man.
They defended the heck out of that even 150. You got to give them that. The bid was gigantic when it got down there. But if there is a turn, I just did move on to the. I've actually paid for the low case, which I said I was going to do.
Again.
But if something happens off the top and there's even a single red candle, there's still another potential trade to go.
It's that wick right there. Somebody wicked that right through right there.
Well, it's not a real print. It's not a real print. Look, it is what it is. I got flattened and I went to punch back in and swung and missed.
There it goes. It's going to break 163.
But you could have chased it. You could have chased it. I didn't chase it upside.
For
but
context,
it's through 63, and now you're just getting fresh highs. One thing to keep in mind for everyone, if you're still trading, if you're looking at levels, try to remember all of those taps that we're reading out to you. Remember that 175 had a ton of open interest. 169 had a ton of open interest when it got there. I believe also in like the 165 range as well. The places where it rested with that big open interest tend to be big levels on the way to the upside. So if you're anyone that's crazy enough to look for a short or you're still holding longs, that you can put into consideration. I'd expect 75 would be a brick wall, but every even dollar is going to be a brick wall at this point.
Katina Man going to Cancun momentarily as he's rock and roll, can finally breathe. Congratulations.
Heart rate 79, so we're back.
You're back, Woo-saw.
We're back.
Congratulations. Yeah, now we can finally.
That should have been.
Boom, 166 so I just, on that flush.
Whoa, what a flush.
I have to say something here because, like, Neil and I, first of all, we could have made.
Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. We could have made a lot more, but there was a wick that happened right there, and our program shut us out right there. So we actually got out a lot of these shares, like, basically right there.
Wow.
So that's what really sucked, but we got back in, and it's just upside, and now it's, wow, 168. How much money could have this been right there? Obi and I long. Right now I'm $17.
Didn't work.
$17 in the money. Good job there, Obi, as well. $3 in the money.
Wow.
As we just continue to climb higher and higher and higher right now. What a day, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us. We're not done trading this. Trust on that. We're going to be here all day, man. Obi's kicking it. You're going to stay all day with us, Obi?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect. You're in now. Can't say no now, my guy. Now we're at 168 and change. That's the high. We're at 165 right now.
Man,
with
I need
this.
a coffee.
Yeah, I need something. I need a shot of Jack or something. As we're going back up to the upside. No, I'm going to get up in a minute, man. I got to call the wife. Nice move up there. 167 and change. Oh boy, man. We've got Obi. We've got Neil. We've got Brendan. We've got Adara in the chat. We've got Sia back there. We've got Obi. It's a big one. It's a big one. And there's 168 right now. That's 17 schmackers.
69s.
Yeah. Maybe that's where it'll finally halt.
169
right?
or 175. Those are the only two levels that mattered at the open, before the open, everybody. So, like, maybe that's where it goes. Yeah, you really don't know. At this particular point, like, usually the first thing I'll do after the trade is done is get up and go for my walk, go to the bathroom, but not this time. So I think this is one where there might be an opportunity to get back in. And remember, everybody that didn't want to take 135 at the issue price, I don't hear any of them right now. That's the sound of those people. All right, it's just a little bit of a pullback through 165, but the buyers have been able to step in every single time there's even a little bit of a dip. Should go to a one minute chart when we're looking at this, because it has no price history. So it's going to be a heck of a lot better if you look at a 1 minute. Oh, that wick that breaks. It is what it is. So you're holding every single dip buy at this particular point.
I'm so mad about that. I'm so mad. I'm mad. But it's fine. Not mad, but just like...
You know what?
We're able to get back in, but...
I'm usually, I'm pretty zen about these things. You probably never, in 2 times in my trading history have I ever slammed the table. That was one of them. But you move on from it. Like, to me, it's the same thing as if it had actually rugged.
Yeah.
But, like, I couldn't have got a worse execution when it flattened me.
What did you get? I got 5130s.
Yeah. That's what I got. No, 5130. Are you crazy?
51s?
No, it swiped me down. I got 5035 with my final exit point.
Yeah.
I got 150. I got 150 flat on that.
No, the entry.
Yeah.
Yeah, one that's...
No.
When that
we all got long 150.
Yeah, when that wick flattened me, I'll tell you right now, it sends out a market sell order, and it swiped down, and I got executed the bulk at 150.35. Well, not all of them.
Yeah.
I got a few shares.
I'd have to review my
trade. I got a few shares at 84, and the rest down there at 35, which is nasty.
Yeah.
It's nasty. Like I said, it's in the money, but like, you've got to be kidding me. To be able to sit here and tell you, obviously, I'd be feeling a lot different if that hadn't happened, but that's par for the course.
Yeah.
It's happened before. I can live with it, but we are catching a little bit of a pushback. It looks like 169 was a bit of a thing for everyone out there. And things like breaking trend lines, I wouldn't worry about. Just worry about the big prices. 169, the 156 here, the volume weighted average price, the 150. If you're still in the trade, that's what you have to think about. You just got to be able to move on to the next. And if you're holding and 69 breaks, you got to think about the 75. And the market did end up selling off. Oh, this is what I promised I would do. What we're also supposed to do was look at what happened when this opened up. Remember when a few people were telling you, hey, when SpaceX opens up, maybe those other names might not do too well. Yeah, well, look at Virgin Galactic. Now down 34%. I don't mean to crap on Virgin Galactic. That is not my intention whatsoever. But come on. Did we not see that one coming? Bruh. Did nobody see that one coming? Virgin Galactic, they of the no real business plan. I tried to think of a cool way to say that, but I can't. There's no nice way.
I mean, Virgin Galactic is what it is at this point.
It is what it is.
I'm going to start to start to get out. I mean, we have some good outs up there at 168 and change and everything. Yeah, man, go take a break, man.
I'm going to grab some lunch, too.
You deserve that right there.
150 entries. That's absolutely solid, guys.
Yeah, man. I mean, we double bought that, Obi. I mean, we got there and we got, as Neil mentioned, we did get flattened because see this. So I just want to show you guys what wound up happening here, just in case. So forget about all this. We didn't get flattened early, or maybe no, it was that. It was this one right there. It was this wick that happened in the first 1 minute. Something printed 135. It was the one. There's this one too, but that one would have broke you out as well. I think it was right here, wasn't it?
Come to my chart.
We both. I have 2 wicks too.
This wick here is the one that...
You're muted.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, come back to me and Neil get it figured. Oh, there you go. You're back.
I should be back. This is the wick that got me. You can see, like, I was actually holding, for the first, I wasn't even trying to cover. In the first minute,
No.
I'm like, I'm holding this sucker. We're going to win. And then this wick here broke the 150 right there. And when it did, it wasn't actually at that price, so I end up swiping and getting these fills out. And that's basically what happened. And then that moment, the first thing is when it came back. Remember, it's already here. I tried swiping.
Yeah, I know what time I got stopped out. I got stopped out at, so this way I can be able to figure it out exactly what wick I got taken out on. I got filled, 150. So it was at 11, the time here. And we're just reviewing these trades, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We did really well. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you otherwise. It was a big trade and really happy with what wound up happening. Obviously it could have been better. I'm just going through my look here. 147.07. So yeah, it was this second one. So that's me getting out. So I did get out of 20% on the very first tick. We were in the money. We took $2 early on that. No doubt about that, okay? And then all of a sudden, it was starting to move upside, right? We got taken out right there on this broken wick right there of 150. I don't think it traded below 150, but our system thinks it did. That's the wick there. We got stopped out. That's the market mechanics. Neil and I put the stop order in at that price. Once I saw that, I did something a little bit different, I guess. Neil didn't get back in or missed it, I think he was saying. I just honestly just went bang, forget about this, man. I'm here to win. And we took that and then boom, shagalaga, laga, laga. The rest is history. As we get up to the upside, we start taking some more out. And wow, you just joined us on a monumental day. Now we can say we've all been part of SpaceX. And yeah, there it goes, man. Thank you so much to everybody. I got to find out. Neil's coming back. We'll find out what's for lunch there, Obi. What do you got? You still got 163. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a little bit of a pullback back down.
I might get some more out here.
Testing that VWAP, so I'm just waiting and watching this VWAP here to see if it'll give us any sort of buying. So far throughout the price action since the open, we've had buyers in and around this VWAP. So unless and until that changes, I'm willing to kind of hold on to this a little bit here. 160, some size there on 160s, 159s right away. Oh boy, so yeah, we might be kind of cracking trend here. But you see the P Pro VWAP is sitting down here at 158. So, you know, kind of giving it room. It's about $1 spread when it gets a little crazy. Other times when it closes in, it's about 50 to 70 pennies there on the day. So we'll wait and see how this one goes. But the opening drive there was absolutely solid. It seems sellers are kind of in charge as of right now. But again, still in and around that VWAP area since the open. So we're going to be a little bit patient to see if this one comes in. You can see the market as well taking a pretty strong pullback off of its highs here. NASDAQ 29,750s pulling all the way back down to 29,400s on the NASDAQ. So we'll wait and see how this one kind of pans out. But great trading action there off of the open there. Thank you guys for joining us once again on one of the most historic moments.
I'm going to,
markets. What's going
you know, not to interrupt, but I just want to give what my plan is. It's almost the same as Obi's. I'm getting out at VWAP. I don't know why our VWAPs are different, but I'm going to wait for this 155 to break. And not only, forget about VWAP. I mean, you know, it's not even about that. For me, it's these bottom wicks right there that are bought up every single time at 155.70. And it only happened, I mean, look, it's melee. It's nuts. So we've been getting some more out here. I have a very small piece left, man. We're talking about less than 10% now. And yeah, we're doing it, man. And I mean, you know, blessed to everybody up there right now. I mean, we can't do this without you. It was big, and we're just really happy that you were able to join us and have this kind of a party on with us as well, man. It's a big one. Congratulations to everybody that went long on this name. It was a good trade, and I feel because we could have done better, but you know, we did get stopped out there, but we did put on some big boy pants, and it's all good. So, you know, we're here, we're live, and if you thought that was fun, I'm now more ready than I've ever been for OpenAI. I am now more ready than I've ever been for Anthropic. This is going to be something else. So you right now mark down on your calendar, first of all, 8 a.m. Monday morning, you're coming right back. Second thing you're marking down is the IPO dates, because when those things fly through, you're gonna wanna be right here because we are now jacked up. I'm gonna put everything I made, I'm gonna roll it all on Anthropic, I'm rolling it all on OpenAI because we are here to trade, man, and traders gotta trade That's about all I have to say right now. We're ready to rock and roll. We're ready every single day. Hell yeah, we're back. It's Trader TV Live. We are excited. We're getting going. We've got goosebumps right now. We're not stopping this. The momentum is still going to the high side. We did not get stopped out right there. We are going more. I need a live stream. I need to be that, what's that guy, something Kitty? We're roaring Katina right now. We're ready to go, man. We're ready for that live stream. We want our own podcast. Here we go. 160 coming in right now for SpaceX. We're getting jacked up. We're getting higher. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I hope your platforms lasted. Ours here at Real Trading, I can't say anything better about it. I mean, the quotes were perfectly fine. We got absolutely no quote problems at all, other than that wick that went down there. But again, if that's a market-related thing, we want to see all the quotes, okay? Because if that's the real thing, and we don't get stopped out, and the thing tanks even more, how upset are we going to be? And you heard Neil talk about it. There's been very few times that he's been emotionally upset at something, and he got upset there when he got stopped out. So did I. But I was able to get back in because this is what we're here to do. And unfortunately, we don't have the full boat on the way back up, but we got enough of a boat that now we building Noah's Ark. So let's keep going on and on and on and on. It's SpaceX, baby. It's Trader TV Live. You've now got two of the best things, and we're ready to rock and roll.
What I'm hearing here, Sean, is that a lot of people are stuck in Robinhood. They can't get out.
Oh boy.
That's not good whatsoever.
Stuck which way?
Well, they're trying to sell here, Obi. A lot of people trying to sell. We had a high of around $96 on Robinhood today, and then now we're trading at $92.75. Robinhood not working. Hey, listen, you heard what Neil and Sean said. We could have done much better, but we'll take it for what it is. A little context. 5 times my shutdown is what we made here. I was looking for significantly more. We'll take it. Do I want more for Anthropic? Absolutely, and we'll be patient for that one. So cash money.
Hey, yo. Yeah, man, it's absolutely solid here. I see Sharif in the building right now. What's going on, man? Did you see some of this? Some of this open, absolutely wild here. Back through 161s there, Sean. So back $10 in the money there. Solid trading there, holding that 151 entry. We're back above VWAP there. So we did get some flush there, back down through into that 155 area, but trending right back up into VWAP. Is that 160 going to be a little bit of a chop? Yeah, I did expect it to be a little bit of a chop. Did I hold a little bit against me? Absolutely, I did. Should I have done that? Could I have done it much cleaner? Absolutely, I could have. But, just kind of piecing into it. Let's see if we can crack that 168.75 I see as the high right there. Pulling into that 170 potentially area. There are these wicks that you see here, if you want to zoom in here, 180 to 135, those were not necessarily real. I think maybe some potentially dark pool orders. I have no idea, but yeah, that's not what I have. So I like to keep a couple of charts open just to kind of confirm if certain prints are actually there. But at the end of the day, I'm still watching the book, watching the tape, and anything that is real will definitely show up there. And it's a kind of a confirmation there just to see the chart. The chart's a historical. Chart is just a historical representation of what's happened on the tape, right? So one could argue that that's also a lagging indicator in a sense, especially if you like your tape reading. But we'll see if this VWAP holds. 160 back through was absolutely solid there. Yeah. We held that one. So there 150 actually had over 1 million shares on the bid, if you remember. That was absolutely crazy.
We're back. We're back in this too, Obi.
Oh yeah, nice.
From that's Sean's price, but we got in 160, 160, 33. So a couple bucks right there. I don't know if Sean's done here for the day. I think he took his stuff off. If we can get that. Okay, you're ready. You're rocking and roll. I know you ain't going anywhere, my guy.
I'm not going anywhere. I mean, I have
through
shares.
And through.
Boom.
Whoa, hold on. That sounded good. There it is. All right.
It's not that we made that much money or anything like that, but it's great that this was a good happen. It's good that we're able to do it live.
So I wanted to. That's a good one. I wanted to mention this. I think we're at the point now, guys, and we've talked about this before. We're either going to break through this high of the day, or it's going to construct a lower high and then potentially start to fail. If it breaks VWAP, I put significantly less shares. I have 5% of what I had on the limit on open, and I'm going to hold this till 55. Once that break, or like 58, once it breaks VWAP, I think that this long is invalid, and it can do anything it wants to for the rest of the day. We'll take a little bit of a hit on that. But aside from that, who cares? Because as I mentioned, that was a good trade here on the limit on open. Frosty's on me today, says Wendy's tendies. Let's go. Thank you, my friend, for that. We'll hit the let's go. And I hope everyone has the ability to get out. Did Robinhood open back up? Can you guys get out of your positions? Please and thank you. Let us know, because obviously we're concerned and we want everybody to be able to sell when they want to. This is, I'm over it, says Sarah. All right. Hey, limit on open, we try that. It's not looking too good for the new high of the day here, Obi, but we'll hold on to it until proven otherwise.
Yeah, man, absolutely crazy. I think we're getting a bit of a bounce here on the market as well. So I'm going to be patient here. It kind of held through that chop, holding through that 160 as well. We'll wait and see if we can crack through that high a day for a potential push into the later end of the day. Now, we still have just under 4 hours, of trading left on the session. So still a lot on the table, still a lot of opportunity here. You can see here I still have the perpetual contract here open. Don't really need to look at it as much anymore, but maybe potentially for some levels here. We see that 177.40 that I just arbitrarily marked out from a prior kind of support resistance area. We see that most local high there, maybe in and around that 184 area. So 165s potentially incoming here as we trend a little bit higher. I'm watching multiple time frames here as well. I know I kind of missed that super chat earlier, talking about how if I can talk about how to read charts. I may have something for you guys next time I potentially come on. I think I am working on a few different projects in that kind of realm there.
There it goes.
For everybody to kind of take a look at. 165s coming in, some size there, 31,000 shares at that 165 level. Let's see if we can crack that. I don't think I have the filter here. Let me throw up a filter. Let me throw up, let's do, we'll do 10,000 shares right there for the filter, and then we'll see if anybody shows up with over 10,000. There it is, 164 halves. You got Buddy with 12,000 shares there. Let's see if he gets taken out. Did he get taken out? Not yet. We'll wait and see if that'll come into fruition there. But this bid is definitely coming in here. That back through VWAP was absolutely solid. We talk about different structures that are holding and trading off of different structures. And now this is kind of what I'm looking at. Now, if you guys go to a shorter time frame, you'll see how well that 156 area held as well. And we drop back down on the pullback. We drop back down to that 156 that did chop around for about a few minutes there on the initial run. So that kind of gives that confluence that, okay, so here's a scenario. Off of the open, VWAP has held. So we know that there's VWAP buyers, right? We did crack below VWAP, but where did we see buyers structurally? In and around that 156. We dropped to 156 area. Guess what? Buyers come back in, back through 160, pushes back through VWAP. I think that's solid. That gives more confluence to potential buyers being here. Now, we could still stay within trend, and that's, if you guys heard me, that was kind of repeating to myself, trade with the trend, stick with the trend, stick with the trend, and the trend has been to the upside. That break below VWAP, yeah, okay, you can potentially have shorts, a quick short scalp there off of that high underneath 166s into VWAP, and it gave you a reversion to VWAP. So lots of opportunities on the day today. So 165s, there it is. We did cut through that size, that 30-odd thousand shares at 164s and some change. Now trading up into 165s. Not really seeing too much size at that 165.
You're out now?
No, I'm still in this, bro.
Oh, it says, okay, just because it says no position.
Okay,
that's
no,
I'm
still in here at 162.70s here. So we'll wait and see if we can crack the high a day or if we pull back in. But trying to trade with the trend for now.
Okay, yeah, same thing here, Obi. I mean, I would have liked this VWAP at 58, so that would have gave us a significantly better price. That's not the case. We took a nice scalp here, but this was where our largest size was, that limit on open with the gentleman, right? And I'm like, oh no, it's delaying, it's delaying. I didn't take all out right here. I just reduced my position sizing because I obviously have to take into consideration my max loss, but then we held the majority. Now listen, it would have been a totally different day if we held this up into 60. Which was the original plan. We're starting to come back in a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can hold. I mentioned this is going to be a key pivotal moment for this name. We're up 20% on the day. I think if we hold this, what we want to see is we can break it and then maybe breach this high of the day. And I think that's the point where we'll head into that $170 marker. What we don't want is a VWAP fail, right? And I'm not going to be treating like this, obviously, in no form of a small cap. That's not what I'm getting at. But once it's south of this, it might take a little bit longer for it to recover. There's a lot of buying stepping in. I see people saying Charles Schwab, they're stuck in it. Robinhood, other people are stuck in it. Listen, eventually it will resume trading. You'll be able to put those orders through. Just let things settle down a little bit. We have 206 million shares traded on the day. Like, that's a substantial amount, and we're talking about over a $2 trillion company at this point, which is absolutely insane. It's already in the top 3 or 5 names, I believe, of market capitalization.
Huge size on 165 right now.
Yeah.
300,000 shares
Big time.
on 165. You guys can see it right here, 298. So let's see, does that size incrementally get taken out? We're seeing 270. Boom, did that get taken out? Yeah, that got taken out in a single order. Someone just slapped it for 271,000 shares at 165. No real follow through as of right now, but we'll wait and see. That was definitely some decent volume being transacted at
NASA
all
to
in
the
a single
downside.
order at 165. So now we're seeing a little bit more size there at 165. Does that hold? But here's the thing. We're seeing more of the same here. Size showing up on the ask and getting taken out. And then also consolidations where we saw buyers before holding with buyers in control. So I think so far buyers are definitely very much in control, bigger picture in the few minutes that we have been trading. How long have we been trading the stock so far? Wow. Okay. So let me just measure that. We opened around 11:45. So around 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. It feels like we've been trading only for like 5 minutes in this crazy action here. But 165 is potentially maybe holding as some resistance. For now, we can see the market bidding up as well. That's some decent confluence. At the same time, I think I'm going to be patient with this one. Through that high a day at 168.75s, I think that
there we go.
There it is, 165 crack follow through right there on that 166. Some size there, but that's getting taken out as well. If you guys are watching my screen, you can see size showing up. 14,000 shares, 30,000 shares, 1 million on the bid. We're definitely cooking with this.
Yeah, now at this point, like, this is what I'm talking about. We would have thought that we would have seen a lower high. This isn't the case. Watch for this high of the day break. We took a little bit off, 30% right there, as we are now $5 here on SPX, but that doesn't even matter at the end of the day. Missed out big on what we were looking for, so now we're just trying to capitalize and top everything up. Bang, some clean orders. I mentioned watch out for the HOD, the high of the day break. Also, NASA to the downside here, ladies and gentlemen. Around $37 in the pre-market and in yesterday's post-market, now trading at $32. $10. Clara Soils, what's up? On Charles Schwab, I had to flatten to get out of the trade, so try this. I cannot put a sell limit order or sell market order. Ooh. Yeah.
That's
that's
a little rough.
Yeah, that is rough, and then we're hearing across the board. Think or Swim having issues as well too. Robinhood. Just be patient, guys. Let things cool down. They obviously have a ridiculous amount of orders stepping in. Another clean flush to the top side. Hopefully you did get 135, right? So don't panic just yet. You're probably going to get $170 here momentarily. At some point throughout the day, you will be able to get out of your position. Made some okay money on SPX as Mark, but wish I got in with more shares. Any mental tips for not getting down over lost profits? Listen, across the board.
Next trade.
I think, yeah, there's always going to be another opportunity. I mean, we're talking about SpaceX being the biggest IPO. Well, we have 2 more in the lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if we have the conversation OpenAI, even though there's a little bit of negative sentiment around that specific name. OpenAI coming to market, right? Filing. And then we also have Anthropic doing the exact same thing. So there's going to be more opportunities. Be patient, and they're going to happen this year. And we're going to be here. We're going to be ready. So make sure you join us, and then now all you can do is just learn. You should be, listen, we always want more, but you got $135, chances are, you're 30-something dollars in the money in the span of about 50 minutes of it opening. So yeah, just be patient, allow things to cool down a little bit. We have how many? 218 million shares traded here on the day. You're gonna get your order filled, just keep putting them out there. Eventually, those will come into place.
Yeah, there's a member in the chat here, SBB526. Is SpaceX on NASDAQ? Yes, it definitely is. It is SPCX.NQ, so it is trading here on the NASDAQ today. So we're still getting more of the same here. Market may be slowing down a bit here with this current 15-minute candle here on the NASDAQ, kind of chopping around just underneath that 29,600 here. You can see that NASDAQ here on the bottom right side of my screen, just kind of holding this area. There was a nice little bounce back through that 29.5. We can see here as well, kind of a bit of a chop here, but higher highs and higher lows since the open on the NASDAQ as well as the ES at the same time. So wait and see. It's getting a little choppy here, even though we are trending up. We're still technically making higher highs and higher lows here on a shorter time frame. I'll pull up SPCX here as well on the side. We don't need to really be looking at the perpetual contract anymore. I'm going to pull up a 5-minute chart. So I have a 3-minute on here on my P Pro, and then I have a 5-minute here on this charting platform here. So you can see. Let me just mark out some of the highs, lines, labels. Let's see high and low price labels. So we can see that high at 168.75, the low at 149.80 here. 167 is now trading. You can see the prior bars on the 5 minutes have been holding quite well as we push into the high of day. Now the high of day breakout could be something. If you're looking at opening range, this is the 15-minute opening range high at just shy of 169s. So that could definitely bring in some volume as well, even though you can see here on the 5-minute chart, volume has been decreasing. Volume has been decreasing here on the 3-minute chart as well on our platform here at Real Trading. So being patient and watching, I want to see some strong volume push and some follow through if we do get through that 168 to 169 level on SpaceX. And will it take us to the moon, Joe?
Yeah, that's a great question. A lot of people asking me when this will become optionable. I can't give you a definitive answer on that. Eventually it will be, so be patient. Allow things to, obviously, as I've been saying for the past X amount of minutes, just allow things to cool down a little bit. It's in the works. You have access to it in other ways. Don't go margin. There's nothing wrong with going the option route as well. I think it's a good opportunity to do so. So a nice up move there. We're starting to come in, forming that lower high there, Obi, which isn't ideal. 163. We just tanked. We just dropped about $3 relatively quick. So there it is. 160, 169. You got Obi at 160. Oh, all right, 160, 169. Yeah, we'll take that one. Obi at 163.13
I got
now.
Some out there.
You took some
flush, yeah.
on that 160 something or that 165 move lower. 167.
Yeah, back
nice.
to the one. I mean, we did kind of.
Yeah, see, we're starting to come in aggressively here, guys. Yeah, so Obi's out. He's done on that one. We didn't get that 170 push that I thought we were. We'll get out break even on this bad boy. If it does come any lower, we'll let it hold a 1-minute candle below. We're going to get out break even here momentarily. It could be just an additional flush. We're going to take another attempt. There it is. We'll get out of that one. We still had about 70% of the remaining of our position on that. That's okay. We were holding that for the high of the day. We weren't fortunate enough to get that. Tuesday, the options are going to open up, so that's going to be good. Next week, guys, keep your eyes open for that. Looking forward to it. Will I be buying any personally? I don't think so. Not right now. I have a little bit of exposure. It's unfortunate that the ETF in itself isn't performing well, considering 10.7% of it is SPCE. Now, see, there it is. That flush down just absorbs a little liquidity. The volume did start to uptick there, guys. So that's something that we have to keep an eye out on. If we're going to correlate volume and price, that flush lower, and then now is just an absorption, and then now we start to climb back up to 163.84. We're up 21.5% on the day. And this might be the push where we head past this previous pivot peak and then through the high of the day. Is there a trade on this 168.50 break? Possibly. Let's see if the momentum slightly starts to uptick. And if it does, that might be another green light to go on the scalp. We took this. This is our IPO position right here. As soon as it opened, limit on open position. Boom, we take some off, you grab a little bit, and then sure enough, we take another scalp right there and then another one. But this was my smallest position, largest, second largest, smallest, as we do make heads for that key pivot level. We'll draw out our resistance zones, maybe somewhat of a supply zone. I understand that if it was optionable, you can see where some of the larger participants are laying, even though you can on the level 2. I don't know if your L2 keeps kind of messing up there. We always have to reset mine. But there it is, guys, 164.50 now in change.
We came right
back. Let's see if, yeah, exactly. We came right back. We're prepared, both Obi and I, to put on a little bit more risk here.
Yeah, I think if we can get through that high day, I'll take a look at it once again. But we did kind of pull back towards that VWAP. Didn't quite get there, but some of the other charts I have open, that VWAP was in and around 161.40s. We did bounce off of that 161.40. So sentiment not really changed that much. We pull back into an area of I guess acceptance, and then we pull right back up with buyers staying in charge here. 165s. That's the one place that we saw some decent size earlier. That 300,000 shares there, and we're kind of chopping the zone, give or take a couple of dollars both ways here on this SPCX. So market taking a bit of a pullback here, so it does seem that maybe it does have some sort of a beta as of right now, so we'll wait and see. Pulling back below that 29,600 here on the NASDAQ, and you can see the ES also pulling back at the same time while we struggle with this 165. Now, you can see here on the 5-minute chart, that was a bit of a 5-minute power bar break. I did see that. I'm like, all right, cool. Well, there were sellers here before 168s. If we're gonna bid up, nice little grind up here up into 168s, and then fail and then flush, then I was just like, okay, well, maybe I could. Be more patient, wait for some more information. We didn't really make it straight into and through that 15-minute opening range break. Now, maybe we'll wait and see if that will come into fruition later, right? Sometimes it needs some more time to kind of consolidate and do a little bit better. But if you got in on that pullback at that VWAP hold, all the power to you, because that trade is working out quite nicely as of right now as we chop around this 165. So let me know in the chat, how many of you guys traded this? How many of you guys were allocated shares? And did you trade it well off of the open? Did you take the opening print? Did you take the 150 or 150 bid was huge? Did you take the 150 bid? Did you take the 155 breakout there as well? Let's go down to a 1-minute chart here, and you can see here range break. If you just want to take a look at the range breaks, you can see here opening price was exactly 150.05. We do drop down to a low of 149.80. And then it's off to the races there for a strong push, almost $20, roughly $18.75 off of the opening price into that high a day there. So being patient, waiting and watching. You can see here on the 1 minute, maybe you can see a little bit more of the smaller structure that being formed. All I see here, how do I want to read this? Buyers here, maybe I don't know if I want to throw on VWAP on this chart. You can see it on here on this on the chart adjacent to this one here, but you can see pullbacks into 156 held, and then now pullbacks into 161 held as well, with sellers coming in 168s 2 times. So I don't know, it's a bit of a chop zone now. I don't know if I want to call it no man's land just yet, but we'll wait and see. Next trade. Yeah, so exactly. I know I was talking about earlier, someone was like, "Oh, how do you get over the frustration of missing the trade or not being able to do it well, or whatever your reasoning might be?" There's always going to be another trade. The market is still going to be here tomorrow. Yes, this was an epically sized IPO, one of the biggest we've ever had in history. But you can see we didn't really go crazy, right? We did get a decent move, roughly, about a 18-point move off of the open, but we didn't get any halts, right? It wasn't as crazy as Circle, wasn't as crazy as Cerebras, right? So it did give you some more calm price action to trade off of, which was a really good thing here. Now, people were talking about how much liquidity was going to be off of the open. You could have punched into so many shares and still gotten filled at the price in the area that you wanted. There was 1 million shares defending the bid at 150 right off of the open, especially when it got back through this 150. That little ping down into 149.80s was a bit of an interesting move, but just straight back through as that bid steps right back in and holds quite well. So it's very rare that you see 1 million shares on the offer, on the bid, or even on the book when it comes to higher price stocks like around $100 and $150. Not saying that I haven't seen it before, but it is pretty rare, and that instance kind of gave me the confidence to be like, all right, well, I might be looking to punch into that 155. Unfortunately, 150 was the spot, right? That 1 million shares, I don't think there's one person who would be willing to take out 1 million shares of SpaceX into the 150 bid. So that defense was definitely very, very interesting to play off of. And if you were willing to take that risk into that 150, because think about it, we talk about the book decrementing, right? So you have that 1 million shares, it's going to start getting eaten away, which gives you time to punch out if you really think it's going to get taken out. So I think that was definitely worth watching and learning from. But there will be other opportunities. There is always the next trade. So that's what I have to say about potential missed opportunities, or maybe maybe you didn't win big, or maybe you didn't win at all on the trade today. Guess what? We still have big IPOs that are poised to come out this year. We have Anthropic that's coming out, right?
IPO,
so
OpenAI filing.
OpenAI is going to be pretty solid as well, and hopefully we get some more crazy volatility like we saw on Circle, or maybe on CBRS as well on that one. I mean, I was looking for a halt, man. I was honestly looking for a halt off of the open, and we did not halt. So it is what it is. That would have been maybe the ideal scenario, but
yeah, absolutely. I think we should put out a poll. What IPO do you think will be bigger, SpaceX or OpenAI?
I mean,
do you think those are two totally different leagues?
Bigger in terms of what? In terms of volatility, in terms of opportunity. I mean, in terms of potential market cap and offering. I don't think it's going to be bigger than
OpenAI for sure. Anthropic, OpenAI. A lot of people are saying in there. SpaceX. People are saying Anthropic. So a little bit of a mixed bag. We'll get that poll out there. Yeah, a lot of people saying SpaceX. Def not. OpenAI. So I'm saying I think we're going to send, what I do believe, I don't think this, I know that we're going to send it off to see it right now.
Big day today. Let's start by taking a look at the three major averages, all in the green, up just little less than 1%. Let's take a deeper dive into the world's biggest IPO today. SpaceX launched at $150 per share at 11:47 a.m. Yes, we marked the time, making approximately an 11% gain from its initial IPO price of $135. Elon Musk has officially become the world's first trillionaire. SPCX now worth $2 trillion. Elon Musk also made a remark during the opening bell at the company's Starbase headquarters this morning that he had given SpaceX less than 10% chance of succeeding at all. The banks that underwrote SpaceX's IPO are now taking home a total of $500 million in fees. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley will be bringing in roughly $100 million apiece, followed by other lead underwriters, Bank of America, Citigroup, as well as JP Morgan Chase, who all landed about $75 million. Alphabet is the hidden winner here, invested $900 million in SpaceX more than a decade ago and added to its position over time. And now it owns roughly 4.9% of the $1.77 trillion and now $2 trillion company. And that's what makes SpaceX's Alphabet most lucrative private market bet. So as of a couple of minutes ago, updates coming in that Alphabet stake in SpaceX has officially hit $105 billion. Safe to say, again, it's the top silent winner of this IPO. SpaceX's COO, Gwynne Shotwell, also commented during the opening bell that we want to make sure that the U.S. government has access to the leading technology. And to remember, during all of this good news, something also to remember are the key numbers that drive this IPO. Financial discrepancies. The company has generated $18.7 billion in revenue in the year 2025, which is up 33% year over year, and a $6.6 billion adjusted EBITDA profit. But its GAAP accounting reflects a deep net loss, including a $4.28 billion in a single quarter, which is all driven by a massive capital expenditure in AI infrastructure. We are all excited about SpaceX. It went crazy today right off the IPO time. Starlink, also another thing to remember, accounts for 69% of SpaceX's revenue and is currently the only consistent profitable position. With that, I leave you with the SpaceX IPO. We'll be covering it here all day. Please like, subscribe, stay here, don't go anywhere. Thank you for your support and sending it back to the guys.
Thank you very much.
Well, as of Tuesday,
you have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
As of Tuesday, you'll be able to trade some options via SpaceX, which I'm sure will be a lot of fun. You're going to see some activity in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if right out of the gate,
selling some calls?
No reason for me to do so. Oh, I wanted to mention, see that infographic, fantastic stuff. It looked absolutely amazing. Nice work there, beautiful. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Bang. That's what we're talking about. Very, very nice work there. Am I going to be selling calls on this thing? No, I don't know. I don't own
what's the opportunity?
What's the opportunity? I have no idea, man. I have no idea.
Yeah.
You have to wait and see what price is doing. There's obviously going to be an uptick in volatility. There's going to be a lot of options activity. Where are we headed from here? Only time will tell. We've been holding up around this 165 level for quite some time now, for the better part of about 10 minutes or so. Let's see if we get any form of a pullback into $160, and then we're going to look to re-engage on this bad boy. I think it's going to be an all-day trender, in my opinion. It just may take some time. Plenty of session left. It is Friday, guys. Don't forget, next Friday, no session. So Thursday going to be the last day. Yeah. It's Juneteenth, no? It's Juneteenth.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Juneteenth.
We just had a market holiday recently.
Yeah. Whoa, Obi. Listen, we need the holidays here and there, my brother. We're gonna send things over to the desk with Sia and Juan, but then we're gonna do a poll, guys. We're gonna see how everybody performed on this specific IPO, SPCX. 21.8% here today, guys. $164.46. See ya, Juan.
Thank you. In the midst of this insane IPO action, let's not forget of taking an overview and a look closely at the European markets by Juan. What do you have for us today?
Crazy morning this morning, but we still need to get through some of the European market recaps. So just a quick brief overview. European markets basically ending the week in the green after President Trump announced his ceasefire, or basically calling off the strikes on Iran. And with the peace deal incoming, that's definitely moved the markets in a positive direction. We see the stocks Europe 600 up by 1.78%. In Germany, the DAX is already up 1.35%. CAC 40 in France up by 2%, and in the UK all up by 1.2. So ending the week in the green, which is a positive thing. And basically some of the main talking points coming out of Europe, markets definitely surged at the opening following news from Washington about the peace deal coming into finalization. And any absence in military action sparked an aggressive rotation back into the equities. And we see oil hitting 2 months low as well. That helped put the market in the green for all the European indexes. And in the UK, especially the FTSE 100, that rose over 1%, overcoming oil price drags. That's definitely something to talk about. We'll see how it goes next week, especially on the back of this huge SpaceX IPO.
Absolutely. We also know that in France, we saw that rise in inflation for May as well. So that's also something to look out at. But it's a great look. Markets in the green, ending the week in green. Love that. Thank you so much, Juan.
Thank you, Sia.
Back to the guys.
Once again, thank you. Once again, thank you, Juan. I mean, expect the market to be pretty choppy here today. Google up to 361, Katina, man. We got that dip buy at 350 on goggles. We're in some NASA, and then we grabbed a little more TKO that took a hit this morning. Shout out to Dana White and company. But there's a nice little pop off of that 162 marker there, guys. Back up to 164.69. Like I said, I'm ready to hit this again. I would like to see a dip into 160. I don't know if we're necessarily going to get that because it's clearly some buyers at this $164 marker. At this pace, I do believe that we are going to break the high of the day and head into $170. So it's my job to put my money where my mouth is. One more pullback, Obi, and we're going to get prepared to rock and roll.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm just waiting and watching. As we were just discussing like shorter time frame charts on this thing. Wow, look at that stack of size there at 165s right here.
You're muted, brother.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying, look at that stack of size on that 165s, but guess what? That 165 stack gets taken out. Okay, we're getting some acceleration to the upside through that hold of 165. So there was a lot of churn for about 15, 20 minutes there on SPCX, right at that 165 area. Now we're finally pushing. Can we get back into and through that 168? That's the next question that I'm asking right now. Break of consolidation. Can we get that high at a breakout now? So that's the next step there. About 100,000 shares get taken out there at 166 and some change.
It's going now.
167 is coming in potentially as of right now. So I'll take some
one
of that
more
out.
Yeah, I'll take
right
some
there. And then let's see if we can get into that high of day as well. 168s, 168.75s is the high of day. So nice little consolidation, a very tight consolidation, and now we're starting to take out size on the ask. So guess what? Buyers are still in charge. That's what we're seeing here. We're seeing more of the same. Every single pullback right there into VWAP, into prior structure, holding that 165, churning 165s. So yeah, decent stuff there, decent action. So hopefully you guys are on this stock and in for the ride here as well, as we potentially try to break out. The market's pulling back up as well. So we talk about that potential beta affiliation with the stock. I think it's very much there. You can see on the 15-minute chart here on the NASDAQ, you can see pretty doji candle at that 29,600, and now we're making potentially, maybe it's a 3-bar play right here. You get that strong leg, you get that doji consolidation, and you get the secondary continuation. I don't know if it's going to pan out that way, but that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm seeing so far with the limited information that's here on the chart. 168's on the ask right there. Not as much size, but what was really interesting to me, I mentioned this before as well, was that size in and around 165s, and then the strong churn 165s drops down to 164s, failure to follow through into those 164s, and then now we're attempting to push high a day, only about 75 pennies there on the day. So
right back into the break even. Yeah, let's see, man. We took a little scalp. I'll hold this, man, and just bank it for what it is. I mean, we could hold it to 164. Do we want to hold it against us that much? But again, we just take a little bit more off at 168. As you see, it struggled to punch through that high of the day. What I would typically want to see is that momentum tick through that level so we can head into 170. I don't know if we're going to get that at this point. More of a slow grind. Positioning is extremely important on this. 164 would have been more ideal. I should have up the hyperliquid chart just so we can get it to the actual detail of the underlying asset. Where is it here? I don't even have it up anymore. But yeah, we're pulling back a little bit of a rejection there, Obi, of the high of the day. So
sellers showing up again.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully it doesn't double top. Regardless, we don't have very much on at this point. We took half off up there for a little bit of a scalp as it's now trading at 66.90s. And again, you got one. You took some more out at 168. Yeah, nice, Katina, man, at the high of the day. That's the play as we're moving it. And there we go. Drops a couple of dollars just like that, guys. So be patient. The spread isn't crazy. I have to keep resetting my level 2. Mind you, there it is, Katina, man. Congratulations once again. It was a big day here for everyone, the floor, and that's what we're here for. I hope everybody enjoyed. Make sure you stay tuned because we're going to be back for other IPOs. We got to get out of this one here soon, Obi, as that high of the day break did not happen just yet. But buyers still stepping in. You can see the strength within the time and sales. That's what I have my eyes focused on, is those clean flushes at and above the ask here. That's what I'm looking for specifically. We didn't get the momentum and the volume spike through 170 as we are up now 23.33%.
Yeah, I think, you know, I don't think eyes are anywhere else other than SpaceX today.
Exactly. The market's
I'm watching
not doing
some other
anything.
stocks as well.
Either my platform's frozen or the market's legit not doing anything.
No, I mean, it's chopping around in this area here. We have Apple relatively weak today, trading near its low of day, kind of consolidating. We got that strong flush off of the open on Apple. Here, I'll pull it up while I talk about these. Got to keep SpaceX up as well. On the side, we'll go to, let's say, a 3-minute chart here. You can see here, this is what Apple is doing, kind of sideways chop, consolidation near the low of day, and then coming in to that 290.01 bounce. I guess that was nice there, but kind of chop underneath VWAP there on Apple. Yeah, so that's the only kind of significant one that I see. You can see Amazon as well. Relatively similar kind of picture here. Strong flush off of the open, and then chop near the bottom area of price action there. Tesla. That was the interesting one that I am watching closely, right? So Tesla, obviously, somewhat not necessarily directly affiliated with SpaceX, but you know, same guy kind of running the show here. So I was watching Tesla as well coming into the IPO. We got that strong flush, nice little bid coming in. Wow, talk about a beautiful, beautiful reversion here back through that 388. You can see strong selling, taking out the low day at 392s, and then boom, continuation. But when those buyers step back in with increased volume, we're right back in and around. Is that in and around VWAP? Yeah, we're coming back in and around VWAP right here. And I guess I have some prior support and resistance levels here. Maybe not that important on the day, but it seems like opening range low definitely found that 396 area maybe of significance as it bounced off pretty decently off of there. So 167s holding as of right now. So we chopped around a bit there on 167s. We're making that. So wow, second 15-minute candle doji here on the NASDAQ. That kind of tells me maybe I need to go to a higher time frame here. 30-minute, what are you looking like? We got about, about 15 minutes left on the 30-minute chart to go. And you can see here, nice little pullback. We've got a 50% reversion of this strong flush candle that we had around 11:30 on the NASDAQ. So that's what I like to look at for potential reversions. A potential 50% retracement, I think, is kind of textbook there. And we got that of that strong selling there at on the NASDAQ at about 11:30. So let's see if that market confluence takes us through that high day. 168's kind of chopping and churning now. 168.75s here on SPCX. Let's see if that breakout comes in. Nice little consolidation here. 3-minute, 5-minute was what we were looking at, and nice little consolidation breakout. See if there's follow through and continuation. That's the next thing that I'm looking for. Confluence, high day breakout. Maybe we see 170s. Maybe we see 175s. We saw a strong, I wouldn't say strong tap, but it was definitely tapping there and not really going anywhere. 175s earlier on this morning. So I don't know. Curious to see if that potentially comes in. And I did say, what was it, 175.50s? I got to go back and check what that specific price is. Roughly 10% above IPO price, 135s. It's got to hold that for a 7% unlock. It's got to hold that for 5 consecutive days. 5 out of 10 days consecutively to unlock that 7% before the first earnings report.
Yeah, I heard Brendo talking this morning. I think there's some fine print within that you can sell if it's up 30% or something. I don't know if within a specific time frame, then I believe you can offload some shares. Blicky, do we know when the new ETFs that will be holding SpaceX drop? Monday. Which do you know of the specific ones? I've been in NASA for quite some time.
No, there's going to be leveraged ETFs that are coming out.
Okay, so leveraged ETFs coming out, options coming out as well too. But as for the one-to-one ETFs, NASA to the downside, not doing anything right now. But it's 10.7% SpaceX. All right, the preferreds will be converted into common stock. Other than that, guys, let's see if we get this 168.23. Obi's still holding on to that bad boy for this high of the day. Yeah, man, I mean, I expect this. 271 million shares traded on the day. It's going to move like the apples. And there it goes, bang, a nice little uptick, but then comes right back in, Obi.
169s
Yeah,
it printed.
169s it prints, brother. Congratulations to you on that. Bang, 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 bang. Just a little top up here for us. We're going to try to hold this north of 70, and then we'll look to take the rest out. See ya.
Thank you so much. Let's take a dive into the small cap for today. IWM currently on the upside, 1.2% on the day. Space stocks, as we know it, are the highlight today. So we're going to focus on two specific space stocks for this little segment. SpaceX's planned IPO had created this certain momentum, positive sentiment across the sector, but it's also dragged these certain space names down. RDW market cap of $1.8 to $2.9 billion. Jefferies has said that the general excitement around the space industry has given the stock a 23% up year to date. They see a certain limited near-term upside, but at the same time, these stocks are dragging down because of the momentum in the market with SpaceX's IPO today. PL, as we know it, also down 9% on the day. Overall, space stocks are dragging down today, be it small cap or on the bigger board. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you. We have a super chat here. Oh, do other space plays like Rocket Lab bounce today? Well, we can go through them. We can go through Rocket Lab. We can see them. I mean, here's the ETF. Rocket Lab's within this, and it's not really doing anything. Tesla's starting to move a little bit higher, and Google hasn't been doing anything either. Let's pull this up and see what Rocket Lab and ASTS been up to. RKLB. Maybe. Like, I mean, look at this initial selling right out of the gate. ASTS. Not really. I mean, I think at some point they will, especially if this sector gets going. And then what is it, YSS? Yeah, York Space Systems. We're not going to get that pulled up. There it is, $28 and change. 168.75 there now, Obi. Not too bad of a look. We're at 166.97. So this name continuing to grind a little bit higher, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, seeing that 169 holding quite well as of right now as we keep on knocking on the door. I'm seeing, if you look a little bit further down the book, some size sitting at 170, so maybe potentially that is in order. You can see here, knocking against 169, knocking against 169, so maybe some ice baby on that 169 there. There it is, breaks right through 50 pennies on the offer right away. So that's what happens sometimes when you have a held offer and that cracks and you get a 50 penny wipe right there. So a lot of buyers definitely still in charge here on SpaceX. Let's see if we can get to that 170 as of right now. So 170, last I saw the book pull up into 170. There was some size there. I kind of missed how much was there, but you can see here. Let me pull this up. Right there. So it's moving around quite a lot there. So about 40,000, maybe a total of 50, 60,000. Is that 100,000 as well? But he got 70, 140 flashing on the offer there at 140,000 shares at 170. Is that the spoofy man? I don't know. But yeah, we might not know, but that size kind of flashing itself and showing up and then going away as well. There it is, 146. You call him out and he sticks around. Apparently, 170 on the horizon with some size there. So let's see if that gets taken out. 146,000, and then we got some stacks. We got some. Where is he on? He's on the ARCA book. So 145,000 shares on the offer on the ARCA book. We got Buddy on Bats at 84K. We got 67K on Edge. It was at EdgeX. But yeah, we got some size there, holding up that 170. Now I'm curious to know: are we going to take it out in one fell swoop as it comes in right now? So a bunch of size got taken out on the 170s there. So let's see. We got some ice at 169s. Let's see if we get some ice. No, got $1 off that right there and then back through. Wow. So we got 171s on the offer right there. 171 high a day print here on SPCX on that 170 breakout and then instantly back through that 170, chopping it up a little bit here, but at 169 and then step up to 170. I like that. Every time we've pulled back into VWAP, buyers are there. I like that. Let's see if we can get an end-of-day push. The market trading right back up above 29.6s. I like that as well, Joe.
Yeah, man, absolutely, Gaurav, man. Hopefully you had a pretty good day. Newcast 1 and 2. Yeah, let's see what the chat's doing. I mean, we could put it in there. Did you perform well on this IPO? Are you red or green? I'm gonna put it in there. We got that big green face. We have our boy Jesse, Blicky Spears been staying in there. Sage is in the chat. We can do a roll call. I don't have the button, but what we will hit here, Obi, is this Stone Cold roll call. There we go, Obi. That's what I'm talking about, my boy. 171. There it is, big green, everybody. Taking more off on this bad boy. Congratulations to everyone as we continuously cook up here. Big green. Yeah, a big push. That's what I was talking about. It took some time. It was holding levels. You have Obi big time in the chat.
Look at that stack. Yo,
there it is.
That is getting slapped right there. That got slapped real quick there.
There it is. Again, Obi, another push to 172.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you right now, every other stock in the market is irrelevant as we continuously rock and roll right now on SPCX, now up 27%. They're probably going to push it to 30 so some people can offload some shares. I wonder what Kevin O'Leary's doing, our friend there, Sean. Did he offload some, or is he diamond handing this specific trade? Congratulations to you, Obi. Patience was key, and you got a big time move as well. Multiple attempts on this bad boy, starting to come in off of that 173 high, but it did establish a new high of the day. Nice little move right there. Ooh, a clean flush to the downside, Obi.
I got some out at 171.
Nice.
So we'll wait and see.
Yeah. I mean, 171, what was my last though? Roughly around there, 172.68, but not much there. Love this show, says TT Mass. You're a regular, we know that. Trader TV Live, the one and only 37,000 people watching us here this morning. We're here every day, Monday to Friday, except for next Friday, that is.
Did you borrow some shares on this thing?
No.
I've been looking. I've been looking all morning, and I'm like, okay, give me a good reason to sell. No good reasons to sell. Maybe now, after you see that stack step up, still within range. But now I want to check how much these shorts are going for. I did look to borrow them in the morning, but then I was like, do I really want to, position myself with a short bias off of the open? I'll be patient here, and I think that there were 33 pennies, a lot, on SPCX this morning. Let's see how much they are now. SPCX.NQ. Let's see how many do I want. I think that's fine. Let's see how much I get on this request for pay for short. So now they're about 23.8 pennies. So I think that's a little bit better here on the day. That's per share, 23 pennies, or 24 pennies, let's round it up. 23 pennies per share here on SPCX. We'll wait, we'll watch. Still in the uptrend, still buyer dominant here on the day on SPCX. So be patient. I want to see that 175, man. I'm more than willing to scalp it out. That's what I'm saying. I don't have to have the whole move, but if there are moments in time where you can scalp very high probability kind of action, and I think that 165 churn, and then push. I'll show you guys.
Are you tapped into Unity there, Obi?
No, I think it wasn't necessarily working.
Wasn't working how you wanted it to? That's all right. We're not going anywhere.
Okay, shorts accepted. I have the shorts. Thank you very much. Let me.
And we have a $100 super chat there, Obi, if you want to mention that.
Ooh, okay, all right.
What's up, Jesse?
So thank you very much to Dragos 7019. Wow, 172 is back in there. Wow, okay, cool. Congrats to all SPCX longs. I'm not in, but we always celebrate each other's success. Peace. Thank you very much, Dragos, there for the super chat. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys for joining us on this historical day.
Yeah.
One of the biggest IPOs of all time. $86 billion.
Yeah, man.
Oh boy.
We'll hit the Stone Cold for our boy Dragos over there. Dragos. And then also Jesse, Gaurav, everyone in the chat. Even though I said I was going to do roll call, Katina Man hit it, and then I got distracted doing something else. But other than that, we got the high of the day break, man. I can't say it enough. Congratulations to the individuals to the right to me, all of them. It's been an absolutely fantastic day. I think we do hit that 30% marker at this point. 180, are we going to close that? Dare I mock my final little bid here, Obi? just so, yeah, why not? Right?
This is what I want to show you guys here. So yeah, this 173 is coming in, man. So it's okay. Next trade, right? I'm just like, okay, I missed up. I missed some of the op there. So this is a 5-second chart. So you can see a lot of some of the microstructure. Wow, there comes high a day right there as we break out into 173s as we push a little bit higher. So definitely leaving a couple dollars on the table for me. But take a look at this. This is the stuff I'm talking about. This consolidation right here. Look how clean and flat that 165 area is. Definitely a held offer there. So there may be some seller stepping in here. We did get some violations of the offer there. We get a spike up to 166, flushes back down. So you're really seeing it chop, 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 chop. And then we flush back down. We break some of the lows that we made during this consolidation. So we can see that held offer kind of showing up at around 1224s. Boom, 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 boom. And then multiple attempts through it fail. And then sellers kind of step in as well. But that kind of fails as well. So we got a lot of chop consolidation, but we're still above VWAP. We're still above some interesting levels that we held before as well. Pulls back into 163s and then bids back up, boom, 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 boom. And now we finally break out. And you guys saw, I took this is kind of where I started to piece into this, knowing that it could be a little choppy. But now the probability for reaching higher, I think, goes up because what are we doing? We're making higher highs and higher lows into it, and now we're trading 173s and some change with the 174 high a day. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at, guys. Be right back from SIA.
The SPY currently up on the day, a little over the flat range, 0.5%. Let's start talking electric tech, seeing a lot of mixed sentiment, a lot of green here. INTC up on the day, 7%. AMD up 5%. Apple trading down 1.5%. NVIDIA currently flat. Moving over to tech services, we have Google up 1%. Google's filing a lawsuit to dismantle AI-powered cybercrime network infrastructure, coordinating with FBI, who will be taking certain law enforcement actions. And also, we know that Alphabet has become a silent winner, as we mentioned earlier, in the SpaceX IPO with over $105 billion in the stake now. When coming over to finance, we have BRKB currently trading flat, but JPM, BAC, Goldman Sachs, GS, we have Citigroup, all up on the day, over 1%, over 1.5%, all underwriters of the SpaceX IPO today, all up. Moving over to consumer durables, Tesla currently trading flat at the moment. Reports have been saying that investors' attentions have shifted to the SpaceX IPO and the market debut, one of its reasons that's causing this drag down in the stock. Retail trade, Amazon currently trading down 2%. Walmart dragging down a little bit too. Costco flat. Home Depot in the green a little bit. Producer manufacturing looking pretty good, all green. In a good day for energy too. We're seeing a lot of comments come in from U.S. President Donald Trump and Iran, and the memorandum being reached. Energy is up on the day. Utilities, mixed sentiment. Transportation, again, I'm seeing a mixed sentiment. Health tech, Lilly down 1.4%. J&J up on the day, almost 1%. Overall, I would say the market looks pretty good. We could say it can be a good end to the week, or may not. The market is ever changing, but let's wait and watch. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, guys, I mean, we may as well do this, right? We're starting to slow down a little bit in price action. Here it is on SpaceX, 27%. Watch out for that 30% marker. But let's head over to the watch list and see how some of our other trillion-dollar club peers are doing. Obviously, not that, but yeah, Elon Musk by far the richest man. I wonder if he hit trillionaire status off of this. I think that's a good question. I'm sure he did.
He's definitely poised for it.
Yeah, if he's not there, he's really close. Here's NVDA on the day, guys. A high of $207, and then we have AAPL 291. This might be a good discount buy, in my opinion. I don't know why my things are freezing. Oh yeah, 315 down to 291. You get almost a 10% discount. We're gonna head over to our next name. That's Goggles. As soon as we hit 250, I'm like, yeah, let me buy a little bit down 14 1/3%. Now you're trading at 361. Amazon, Microsoft. How has Microsoft been? Another down day. Oh my God, this is absolutely disastrous for this stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days in a row, ladies and gentlemen, of selling here in Microsoft. You thought you'd get some form of a continuation with this breakdown, but no, not necessarily the case. 173.02 here on SpaceX, and looking like we're going to make that push for 175 here momentarily, Obi. Not too bad whatsoever. We will take that. No, as for Broadcom, how have you been performing? Flat, and this doesn't surprise me. We're going to see a lot of names moving sideways, most likely for the remainder of this session. All eyes on this team specifically are on SPCX and will remain until that 4 o'clock bell. We're rocking and rolling. Let's see what we can close at. I wouldn't be surprised if it's close to $180. That's definitely going to put us well above that 30% marker, as we're only 1 1/4 away from that specific zone. Now, need I even do this? What is JPM? Yes, JPM, Katina, man. Even though everything else is irrelevant. JPM now up to 319, my boy. That's what we're talking about. You're in that one? Let's go Diamond Hands. There we are, man. Dinner on Katina, man, tonight. And then we also got, Sean, did you hear this? 350 dip buy for your boy on goggles. We'll take it. We'll take it.
That was a nice little hold. Was it yesterday, a couple days ago today?
On Google?
On Google, yeah. That 350 bounce was pretty interesting there on Google. Market kind of stepping right back up into that 29.7s here. We're just shy of that 175 here on the day here on SPCX. So a bit of a dabble here on the short, just small. I want to see how well we crack through this 175. That 175 coming in.
Oh, bro, you're short now?
Nicely here.
Okay.
Let's see how we deal with this 175 area. Yeah. You know, I'm going to be a little bit patient here. So the long definitely into that 175, looking pretty solid here, willing to kind of get out and get back in as well. 175 could be interesting. Maybe we take it through into 180s if it really holds quite nicely. Market pulling right back up into the area where we saw some strong selling here at 29,750s at the same time. So we have about 500, was that 500,000 or 40,000 right there? That's about 40, 50,000 shares sitting at 175s right now. So let's see, we're poised to kind of break it. Look at this 5-minute hold. I mean, the bar's been kind of choppy here, but 5-minute charts looking pretty strong in terms of the uptrend as we push a little bit higher. So yeah, people saying maybe we potentially close over 200. That's only $25 away. It's another stretch. So one more leg. So we got opened at 150. We're at 175. Another $25 in the next 3 hours. It could very well be within range, especially with the kind of breakout and the kind of sentiment that we're seeing here on SpaceX today, Joe.
There we got it. There you go. Throw it out there. Yeah, honestly, Obi, again, I obviously hope you print up a storm on that one. But I think this is just going to grind all day. I could be totally wrong, and you get some form of a pull here later at that 30% marker, which would put us around $176. You might see some form of a pullback there. But yeah, I think this is going to be an all-day grinder. We're going to be scalping in and out of this for the remainder of the session. Yeah, man, it's been a lot of good stuff. Obviously, when the group chats on your phone start going off, oh, I did. My friends are like, oh, should I buy it now? Should I buy it now? I say, listen, don't ask me those questions. Because no, I would never. No, you know what, Katina, man, when people say, what do I buy? What should I buy? I just say, do some research and then come back to me later with what you're thinking. I can't help you. I got my own portfolio to build as well too, but I'm more than willing to help. Katina, man, coming back. Oh, I thought he's got the mic. But no, man, I'm not going to lead them into a direction where the stock can potentially sell off a little bit more here. But hey, FOMO on their behalf, but it is what it is. We talked about it. I mentioned, did I perform on how I wanted to on this? Absolutely not. But I told you I was going to take the shot that I wanted. All right, I would have been more mad at myself if I didn't take that limit on open than if I would have taken it and lost off of it. Right? Like, yeah, listen, you guys know it's been a dry 2026 with the exception of last weekend, do Dundas. Maybe we would have had a nice little beverage on a balcony or a patio or something along those lines, but that's not necessarily the case. There's no need for any celebratory drinks. I don't know if Katina Man's going to be going for them or anything else, but I will be doing here on this lovely Friday, watching Team Canada at the World Cups. And the village that I live in is going to be absolutely riddled with individuals, both from this country here and Bosnia. We're going to barbecue some nice burgers. We got Katina Man, some fresh sausages from Farm Boy. It's going to be a good weekend here.
Okay, what sausages do you like there?
I got the chicken one there, the buffalo chicken, and then the honey bacon, or the maple bacon one.
Yeah, we love that Farm Boy. You got me on those veal meatballs.
Yeah, how fire are those? Did you get them ever since?
Not since, but
they're good.
I'm gonna get them soon. No, I was just gonna comment about your call there about talking to people, and I was the same way. Remember, we did that story that we were getting people asking us, should we be buying in on this, and what the situation was. And I think now we've seen the 150 price, so we'll see if that comes back into play. I mean, we have many studies. I think Obi's probably been talking about it. We've seen many charts of IPOs that have come back down to life after the first couple trading days, right? And so I was just going to say, like, if anybody were to ask me for some advice right now, I would almost give the same thing that Neil and I kind of gave, and we all gave to that individual that was 17 years old in the beginning and said they had $1,000 and was looking to invest. If you got in a little bit off that 150 or 135, now you can let it sort of run its course here, and as it pulls back in, you can start to sort of build your other position. But I think at this valuation here, just north of $2 trillion, I mean, it's... I can't believe we're throwing around numbers of $2 trillion, but at the end of the day, this is a play for the future, and it's an Elon Musk play, and we know that he's got 85% of the voting rights here, so whatever he decides is going to wind up going. We know it's backed by Goldman, we know it's backed by Morgan Stanley, we know there's a huge retail percentage in this name as well. We had what was that opening print? I mean, we've already done 315 million, like 300, and we just broke 176.50 right now. It's halting. This might halt. That looks like a halt level to me, doesn't it? But how could that be? No, that's not. Someone, did you guys come over to my screen right there? That looked program stacked offer. If that comes back to 176.50, look what this looks like. There was a bunch of orders all the same. Look at this. Of course, it's not halting. I don't know why I would say that, but there it is right there. All these orders, there's 250,000 shares right there sitting in, or actually that's only 25,000 shares sitting right here. Here we go. Big orders on all different kinds of books right now. So somebody's, getting ready to get out at 176.50. But yeah, we're still long. We're $25 in the money, but we have lesser position on. And yeah, man, it's Neil and I were just talking about this is the cost of business. Sometimes you do have that little wick. We get out. We were able to get back in, ride this thing to the high side. But yeah, man, monumental day here. And very, very, very happy. And, thanks for covering, Joe and Sharif and Neil and Sia and Obi and everything. And thanks for coming in and stepping in there and providing more color to this trade. So, and thank you again. I'm getting a lot of DMs from people. I want to say thank you so much. I'm glad everybody did enjoy the show. But at the end of the day, remember, everybody has their own trades. And if you miss this one, you can get the next one. Or maybe you're making money on the short. Maybe you're figuring it out. But that's what we do here. And it was a good opportunity. We analyzed it. Neil and I talked about, getting in Neil more specifically, getting in the reps before on other IPOs. And it just, it all came out, and we're able to, all of us, do well on this. So, and I think Dragos nailed it with that super chat, right?
Yeah, big time.
It's one thing to, be happy for yourself, but it's even better to be happy for everybody else. So I'm, really glad that everybody was able to make money on this trade because, hey, just as easy as you can make money. Look, you guys have seen me get absolutely crushed on many trades, so it's nice to have this happen back again. And we put on an infinite amount of risk compared to what we would normally do. And we're just glad it paid off. Now, will it work for Anthropic? Will it work for OpenAI? I have no idea, but I think we're getting closer and closer to figuring out the magic sauce around here. And it was salmon for lunch, and the salmon was pretty tasty. So, I'm going to come back on. I'll hop on. I'll throw on a mic, and we'll start trading the rest of the day.
I mean, we could definitely pop into that there, see if you want to fire it up. Sorry, that was a little fuzzy in my ear. But yeah, Sean, congratulations. I don't know if we should here. Again, here, I'm going to DM you. And then we'll see we'll take it from there. All right. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll message you. We'll see what we got going on. SPCX starting to come in a little bit here. We'll figure it out. And other than that, man, it's literally Dragos and Sean hit that nail on the head. It's okay. It's all fun. Listen, we love it when we win. but you have to love it when other people around you, especially your peers and your friends, are winning as well, because it just means you're in the right place at the right time. You're in the right group, and couldn't say couldn't be more happier, I should say, than the individuals here who had the ability to really take advantage of this trade. So yeah, good stuff, Obi.
Yeah, definitely great opportunities on the day here on SPCX. Not too many shorts. The longs were definitely solid there. Wow, there is some. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle? We got about 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle here. Yeah, I did get in a little bit early, kind of front running it, but sometimes you don't want to give away a little bit too much, right? But yeah, we'll see. 172s, 175s held with a nice little stack offer. Let's see if we can get back through that 170 here, or do we hold 171s? We're breaking trend on multiple different instances here, but bigger picture, still within uptrend, still kind of holding higher highs and higher lows here. Opening 15-minute opening range high is in around that 168.75s. If we crack through that 168.75s, that could be something interesting as well. I'm definitely sure that people took that opening range high breakout, so getting stopped, you might take out some stops there and get some potential selling pressure. Now we have the confluence of the market at the same time. That's now going from green to red with only 2 minutes left. Let's see if it closes red, right? Now that's the second question on this right now. So 170 potentially coming back in. So a nice little push up into 176 halves there on SPCX, and then pull into 170. So a nice little $6 a round trip on the 170 breakout.
$6 off the high is insane.
I mean, we're seeing that kind of volatility there.
Yeah, exactly.
I checked this morning. The VIX is back, was back below 20. I think I think it's still in and around there. There's 100,000. Was that a
bang?
Might have been a million, but I don't know. I got to be quick. I'm like, oh, size.
Selling coming in here now.
Big size there. About 6 figures on the absolute shares there as we break back through 169s. Let's see if we can hold that opening range high break there on 168.75s. 170s holding quite well with the bid back up. Right, exactly. So it's like we know buyers are pretty much in charge throughout the day. We know buyers have showed up at VWAP and on top of prior structures and holding prior structures as well. Let's wait and see if that continues to be the case. That back through 170. Nice little push, but we come right back in as well the other way to the upside through that 170 right now. So solid move there. So
there was some, sorry to interrupt you there. There's some super chats. You can go over that momentarily. There was a strong downtick in the market, Obi.
Yeah, there was. Coming right back.
Yeah, it's coming right back up. Tesla was selling. Those are irrelevant. NASA came down a little bit, and Robinhood's still hovering around the volume-weighted average price.
Yeah, so yeah, like I said, a few more minutes. So we did close that 15-minute candle just now. Let's see what the next one has in store for us. So a nice little bid right back up into that. This is a 30-minute chart, but yeah, the 15-minute chart of prior. Nice little wick action happening there. So
big IP.
Went from green to red to green on the 30-minute there, and we took out some decent size on that. I think it was 170, 171. This is why you got to record your screen, especially on days like today, to really extract a lot of the action to its full potential, because you're going to miss a lot of things, and you want to be like, oh, there was size on that level, or this happened after this, or this is kind of how the tape was acting when we broke out, and I can remember that because that happened like 5 seconds ago, but when the market closes, or maybe tomorrow, or maybe a week down the line, I'm going to be like, oh, what happened there? I'm not going to remember the minutia of the price action and the tape that happened. That's why recording your screen is very, very important, especially if you're trying to learn from some of the action on these IPOs and study for future reference. Now, is that size showing up on the ask reel there? 300,000, buddy? Is that are we seeing some spoofy man there? Because the buddy on 300,000 didn't really get printed on the offer there. I think 172s and some change. Maybe my book is just spazzing out. But I'll wait and see if this selling comes into fruition, or do we just continue to do more of the same, bid back above 175s, and we print some fresh highs on the day? No idea. So we'll wait and see. Lucky Metal. Yeah, maybe, man. Who knows? Again, uptrend is still very much intact. Maybe that is the right thing to do, but I'm going to stay a little bit patient here as we start to chop around in and around this 175, 170 area. As of right now, back up into 174s. Seems like a lot of people are saying, you know, go SPCX. I'm seeing a lot of comments saying buy. Interesting. Yeah, it seems like everyone's leaning towards the long side. I'm really curious to know how much of our chat had allocations and how many of them flipped right off of the open, or how many of them are holding to see maybe potentially higher levels here on SPCX. Or are you not trading SPCX at all? That's what I'm asking. Yes, SNDK all-time highs, saying Anjuelo in the chat. Yeah, SNDK was a more than valid trade today as well. I saw off of the open that I think it was 1900 breakout was absolutely solid. We got almost up to 1950s or 1960s there, and then pulls back into VWAP, and VWAP hold continuation was absolutely beautiful there on SNDK as well. So let's take a quick look at SNDK. Yeah, all-time highs here. So finally pushing through that 2K mark here on SNDK. Take a look at that consolidation breakout. Hold, double top, but we're making higher lows into it. Nice little flag. Boom, breakout of 2000. What's looking good right now is we're holding 2000 as support on SNDK. So pretty solid there, market in an uptrend at the same time. So looking absolutely beautiful for SanDisk. I don't know how Micron is doing. Well, SanDisk is up there as well, so 1,000. So we're holding 1,000 here on Micron. Not really the same kind of price action on the day. If you look at SNDK, a lot more convincing for that 2,000 breakout, or even if you were get specific, that 1996 42s or 1996 half area there, that breakout going with volume. That's what I like to see, with volume here on the push and breakout through that 2,000. So shout out to anybody who traded that SanDisk on the day today. Now I know there's leverage ETFs as well. If you think $2,000 is a bit much in terms of pricing, there's SNDQ. Right, SNDQ, that is a 2x short leverage ETF, and you can see here you can get short here on this one, looking for that follow through to the downside as SNDK itself pushes up higher on the day. Now I forget what the long was it. Do you know what the long ETF is? SND.
No. Maybe L.
Oh yeah, SNXX. That's the one. So SNXX, that's priced at in around $37 as of right now, and you can see similar kind of breakout there. 36. Let's get specifics. 36.43s ish. They are now holding 36 halves for that potential push to the upside here on SNXX. So, you know, if you sometimes for higher price stocks, you can almost always find a leveraged ETF that'll maybe better cater to your account, cater to your volatility profile, and even your comfort on taking the trade. Because at the end of the day, the trade is a trade. And if the trade was to take the breakout on that SNDK, that definitely came in quite beautifully as of right now. Gonna run SanDisk has an ETF saying "Hangry Wife." Yeah, you gotta look at a lot of these stocks have these leverage ETFs that are lower priced than the actual asset itself. So it gives you that access. And you know, when we talk about market access, that's one way of accessing the move and the volatility and the price action on SNDK and other stocks as well, right? So yeah, good look there on that stuff. Micron Millionaire saying MU needs to split. Yeah, maybe they do need to split, but until then, you can use those ETFs to take the trade that you are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, here, we'll head back to our watch list, guys. You see that the market is putting in almost a new high of the day. This is the TQQ's, Tesla coming off of those levels. And here are some of the other space plays, NASA and York Space Systems. Robinhood not doing too much, but it did break up above this resistance zone, guys. I'd like this open right at the top end of the range, and then bang, you pop right into $96, almost a high of $97. I think at this pace, I do believe that we are going to break through 78.50 on the NASDAQ, the TQQs that is, and we can see how we'll take a look at how the SPY is doing. Transaction fees. We're going to take a look at some of the banks as well momentarily. SPY, how have you been performing? Not as strong as the NAS, as you see that we are at the HOD, not quite there. How's that even right? Did this thing, why is it showing that? That's showing that it halted, Obi. That's not. That can't be possible.
SPY? No, there's no way.
There's no way that's correct. Now, JP Morgan. Let's see how this bad boy is doing. TKO holding. 119. Nice, Obi, with a high of approximately $321. So that's looking pretty good, if you ask me. We were waiting for it. You had Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley hitting all-time highs, and this thing was just lagging, doing nothing. Now we're only a couple percentage points off of that pivot level. My friend Katina Man, 5%. At one point we were down in the teens, and we're like, what is going on with JP Morgan and Chase? But here it is, performing well, guys. By the way, I got all out of this other position on the, on SPCX. Out at 172, failed to construct a high there, but I wouldn't be surprised if it continues to grind. If there's any form of aggressive pullback, we can put on some more risk. Ideally, my price would be around $162. I don't think that's going to be the case here today. I would be surprised if you get that type of a pullback, but anything can happen. Ticker, IBKR, absolutely. We can take a look at it here. So IBKR, Sean was talking about this the other day. Oops, that's IBK. We don't want that one. We want IBKR. Hey, man. It's a great stock to own. All-time high here today. Just steady up and to the right. These are great investments, if you ask me, 160%. Robinhood, not necessarily looking the exact same way, but Goldman Sachs, if we're talking about some of the other banks, there's Goldman, a little bit off the all-time high. Morgan Stanley performing really well. Same thing, just a little bit off the all-time high. So some financial plays. Finally starting to come back in our favor, and more or less that's going to be the Robinhood and the JPMs for me. We like that. How has Walmart been here today? I don't know if we're going to see a rotation out of Staples maybe into some of the SpaceX play and some of these other plays. $120, not too bad. We tanked, man, all the way down to 113. You hit 17% to the downside, and then you get a nice little bounce. If we start to fill this gap, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we do hit a new all-time high in 2026. Only a quarter divvy on that bad boy. You guys know I'm always looking for the dividends on some of these plays. Adam, what was that small cap name that you were talking? I know we're gonna hyper focus on SpaceX, but let's head back over to small cap Landia and see if there's anything in particular that we like. EDHL, I heard that being mentioned on multiple occasions. Where are you, small cap name, EDHL? Are you in the top echelon of volume here? I just seen it. Okay, it just kind of, oh, there it is. EDHL, 9.8 million shares traded on the day. Yeah, that's, I mean, listen, this is all fun and games, but it's no SpaceX, my boy. I know you don't, I know where you stand in that one. Cast is halted, looking for that high of the day break, so not too bad of a play there. And booyah on this one. Nice, no booyah there, Obi, as it is to the downside, $1.85 with a high of approximately $3.65. So that's cut in half. Gimme over here, GMM. See how this has been performing. A little slow here, the platform, and lackluster. But CIIT, a name that we've been trading over the past couple of days. So not too bad of a look there, guys. SPCX, 27.8% to the top side. Offering on CPOP this morning and got whacked. Yeah, I know, man. You got to be, listen. So what I was doing is I'm like, there's not a chance I'm trading anything other than this one specific name here today, and I'm glad that I stuck with it. I mean, we could have took some small attempts here and there, but this was the focus of today's session, and I think it was for a lot of people, and hopefully a lot of people had some good success with it. If not, be prepared for next time. Anthropic, OpenAI, I believe Discord also looking to IPO relatively soon, so not too bad, man. There's a solid pipeline of initial public offerings.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of opportunity, man. And again, there's if you just go back and look at whatever timeline, like over the past 6 years, we had a crazy market in 2020. We had a good market in 2021. 2022, sure, we trended down for a little bit, but there were other opportunities as well during that time. 23, 24 was pretty solid as well. 25, there's always going to be, when you look back, opportunities, A-plus opportunities throughout all of these years. So whether, A-plus opportunities shouldn't be showing up more than, a few times a year at most. Now, was SPCX an A-plus? I don't know. I think arguably not really, but it was definitely a B-plus for sure. Right? So allocating risk and allocating the appropriate sizing for some of these opportunities is, for me, it's definitely a work in progress. I do have to get better at it, but it definitely takes time. It takes repetition, and there will always be more. And I did mention earlier, kind of jokingly, that I was willing to risk my career on this IPO if it did the right things. Taking multiple lots off of the open there. But it didn't do what I was looking for. I was like, if it was tapping 175s and we opened 175s, then I think that'd be solid. But it gave so many other great opportunities as well. Opening range breaks, hold a VWAP. And you're absolutely right. Anthropic is going to be something. Discord is going to be something as well. And there's always going to be something, right? We have SNDK going absolutely ballistic. I'm still waiting for the backside on that.
Yeah.
Right. I want to see some sort of like a blow off top, some capitulation, something to happen on that stock, because that's absolutely wild. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't capitulate. Maybe it'll just have a rollover. But you always got to think about the rubber band man when it comes to some of these crazy parabolic moves.
Absolutely.
Right. The rubber band effect or the rubber band action is almost definitely there. It's about when and if you can kind of time it at the right point. And we talk about the concept of the right side of the V, the right side of the move on some of those trades. Definitely not really right side territory just yet. So I'm going to be patient to see when and if that comes in, and I think that'll be a great opportunity as well, because AI is still a little hype, but then memory names started getting some of that volume.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And then was it last year or a couple of years ago, we had quantum getting some of those parabolic moves. So there's always going to be this rotation of sentiment and crazy amounts of dollar volume that goes into these hype thematic sectors, and the front side is absolutely awesome on those, as well as the back side, right? So opportunities galore, and all of those can be, if you time them right, can definitely turn into A opportunities, if not A plus, even if they start off sometimes as like a B.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
The trade can and does evolve often.
Yeah, more.
So,
yeah.
Stuff to watch out.
Remember those?
about.
Obi, you and I grew up in the same era. Remember those books? I don't know if you ever had them in your library as a kid, but remember how it would like morph into an animal? It's like the book page. It's like
the pop-up?
No. It's like literally the home page was like it was just the person, and then they would morph into.
Oh, you're talking about the Animorphs, or
it wasn't. It was like real people. It might have been Animorphs.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? Those are crazy.
Yeah.
I grow, man. You weren't born in. Is it Animorphs?
You know what I really like?
Yeah, a lot of people say Animorphs.
Yeah, it's Animorphs. I remember those books. I think I read like a couple, and I was like, I'm not really about this. But I do like sci-fi, but you know what I really like? I like the Goosebumps books.
Yeah, the Goosebumps
when it would tell you, go to this page, and you could make decisions in the book. It's like, if you want to do this, if you want to do that, and that was pretty cool. And we saw Netflix do a rendition of some of that on Bandersnatch, if you remember. That was pretty cool concept.
What happened?
On Bandersnatch on Netflix. So it's like it would show you like whatever scenes, and then you could make a decision of what to do the next decision, and it had a few different endings as well. So absolutely solid there. Yeah, I think I've only seen it like once or twice. I've only gone through it once or twice. I don't think I've seen all of the endings.
I did read I read a lot of Captain Underpants books. 170 Hardy Boys were. I think they're coming out with a TV series, The Outsiders. I know the guys to our right would know about that one, The Outsiders. I think I seen there's a little poster of it right outside of our office. There it goes, guys. Right back.
Looking for 168.75.
168.75. That's what Obi's target is.
Stop.
You're gonna get there. There it is, 168.50, my boy. You already got that 168.30. Bang. Are you piecing some out? No, go to Obi's chart, not mine.
I mean, is there any reason to buy? That's the question.
That's a great question.
Buyers are at VWAP, bro.
Nice, man.
I mean, they might be here at 68.70. That's what I'm looking for,
Okay.
right? If they do show up, if we do hold this prior level, then yeah, maybe we slapped up $1 off of that 168 push. But you know, market's kind of pulling back as well. We went up to the highs here on the market. Guess what? There were sellers here before. Do they step in again here on the NASDAQ? That's the question that I'm asking here. And as I've mentioned before, it does seem like SPCX is following the market a little bit. So got to watch for some of that confluence to potentially come into fruition at the same time. Where is VWAP, you may ask? Well, depending on where you look, it could be in different places, but I have on one chart 160. Let me just look at a couple different frames here. So on a 5-minute chart, I have it at 165s and some change. Here on P Pro, I have it at 163s and some change. But you know, that data might be a little skewed based off of some of these dark pool prints. So it's definitely taking some of those into consideration when it's calculating this VWAP here on the P8 software. So that's something to watch out for. And take a look at this. Nice little wicks down to 150 where we saw that 1 million bid. And I was just like, wow, yeah, it's a crazy large bid there on 150s. Definitely had to you know, exercise some sort of trading there, and I did okay. I think I definitely nothing to write home about, but I was like, okay, after seeing that 150, I'm gonna take a breakout. 154 miss, got 155 with much smaller size than I really wanted, but it is what it is. Where's the next trade, right? So 170 chopping around as of right now. Let's see, we got that nice little wick action off of that 168. We dropped down to 168 flats on that low here on SPCX, the 5-minute chart. So another place VWAP might be for some people here. I'm watching on a lower time frame, 164.50. So again, we're seeing a similarity there. 165s and some change, 164. So give or take $1 in and around there, a 165 area. So, and that's the same area that we had that crazy flat consolidation, sure with violations to both sides here and there, but that 165 is going to be key for me as well. And the fact that it's confluencing with VWAP now, I do like a little bit better. I do like it a little bit better. I am more interested in it. But let's see if the market takes a bit of a pullback here where we've seen the sellers earlier in the session. But what are you guys trading? Are you guys still watching SPCX? That's the only thing I'm watching right now. That's pretty much what I've allocated all my risk on the day to, and I will be watching this into the close. It should be very interesting into the close. If we push up into the close and break up through those 175s, 180s, that could be interesting. We've seen a lot of you know, chatter about different participants in different funds and ETFs and different participants that may want to be buying some of this. So the closing auction on these is going to be on SPCX is going to be pretty solid. And you got a super chat there.
You got a super chat. I'm stuck in 1,000 shares TQQs. I would love to know your price. Okay, you should have put, I mean, Kyle, you don't have to super chat again. Just let me know what your price is. My stop order is froze pending. Schwab says it's an exchange problem and can't help. What are my options with options to hedge? We can talk that. Let me know your average price. That's extremely important. You don't have to super chat again. Just comment within your own super chat, or you can, actually, yeah, you can. Comment here. Let me know your average price. And then we can get into some more further discussion, okay? And sorry to hear that. Try the TQ's options, but we need the price level. Exactly, Don Becca. I also wanted to point this out here, too. Our boy here, Dan the Maniac, not too long ago says he is the man himself, but then Dan the Maniac also stating that he is too sexy for his money.
Oh.
All right, man. Hey, man. Congratulations to you. I wish I was in the same boat as well, but that's not necessarily the case. $95. He said $75. Wait, yeah, you're in the money. You're solid, dude. You have a couple of dollars in your favor, and you're only a penny, or you're only about 40 cents off of the highs. Darwin's too sexy for sure, but $75 is your average price. Don't panic. Allow your exchange to do something. You don't want to put on more positions in panic mode. That's going to be my advice to you, okay? And then also, if you're looking to sell some options, put it at a price that you're comfortable with getting assigned at. That's as flat of an answer as I can give you. That's not very nice of you, Leonard, to say. Average around $75. All right, man. Breathe, woosah. Woosah, because if you get a bid, listen, I understand you're leading into the weekend and you don't necessarily want to hold them to that point, but don't forget, Blue Ocean.
Oh.
Blue Ocean.
Oh.
Is it open till 8 tonight, Obi?
No, it's not open tonight, but it definitely was last night.
It
last
definitely
night
was open.
Wild.
You had fun on that one?
Oh yeah, I have fun on it every night.
He has fun on it every night. And then I just left you a props.
Sunday to Thursday.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Sunday night, SPCX on BL might be
8 o'clock sharp.
Right?
Make sure you're there, right? So just don't panic, all right? Don't panic, Kyle. I think you're in a pretty good position right now. Diamond hands,
Frag in the chat saying, "Don't be a panicking." Yeah, exactly. So, you know.
But Fedora, I don't really get that one, Fedora, the Explorer. Joe TV just sold 500 shares. Wow, what a day. Yeah, what a day. I was happy to be a part of the biggest IPO. Got 500 at $150. Bearded Warrior Trades, man. Congratulations to you. Man, I couldn't be happy for all the individuals who took that. Be more happier, I should say, than the individuals who took that. With that being said, 30,000 votes on our poll. Listen, 66% of us were wrong, Obi. It never halted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 66% of us were wrong on the halt. I said yes.
I mean, I was looking for a halt.
Of course, man. 30K votes, yeah, big time stuff. 14,000 people watching. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. And guess what? We're here till 4 o'clock, even a little bit later. And then we're bright and early, 8 a.m. Monday morning. Catch the morning rundown. A lot going on. We're going to be talking options. And then we have our segment. We pick out the news of the day. You just found the right place if you're joining us and you're new to joining us. So congratulations. Sharif, who's on the midday here, at the soccer game. So he's there right and early, down there at Toronto Field, apparently it's called, according to FIFA. We call it BMO Field. I literally live a stone's throw away from that. I took the bike into work this morning. I said there's zero chance that I'm driving here, Obi. E-bike from the place.
No. Like when the games are on, the city is shut down.
E-bike from home to here, and then we're gonna hit the e-bike too. So on the way back, man, we're happy. Let's get that poll up right now. We'll do it for you guys. Did you trade the IPO? It's that simple. We're gonna figure it out. Yeah, don't put anything in. Pardon me.
Yeah, that's a good poll.
It's a simple poll, right?
Yeah.
Simple poll. Did you trade the SPCX IPO? Simple. 1, it's going to be yes. 2 for no. Maybe we can do letters one time instead of the actual. Start the voting. So here it is, guys. Put it in there. Did you trade the SpaceX IPO here today? Get those votes in. 14,000. I'm looking for at least 7,000, 50% of you participating on this IPO. They're starting to come in fast here. 51 votes. We got 81% yes here, Obi, and only 23% to the no side. Ooh, the no side starting to pick up a little steam here. Get those votes in, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all once again.
Yeah, no, market taking a bit of a pullback there. Yeah, I'm waiting for throw up your answers so we can take a look at this poll. That's what I'm waiting for. And did you trade? So 1 is yes, you said, and then 2
is no.
Yes, I'm gonna throw mine in there as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't
definitely
even vote,
a 1 for me. As you guys have been here the whole time, thank you for joining us once again on this special day.
Very special day, man.
You know, nothing too crazy, but definitely some PRs here and there. Definitely some solid trades, some big opportunities, and yeah, I think that definitely one to study going forward as well on SpaceX IPO. You know, we hear from some of the more seasoned traders. They talk about that held bid on Facebook. Guess what?
What?
I saw a held bid, a pretty crazy one.
Yeah, it was, man.
At 150 today. So, you know, maybe, you know, 20, 30 years down the line, when a younger trader comes up to me and asks, "Hey, how was the SpaceX IPO?" I could be like, "Hey, listen, I got a story for you."
Got stories for you.
You know, maybe it wasn't as crazy as the Facebook IPO, but you're definitely living through some history today.
Oh, you're gonna tell your kids about the SpaceX IPO?
Yeah. I'm gonna hand him or her, you know, a book of charts from the beginning, so they can pick up on chart patterns.
Okay. Yeah, like immediately. Yeah. Don't even worry about other, like, we're skipping the Dr. Seuss phase and everything, like the Coco Melons of the world, and it's straight to charting. Yeah. Is that your game plan for?
Yeah, maybe we can make it. Maybe we can make it fun. You know, have a hire. I don't know what Dr. Seuss is up to right now, but
not making chart books. That's for sure.
Hire someone with a similar kind of rhyme scheme to put into words some of the action on charts. People in the chat saying bull bear signal, saying the younger the better. Yeah, some of the best traders I know, they started off at like 13, 14 years old.
Yeah, man.
Right? And sure, they didn't really find success right away, but they were exposed at a very young age, which gives you that longer frame to kind of learn, make mistakes, you know, get back up again and continue and really see if this is something that you want to pursue in
life, so. Donna Becca, there it is. You already know the For Dummies series, Japanese candlesticks for kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, like right out of the gate. There's an idea for everyone. Oh, by the way, we did have a new book. I don't have I didn't get a copy there, but The Real Trading, the owner of that, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Brendo.
CEO.
There it is. Real Trading.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm seeing it. Today's the first day that we're doing this?
As well, too. Yeah. I believe I've seen this delivered bright and early this morning. Some great stuff within this. Yeah, put it in the description. Oh, the link is in the description. So there it is, guys. Go check it out. This might be the first Trader TV or the first Real Trading book right here published. So some beautiful stuff. Go check it out if you guys want to. The link is in the description.
Nice.
Yeah, so some good stuff.
Forbes
there, guys.
books.
How many votes did we get? Yeah, it's a solid book. Nice hardcover as well.
Why stock markets will always need a human touch.
Okay.
That's an interesting
topic. Very much so.
I know there's definitely people that argue about systematic algorithmic trading. It has taken over, and it's not necessarily a place for discretionary traders. And I think that you got to meet somewhere in the middle. A trader in this day and age definitely has to be a little bit hybrid there, and have different strategies. And you can have by hybrid, I mean you can have algorithms that get you in and out, or maybe you get in and the algorithm kind of it manages the position for you. That's kind of some of the stuff that I'm working on as well. So there's a lot of different ways that you can still stay kind of somewhat of a hybrid trader. So I think that is definitely the way forward. So yeah, check it out for sure. Real Trading, named after the firm itself. So solid stuff.
All right, let's send things over to the desk. Sia, what do you have for us?
Just these couple headlines coming in. Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying that I cannot comment on the time and place of signing of the Memorandum of Understanding before a decision is reached in Iran. They're setting up a process, U.S.-Iran setting up a process to build trust, bringing agreement to a close. And understandings reached on large part of issues and talks coming from Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson and saying that we are in final stage of internal conclusions. Sending it back to you.
Keeping us updated on that. I mean, it's good to know, right? We want to see if this conflict is going to come to an end relatively soon. The better, and that'd be even better for the market, right? You see a little bit more money funneling. In some way, in SOMW, 43-cent call. I thought it was some way, maybe some new kid terminology. Roof, thank you for the $5 super chat. Amazon calls for Tuesday expire. What do you think is a key level to watch for downside? 43-cent calls expire for Tuesday. Okay, so you have the near dated. What do you think a level to watch for more downside? Absolutely. Let's pull that bad boy out for you. Once again, thank you for that super chat. I hope everyone had a fantastic day. 236. This is an intraday. Let's head over to the daily. I mean, more downside, that next step would probably be, in my guess, is where is it you're going to find that floor here, 227, 225. You get that psychological level at 225. If it gets worse from here, then 215 maybe. If it hits 215, your boy is going to be a buyer of that for sure. We grabbed some Google over there at 350, I believe it was, yesterday, which has been working for us not too bad. As soon as I seen this pullback, 13% discount, by no means did I go in full position. Just a little dabble on that one. We added a little more JPM. We bought some more NASA. And I opened my first position, actually, of all time on TKO Holdings. So there's a catalyst on this. I know we're going to focus on SpaceX as we're now up to almost $174. But let's head over to TKO and see what we have from a news catalyst standpoint. I know a couple people mentioned it. I just want to get the fact straight. 208, so a hefty day. We're up to 216 here on the day, ladies and gentlemen. But now starting to come in aggressively. What is TKO? Factbook, Trump's UFC fight. A lot of UFC stuff. Someone's saying they closed a lawsuit or something along those lines. Strategic partnership. So maybe just a selling day. I don't see anything right now on my news blotter, but the U.S. judge won't back Trump's White House UFC main event. If what? Martial arts, okay, boo-hoo on that. Facts, UFC, White House combines punches in politics. Okay. And anyways, oscillation pattern trend. Yeah, so nothing that I see from a settlement standpoint. Maybe it came in earlier this morning. I don't see anything other than that, just a big move to the south side here on TKO, dropping about $8 on today's session, Obi.
Yeah, I think definitely some stuff to watch out for. People in the chat, Ben Affleck calling out Intel still ripping, saying Ben there. So let's take a quick look at Intel. What's Intel up to? Yeah, market's at its highs there. Wow. Take a look at that move on Intel. That is some strength there on INTC. Let's take a look at some friends in the sector. NVIDIA not really giving us a similar move there. AMD. Okay, AMD breaking out as well on the day. So interesting stuff here. Let me take a quick look at AVGO. Not really doing too much, more in line with NVIDIA. See what SMCI is up to. SMCI kind of chop. SMCI, excuse me, was a decent trade a few days ago. They had some news on a very decently sized dilution. You can see here on that news breaks to 40, and day one of the open trading session after that news, take a look at this beautiful all day long trend to the downside where it literally closes at the low a day here, and then I think that day one, I would say that was a B plus trade that definitely turned into an A. I don't know about an A plus, but definitely an A, bordering onto an A plus by the end of the day on SMCI. So decent look there. Seems like Intel's the one on the day today. Let's see if Intel closes near high a day as it pushes into 127 halves. High a day. So 127.55, we're just trading at 127.49 here on Intel. Nice little pullback and hold of that 21, give us a breakout on 123 halves. Nice little pullback onto 123 halves as well. So decent holding structure pretty well on the way up here on INTC. Another one that I've been kind of messing around with is SOXL here. That's the semiconductor ETF, three times bull ETF there, and that's looking pretty decently strong.
I wanted to ask you this actually, Obi.
What's up?
Are you going to be buying SpaceX for your long term at any point? I'm not saying there's no specific timeline. Like, are you looking? Is this a name that you're looking to get involved with? Or?
Maybe. I think it's. So my long term is, or account is slightly different. I don't really tend to it that often, and if I do get involved in things, it might be like a few days swing or like a couple weeks swing or until it tells me what to do swing. But yeah, no, I think maybe SpaceX does that, but I'm at a point where I'm not really trying to, I guess, preserve capital. I'm trying to grow it, and I'm trying to learn different ways of doing that as well. So. Yeah, no, SpaceX could be something, but we'll wait and see how it pans out over the next few weeks, right? It has to do certain things. It could be nice. Maybe 150 is the best price we've ever seen. We'll ever see on SpaceX. We never know.
Yeah, I hear you. McDonald's looking good to buy. What do you guys think of that one? Thank you for the $2 euros on that one. It's 4 Canadian, roughly, pretty close to. Anyways, what do you think about McDonald's? It is down quite a bit here, I believe, off of its all-time high MCD. McDonald's, how you been performing? 286. I mean, if it's at a discount, listen, some of these fast food restaurants, you're not going to catch me at those 16 and a quarter. That's not too bad. Based out at 273.53. They do offer a dividend. That's what I like, $1.86. That's pretty good. So if you're an aristocrat, then by all means, bang. Not a bad, like, think about it from a technical standpoint. 285.20, that broke. Maybe you also have a downtrend that has been snapped as well too. So there's a couple of things aligning for you. Maybe get some form of a recovery. You're still down double digits, and maybe a rotation into that. So McDonald's is not something that I would particularly own. That's just me, not financial advice or anything. I avoid retail names, these fast food restaurants. I know Domino's Pizza actually looks pretty good. DPZ, right, for Domino's Pizza. DPZ. Oh, wow. Okay. I haven't looked at this chart in quite some time. Domino's Pizza getting cooked right here. Overdone, Obi. Real cheesy, if you ask me on this one. $500 being that high. Now almost cut in half. Thank you for that one. I'm glad that someone like that, Joe, even though it was a horrible, horrible one, we'll take it for what it is. Intel dumping. The NASDAQ still hovering around the highs. Kyle, don't think we forgot about you. You have 1,000 shares on the TQQs. Hopefully, like, listen, it's been time since you said in that super chat. Maybe the narrative has changed within your broker, and you have the ability to offload some, if not all of those shares, if that's what you're looking to do. Once again, congratulations to everyone. And you know what we had on the breakfast? I haven't eaten the salmon here today. Jesse, we had this on the breakfast. Boom, that was pretty good. Some eggs there. Looking forward to going home barbecuing and just chilling with the boy, man. It's going to be a solid weekend. I hope everyone has a good one. Once again, we'll head back into this SpaceX IPO. Listen, we market on open here. Did I perform how I wanted to? Absolutely not. It is what it is. If we held this, then it would have been substantial. We hit 5 times our shutdown here today. I'm not going to complain about that whatsoever. You be thankful for what it is. Anthropic, watch out, because the Trader TV floor is coming for you, and we're prepared to just absolutely rock and roll right now.
It's definitely time to rock and roll, man.
It's over. It's over. SpaceX. OpenAI first. Yeah, exactly. And then Anthropic. So watch 2 down. Listen, it's going to be like a bowling alley, just knocking pins down one by one, and you know where we're at. We're right here every single day. So a lot in the pipeline. Love it.
Yeah, no, I can't wait for some of those opportunities to show up. But I think the next trade that I'm looking for here is going to be SpaceX into the close, and even maybe potentially, depending on if it's doing volume or not, and depending on if it's going to give us any sort of significant moves or not, the Blue Ocean ATS session on Sunday night. It's going to be very interesting as well if we continue to do, if we continue to have this much interest. Like on the day here, we've traded about 365 million shares on the day, coming in at over a $2 trillion market cap. So absolutely solid. Definitely raining those stacks. And a lot of people talking about is Musk going to be the the first trillionaire? I think he's definitely en route to that for sure. So at the end of the day, it's tough to a lot of people, whether you like him or not, it's tough to bet against someone who's been proving people wrong over and over and over again. And we talk about valuations. People have said that Tesla is overvalued for the longest time, right? Look at it now relative to its IPO. People are saying the same thing about SpaceX. Just like ball don't lie, I think the market is something to watch out for as well in terms of the price action there. And price action is definitely always going to be king. Whether you think it's overvalued or not, don't forget the famous quote where the market can stay irrational relative to your thinking. That's kind of like the bracket that I like to personally add. Can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. And we can have whatever opinions we want. The market will do what the market does. And at the end of the day, my job is to just go with the flow. Try to stay chill, go with the flow, and try to listen to what the market is telling me and act accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, with only a couple minutes left to go here, Obi. Yeah, I mean,
wow, it's almost 2 o'clock.
It's almost 2 o'clock. It's right. Time flies when you're having fun. I'm going to be honest, man. After this thing opened, it's kind of been like at a snail's pace here. I wish I had a little bit more size. What time did we open out of here? 11:46, so 46 minutes into our midday show. Now we're just hovering around here. I wouldn't be surprised at this pace, man. It's just a grinding move here. If it breaks down, you get view up. If not, you're closing closer to the $180 mark, in my opinion. Couple hours left. Can grind up to 76 or 77s. Oh, boo-hoo, Neil.
What's happening?
That's all right, man. It's 2 o'clock, my boy. We put in extra work all day, every day, my brethren.
Why, you want us to keep going?
You want us to, if we stick around, man, that's
fine,
no problem, man. I see, whoa, don't ever see what's up like that. That is crazy, my boy. Like, we don't, all right, well, I'm going to stick around just for our guy, Neil. We're not going anywhere. We'll see what the day is like, but we're going to eat some. Atta girl, Jody, still holding at 154, SpaceX. My girl, Jody Mills, saying diamond hands. All right, congratulations to you, Jody. How can I read the tape? That's a great question. That's a skill that's acquired over time.
Yeah. Record your screen.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's a big part of it, dude.
Ball don't buy it.
When I first started on the floor, I would record my whole day on stuff that have fun with it. Find stuff that you find interesting. It could be nothing. It could be something, and just record the price action on the day. Observe how the tape moves going into a breakout. Sure, after the fact, you see that it broke out, but go back and rewind and look at how it built up into that breakout. What happened? What were the buyers doing? How were the prints coming in? What were the sellers doing? Were they getting taken out? Was it you learn things like absorption. How does the tape absorb? How do buyers step up? How do sellers step down, right? And another thing, you guys can see my tape here on the screen. Color code your tape for sure, right?
Until 2 o'clock.
Like you have red prints here. That means that participants are transacting below or on or below the bid. You have green prints that are showing me that participants are transacting at or above the ask, and then you have yellow prints that are showing that participants are transacting in between the bid and the ask. And if you can read that rainbow, I call it reading the rainbow. If you can read the rainbow, then it gives you a little bit more confluence paired onto some of the structure that you see on the charts. And some people just go straight off of charts, and that's perfectly fine as well. The chart is a lagging representation of what's happened on the tape, right? So you can go back and see the history and the story of what's happened. And that's what we kind of were talking about here on SpaceX. We saw that, even though maybe you weren't watching the tape, but every pullback into VWAP except for one over here at around 12 o'clock kind of showed us buyers. Pullbacks into prior structures showed us buyers, right? Still, as of right now, buyers are very much in control as we continue to make higher lows, right? Maybe we're making a lower high here, but we don't know that yet, right? It hasn't really kind of spiked and pulled back just yet. We're kind of rounding out. We're going flat. Maybe we're flagging, right? We're holding above the opening range, which is something, right? That adds confidence. And then over time, you're just like, okay, well, who's more in charge here, buyers or sellers? We're above VWAP, buyers are in charge, right? Volume weighted average price. But yeah, reading the tape, I would strongly suggest if you want to get better at that, record your screen and then learn and then go from there. Right? That'll teach you a lot.
You got I thought that said SpaceX at $4. That would have been crazy. All right, guys, we're going to send it over. It's now 2 o'clock. OB Monster show between you and I. Man, what a fantastic time it's been. Listen.
Sure. Thank you for joining us.
I often use the term tripping over dollars to collect pennies. What your boys have done here is that compared to what we got to the right of us. Let's rock and roll. We're going to send it over to Happening Now. And then it's Neil and Sean to close it off for the day for you guys. Have a good one, everyone. Have a great weekend. Oh, okay.
See ya.
Sorry about that. Joe is saying have a good weekend and have a good evening, everyone. Well, welcome. It's the afternoon show. Going to send it to the boys after this. And we're going to take a look at the Happening Now. Crude oil prices have fallen today after Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has said that the United States and Iran will have reached a final draft of a peace deal. Then we had Adobe report earnings that we're going to take a look at really quickly and briefly today. It had that uptick post-market yesterday, but then a huge downtick, and it reversed all the gains that it made, and it's continued to do that, currently down 8%. Clean beat Q2 EPS of $5.96 versus $5.82. Revenue of $6.62 billion versus $6.45 billion expected. Management has also raised first-year 2026 guidance, forecasting an EPS of the range of $24.35 to $24.45, and revenue in the range of $26.5 billion to $26.6 billion. Both of them are well above Wall Street's estimates. But despite the strong results, the shares have been trading lower due to one reason and one reason only. Investors are continuing to remain skeptical of the fact that Adobe can fully capitalize on AI at the same time defending its core software franchise. CFO Dan Dern's departure to Marvell recently also has added another layer of uncertainty. It also reinforces concerns around the software leadership narrative that around AI infrastructure companies. So Adobe does continue integrating these AI across its product suite and pushing its CX enterprise platform. However, at this point, AI is just protecting its existing revenue. What it needs to do is make it result in the growth acceleration that could be a key driver for the stock to reverse all its losses. With that, Adobe down on the day, almost 8%, and sending it to the big boys for the afternoon show.
Thank you very much, Sina. We were just talking about the ways in which this was unprecedented. It was not just the biggest IPO of all time. They were supposed to launch the 2X, which I think they got delayed. I don't think they were actually open today. The 2X leverage products. They launched this thing. It's also listed in Brazil. And by the way, I feel bad for anyone that took the print in Brazil, which opened like an hour later. And the same thing with the CDR in Toronto, also rugged at the open. And I'm talking about move down without SpaceX going down. Like both this and SPCE, SPCX. Don't forget what we're talking about here. This is SPCX at 12:30 when it opened up and promptly drops 5%. And I'll just answer the question for you. SpaceX didn't drop 5%. Just this did. And that's the danger with these like new products. It's like when they settle down, they're perfectly fine. Like I got a bid out in this sucker right now for my personal account. Now I'll be stink bidding it. It's about 1 to 6. So like if you multiply this one ish by 6, you'll get the price of the actual SpaceX. But yeah, it was unprecedented in a lot of ways. Unbelievable price action. But I like Joey. Joe just had a quote that I'm forever like. It explains my day. I've never heard someone say this. Maybe he said it before. Tripping over dollars to make sense.
Yeah, he said that before. Yeah.
Because
we're on the wrong chat, by the way. This is a continuous stream.
Oh, I
So
should.
there are people waiting in the other one, but that's not cool. That's not.
Oh, we're still. So this is still the old stream.
Yeah. It's right, guys. Isn't that right, Andre and everybody? Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. So it's the same stream. So we got to get into.
So I'm not even in the right stream then.
There it is. Yeah, I'm not in the right stream either. But
I am now in this chat. Hello. Well, Joe has been saying it forever, but the best way to put it is this: I walked past one of the Alco guys, and he's like, how did it go? And I told him this. Well, I said, if you do the math, I risked about 20 to 25 times more than I did on Cerebrus to make 20% less. And so it's a nice symmetry, like 20 times more to make 20% less. But you know what? It's a first world problem. If you're upset because you made money, then you're in the wrong business at the end of the day. But it was a heck of a lot of fun. I'll tell you this right now. It opened up before 1 o'clock. It was an absolute blast of excitement. Like, it was probably the best show that we've ever done, no questions asked. And it was a lot of fun with the viewers. And the best part is we get to do it again in a few months. We do it every single day, but we're gonna get to do this again with OpenAI, which we were saying earlier, the blueprint might be set. I think SpaceX has finally given us a better blueprint that they might have improved the way IPOs work forever now, all the big ones.
Yeah, I think it was priced pretty right. I mean, we didn't get, as opposed to what you were doing on, I mean, here's SpaceX right here. We're still long a little bit, but just very, very small position. But yeah, man, the fact that it came out at 135 and then we priced out at 150 today, that was pretty good. Like, so, the underwriters, shout out to Morgan and Goldman Sachs there. Seems like they might have got it right. And yeah, JP Morgan was a little bit involved as well. So Morgan Stanley. And it's just about, getting the underwrite, the initial right. We did have a wick down in there to 135 just for fun. And then it ripped all the way back upside and we've sort of just been topping out. And, the highest we saw that tap was around 175 and that seems to be the high of the day. I actually stepped in, you guys might be asking, like, so this is just day trading here, right? I mean, we're almost out of this, but I did step in here at 170, 171 in my own personal account. So I am taking a little bit long here on SpaceX just to see, basically just play money for now. If it does come back into 150, then I'll take another bit there. We'll average that price out and be long around 160, 165 on SpaceX and just wait, or a little bit lower than that. What am I talking about? 160 or so. And then we'll wait to see where it goes from there. But yeah, we did have a great show. I want to thank everybody for watching. And of course, record day for us. And what excitement it was when that 150 hit, and there goes SpaceX to the upside. And there's obviously other names to talk about there. We had looked at the NASA ETF and it's just funny because like now we were just talking about this with DXYZ as well, the Galaxy ETF. What's the point now of even holding NASA? I mean, I know you get Rocket Lab and you get a whole bunch of different names, but to me, man, it's if you're gonna ride, you might as well ride with Elon. And so I just feel like you're going to get a lot of dump offs now. I don't know what Rocket Lab. I mean, again, these are all different.
It did what you expect.
Yeah, there's Rocket Lab, at 9 o'clock right off the open. So yeah, it's not about picking and choosing what to do here. It's just about trying to find the best opportunities and understanding that if you do like the space trade, there's reasons to be in Rocket Lab. There's reasons to be in AST Mobile, which is ASTS there. Lumentum. There's a bunch of different names there that you can get into. IRDM I still really like as well. Iridium here is a good name to get involved with. And so it's just like about looking and trying to figure out, what best suits your portfolio and, what do you think you're going to get from space and so on and so forth. Because I guess with this market cap coming out now, we are probably closer to $2 trillion for SPCX. And okay, here we go.
It's over 2 trillion.
I'm gonna get it a little bit more here at 171. So it's just over 2 trillion. Yeah. So
no, it's
clearly over, right? Because 135. Over. I keep thinking about 150.
It should be
right.
Like 2.25.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2.2 or 2.25, something like that. Easily over. And the guys were saying maybe Elon's a trillionaire. No. He's a trillionaire at this valuation. I mean, obviously.
But maybe he's under lockup. He can't sell all the shares. No, he can't. But yeah,
but that wasn't the problem.
Isn't that funny that they said that he could buy? And I saw a meme about this. He could buy every single professional sports franchise in the world. He could own every single professional sports franchise in the world. And that's insane. Like he could basically just take over everything, all of sports. But of course, some of them are privately held, and they would never sell them. But that's
if
just
you had
absolutely
Elon money,
wild.
Which sports franchise would you buy? Not if you would want.
Yeah, we had said this. I would try to buy. My favorite sport right now is hockey because of we're just really. Yeah, I would
assuming they would be for sale.
I would try to buy one in every sport.
One in every.
Yeah, because then you're.
I want to know which one, because I like.
Well, I mean, mine's easy. I would buy the Maple Leafs. And then in baseball, I'd buy the Yankees because, because hey, I want to own the Yankees. That's like put my Jay-Z cap on that one there. Or even you're not going to like this one, the Dodgers even, because you're going to buy the Blue Jays. What do you mean? You want to compete with me? You want to compete with me on how much we're going to pay for this thing?
I have never turned my back on this show. I cannot believe you would buy the New York Yankees.
Yeah, I told you, I'm buying best of breed, man. What other franchise? I also want to buy like all of the biggest names out there. I don't want to buy Barcelona. Well, what's going on?
Can they hear me?
I don't know.
Wow.
No. Okay, we'll work on that. And then for basketball. I would say the Lakers, but the Knicks would be pretty high. If I'm going to own the Yankees, right, I might as well own the Knicks. I don't know. What are you thinking? You're Blue Jays, but so what other sport?
You know exactly what I'm doing. The Toronto Blue Jays, the Toronto Raptors, the Toronto Maple Leafs, and the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
And the Buffalo Bills. That's right. And maybe throw in Liverpool.
Okay, there we go.
Throw in Liverpool, because why not?
I look for the Packers. We got the Packers.
Off.
I already own the Packers.
You're literally a Packers fan.
I already own the Packers.
Listen, I will approve the Maple Leafs sale to you as long as
Thank you. What are you, Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment or something?
No, hold on, man. As long as you make me the GM. That's it. That's all I ask. That's all I ask.
What about coach? What about coach? You want me coach?
No, I don't want to be coach. I want to construct the team.
All right, I'll think about it.
Construct this.
I'll think about it. Lots of fun happening.
And if you had that money, you just do it to win, not to make.
I don't even think I'm in the right chat again, man. I don't know what I'm even in anymore. I don't know.
I think I'm in the right one now because I see it right now. Someone's laughing at us, and then Toby is saying this is the right chat. Toby is saying Rivian, and people are saying go Braves. Tesla has moved a lot.
Well, I'm in the right chat now.
Look, when I think about it, there are two things. Like the only one that was obvious in sympathy, and don't at me, but. For the longest time, everyone has been told that the Destiny Fund held 50% SpaceX and traded at an insane premium. So what did you think was going to happen when you can just own SpaceX at SpaceX's valuation instead of Destiny at a multiple of that valuation? It just didn't have a reason to trade anymore. And at the open, the SpaceX, it dumped and it continues to dump. But Tesla's doing a nice little move here. Oh, you know what? Actually, Tesla, I'm sure people look at.
How much is it short?
IREN's just broke the high, someone just said in the chat. TX Jets fan. So TX Jets fan, we appreciate and love all of our viewers. You're absolutely perfect except for the fact that you're a Jets fan. We can work on that one thing, and then we'll figure it out.
It's all good being a Jets fan. You're only putting yourself in that
Gino.
Space, so.
You know what the best, look, at the end of the day.
Find out how expensive is SpaceX to short.
Geno Smith, that is the ticket to the #1 overall pick. That's the ticket. I think such a smart move. You go get Geno. You don't have to go out there and outright tank by playing a rookie. You can just play a veteran quarterback, go 2-15 and get the #1 pick. Maybe you want Arch, maybe you want whatever, and go. I can't.
In the chat there, Browns fans or Jets fans? Both have had a really rough ride, man. A real rough ride. One paid Deshaun Watson. Oh, Deshaun. There you go. Deshaun Watson. Shout out to Deshaun Watson. Okay, by the way, I just want to, right now, SpaceX is collapsing a little bit right now. Just fell through. We did stop out there at 170. We have a very, very small piece left on SpaceX, but it is trying to get a little, shorty got low right now, and it's coming back into 168. So we just cashed out a little bit. We break some out on the 50 period. We get some out right here randomly at 171, and then there's the break of 170. We get some more out, and we have like 2%. We don't even have 2%. We have such a small amount left on this trade, so we're gonna wait, and maybe we'll just tap out if it breaks 166.50. So I'm going to put that in. Actually, I got to cancel my old stop order. And we'll talk. We have a bunch of stories to talk about with SpaceX, man. I mean, it was wild. We got stopped out a little bit premature, but that's the part of the game, right? It did break 150 briefly. I talked to a guy in the algo room. He got long 149 and change. So it definitely broke. Yeah. There wasn't that wall at 150 like we thought there was. But then all of a sudden, once it broke, it blasted higher. And I was able to get back in there. So it was really nice to get back into that one. But there's SpaceX going back up now. So, all right, we absorbed that a little bit. I'm going to put an offer again at 170, see if we get a piece out before we get stopped out. It's Sia with some more news.
Yeah, just two updates. Microsoft considering spinning out Xbox plans, new Halo and Fallout games, trading flat, not reacting. Just a little bit of a downtick is all I'm seeing. Microsoft considering spinning out Xbox, planning new Halo, Fallout games. This is coming from the information. Also, another headline with regards to Iran, just that, just right over here. The United Arab Emirates will be unlocking billions of dollars for Iran. This is coming from sources.
Thank you. Heard that one, billions of dollars from Iran coming through there. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I got to reload the chat here, but yeah, thank you so much to Micron Millionaire. Oh, we just got stopped out of SpaceX, by the way. It just broke that level. Yeah, good job getting back in. Yeah, it was tough to get back in. I mean, I kind of just put out a price, got filled, or maybe I marketed it up a little bit, but we didn't put a market order. So we did get back in. So I got taken out of, let's just say, because I got out myself for $2 or whatever for 20%. So that means I would have had 80% left. Then we got stopped out of that 80%. Then I bought back another 20%. So we're able to ride that back to the high side. So thank you, Micron Millionaire. And I even turned over to Neil just a couple of minutes ago and said, like, you know, what about next time we put it a little bit lower? And instead of stopping out right at that price, you stop out a couple bucks lower. But then, you know, that's a slippery slope because that break could have ended up creating a fall.
I don't think you do anything different.
No,
I fired an order for 151.22, so I was willing to take the rebreak of 151, but it just missed. It could have been the gateway. I don't know. I fired an ARCA at 151.22 to get back in immediately and didn't get filled. And you have to understand, like, we have this weird view of, you know, like, we'll look at a level 2, and this is kind of constructive. Like, we'll sit here and we'll look at a level 2, and you'll see these prices on SpaceX, and you think you're looking at, like, static things. No, like, think of it more like physics. If you're looking at a wall, it's not a solid wall. It's just like a bunch of, like, particles flowing around that things can pass through. That's exactly what price action is, because most of what you see isn't really there, and it's just quote stuffing, and it's putting in and pulling orders. So in 1 microsecond, somebody can fire a 167.25, and another microsecond, a lower price, and the person with the better price might not get filled, because there's just so much happening in that moment. That's why that one wick didn't even last very long. Like, 150 broke, and our stops triggered, and I got 150.35.
Yeah.
I got out above where the stop trigger was because that's how quickly it was just doing all this nonsense. So all you can do is try to get back in, do the best that you can. Hopefully it works out. We're supposed to acknowledge Tesla's rebound as well.
Has it? Okay.
Oh yeah, Tesla went green. So if you look at all the space names, downside. All of them. Every single one of them down on the SpaceX. Every single one that I looked at down on the open. I shouldn't say every single one. I didn't look at them all. But Tesla, on the other hand, ramps to the upside. There's still a non-zero chance. I'll leave it at non-zero. I'm not willing to say a percentage because I don't know, but it's non-zero that at some point in the future, Tesla shareholders merge. I still think that's a possibility. I wouldn't hold your hat on it. I didn't buy into SpaceX today, but I said the first thing I would do is stink bid 20% underneath. So that's the first thing I did, and I did so on the CDR. Which I'm not sure should trade on the first day, but that's a different story.
Yeah, I mean, I bought.
What's the value? Like, I get it. It's cool to have these things.
They could figure it out. I mean, I trust that the math is right, but
I just wouldn't.
I bought some.
I would never trade anything that isn't the primary in the first 30 minutes, because I don't know that that's worth the risk.
The math might not be right.
Yeah, it's just like so many.
They got to probably get their position first.
Unless you're going to arbitrage. If you have an opportunity to arbitrage it, if you see something, that's a different story. I might. Nah, I'm not going to do that, because then you'd have to actually do that trade. Because if you could have arbed it in the Toronto one, but then you'd have to forego the real trade.
Right.
To do that.
Yeah, because you're not looking at the right thing. But wherever you're looking, guys, please, we are also seeing updates from Orogenics. So their ticker is OGEN, O-G-E-N, on the NYSE American. This company now has activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Please take the time to check our link in description and find out more about Orogenics. We want to thank them for their continued sponsorship of the program. And we're going to go right now back to the back desk with Sia.
Oh, that's iced coffee.
Thank you so much, Sean. We're going to take a look at the small cap sector. The IWM currently up by a little over 1%. First ticker I have for you today when we're looking at individual ones is SATS, EcoStar Corporation, down a whopping 12.15%. It holds a stake of nearly 3% in the recently IPO'd and famous, yes, SpaceX, which was acquired through a Spectrum 4 equity deal. The backing for this is that EcoStar sold its AWS-4 and H-Block Spectrum licenses to SpaceX in a transaction initially valued at $17 billion, which was paid out as a mix of roughly $8.5 billion in cash and over $8.5 billion in SpaceX equity. But despite this beneficial backing and holding, the company's shares have declined. We're seeing a lot of these communication shares as well as space shares decline, including the next ticker, FLY, Firefly Aerospace, down on the day almost 18%. That's all for your small cap. Sending it back to you.
I'm going to actually start a new position right here on NVIDIA. I'm going to try to go short. I am going short, actually, on NVIDIA right now. Just looks like it wants to break lower. I mean, I'm trying to think about whether or not there's an actual deal here in Iran, what's going to happen moving forward. I mean, we want to say big ups to today's stream, right? I want to thank everybody for watching us. SpaceX is still a thing. There's no doubt about that. We're going to continue to look at it. It's back up to 170 right now, but I'm going to put on, the brown pants here and see if NVIDIA wants to go back into the downside. Watch out for this 204 possible break. We're just short right here. I'm trying to play off VWAP. I'm trying to play off some of these levels. I want to give it, $1 if we can to that high side there on NVIDIA. We'll look to go short a little bit more if we can get it up to this area here, 204.89, but it's starting to work now back into the downside. And yeah, unfortunately, man, we'll hit the sirens up. It was obviously a monster day for SpaceX, but we just stopped out on that little break here into 167. So I'm now stopped out of it. We're now flat on SpaceX. My biggest day of the year today. So, really happy, obviously, with the performance. You could always look back and wonder about, that stop out that happened there. But we were, fortunate enough to get back in and rode that to the upside. So, what goes up must come down sometimes. And that's always a risk. So we did take that in there. And, we can breathe easier. We did have, a very decent sized position on. And we were really happy with the way it turned out. But at the end of the day, could have always put a 1 or a 0 in front of those numbers, but that's what happens, man. That's the market, right? Sometimes we get stopped out. We're just trading like if you got stopped out, just as an example, forget about SpaceX because that's already done and we've already talked about it. But like you could have been short NVIDIA and stopped out here at 207. Like how many times has that happened to us? And then all of a sudden, just whoosh all the way down to 204 again, right? So it's kind of the same thing. We always are taking stop outs, and sometimes you get wicked out.
You have to look at it this way.
Yeah.
The only way to not get wicked out is to not have a stop. And what if it had lost 150 and gone?
Or stop lower, but we had to stop it where we wanted it.
Yeah, but what if it had gone to 140 after one?
Yeah.
You have to look at the other side of the equation. So I just heard that our little super chat display thing isn't working. So we're going to do it a little old school here. We got a couple of super chats. One from MP Kaz. I only got 12 shares, but was able to put in a limit buy for 38 at 155. Got him at 150. Okay. I'm small fry, but was watching you take on and prompted me to get in with the limit. Congratulations. Well done. I'm just happy for everybody. Look, we're happy for everybody that made. I think hope we're happy as well for all of the people that took the issue and were able to get in at $135. And If you were able to sell already, fantastic. And it seems like, at least for now, you're looking pretty good. We have a second super chat from your Paradox.
Oh, I saw this one. I like this one. S to the
P to the C to the X.
There
There you go. And I'm already, the one thing that's already going to be frustrating is, it's a good feature in P Pro 8 that it has autofill on your level 2. So you just start typing it in. But like the muscle memory, like now when you type in SPCE, you have to remember to do the X.
Right.
Because there is a Virgin Galactic, which is a piece of trash. By the way, which we told you guys this one was going to go to the downside. And TXJ fan, if you didn't see my response, I absolutely am not going to do pineapple pizza if the Jets beat the Bills. I will accept just about any bet, Bills versus Jets, with any one of our viewers. But come on, the pineapple pizza thing is played out.
Yeah, we've done.
We can think of something new, but I will never back down. It's the Jets, okay?
I still think the Bill.
I'll paint my face on the stream. I'll wear it. What do you figure it out? As long as whoever loses that I make the bet with is willing to do something in kind, maybe you send us a picture decked out in Bills gear and I get to post it up on social media. I think that's fair. If I then would wear for the entire stream, like I could have Jets here and I could have a Jets cap on. But you're not beating the Bills, so don't even worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the markets here. As you said, the market's coming back in. I'm only in Virgin Galactic because it flat bottom broke and
the stream is down.
Virgin Galactic. But what, stream's what?
Down, apparently.
The stream is down.
We're just going to keep going as it gets
we're just
up.
going to keep going as if
SpaceX broke the stream. SpaceX broke the stream.
Of course it broke.
Yeah, we're doing nothing differently over here. So if you guys are still with us, please refresh if you have any issues. If you're not with us, then I'm talking to nobody now anyways. It looks like our chat is completely off right now also. So I'm not sure what's going on, but we're going to get it all figured out very, very soon. We have 200 people watching right now, it says. So, all right, we'll just refresh it ourselves. And thank you for everybody that's in here with us. But seems like we've got a stream issue. It looks like we're back right now.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
okay, we're back.
I don't know how to tell everybody this because if you're not here, you're not here. But refresh the stream and you should be able to get back into it. It might be I think it almost started a completely different stream.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I'm not sure what happened there, but all right, we're back. Yeah, so here comes that Nvidia right to the upside. We did try a little bit of a short there. We're going to try it again at this 50-period moving average. I'm just thinking that, hey, let's sort of resume now. I mean, SpaceX is out, obviously, and the market's trying to go. I thought maybe we were going to try to go for a run to VWAP there. We're underneath the 50 period. We started sloping down. It looked pretty good to me, but we're not going to be in these names for too long. And it's pretty good because we do have our stop there. So there's another position filled up for us. We're going to wait to see if VWAP winds up coming through, and then we're going to stop out above these prices right here, 205.50 or so on a stop there for Nvidia if that does want to come up. I was going to do something about the World Cup, but we'll wait for more and more people to come through. As today we have our first ever day right now, first ever game on Canadian soil.
You doing anything special to watch it?
No. I'm in Brampton tonight at 8 o'clock to watch it. Well, I mean, we're going to be on the air watching it. Right? So it's at 3 o'clock. So we're not. I mean, it's going to be. Yeah, I'm doing the show as we watch it.
You'd think we'd have a way to just throw it somewhere.
If it's allowed to be put on.
No, it can't be. It can't be. I don't think it could be anywhere that it can be seen on the stream because I'm pretty sure that would break some kind of a rule.
Yeah, that would make sense. So
FIFA's like a little hardcore.
We'll be able to update it as we go.
FIFA's very hardcore. You want to know the most gangster move? I'm going to hate on FIFA for a second. The most gangster move that FIFA does is like if you're a local bar, like you're not allowed to have the words like World Cup, even on like your white, like like the chalkboard signs that like a bar just puts out on the street. That's what they do, right? Like it's how they get business traffic, people walking in. They can't put World Cup on that. And you know who enforces that rule? Not FIFA. Toronto bylaw officers. So FIFA's so gangster that they make the city have their own officers policing their own bars to not use their words. That's straight. You've got a good business. Oh, that's right. It's a monopoly. The one thing the free markets allow a lot of things, but not monopolies.
Yeah, we can't. We can't let Paramount buy Warner Brothers or anything. Of course, as we go. So, will Nvidia wind up buying Marvell or something? Who knows? But yeah, there's Nvidia.
They already tried.
No, SoftBank tried, not NVIDIA.
No,
NVIDIA's in market.
No, that was ARM.
Yeah, that was
It was
ARM.
ARM. It was ARM.
Yeah. So, but there it goes right now, back to the upside. So it looks like the market is taking off now, and we can go back over and take a quick little look at SpaceX. My stop is still going to be here, 205.60. I only have 1 unit right now on this. We'll take a little bit more if it does get up into view up, because that's really the reason what we were doing. And I honestly thought that the NASDAQ was, and we took our first trade right here. I thought we were going to break lower. We just didn't do that now. And we're going to have our ear to the ground if there's any news. This almost seems like there is a little bit of news here, but it's only 2:30. Still lots to go through. We do have USO. We can always double check it. We could check it with the US dollar, so I think it's just exuberance right now in the NASDAQ. We didn't get too much of a move today in USO. It was one early, it was one late there, and since then it's just been kind of whatever. I don't know what that move was, around 10.53, but that USO was flat for the day, and then it's now down 2%. So we'll double check what the news is on that one. Bitcoin having themselves a relatively quiet day. I thought
it was something like not expected to have anything signed over the weekend.
That's it. Yeah, there was that. It was not happening in Geneva. We did I guess we did talk about that actually. We ran through the futures today, which was really good. IBIT pretty flat. This is a trade we had earlier, which turned out to be a great one. We got stopped out right there, and then we bought it back once it broke through 75 again, and that was a good trade, and got stopped out at VWAP, but that wound up being pretty decent right there. So I am willing to short the futures if we do get back to day's high, because I just think that a lot of the exuberance of SpaceX now, it's finally gone. I mean, I've done many thousands of shares on this name here today, and it's obviously, I told you guys, it was a big day. It was the best day for me of the year, and hopefully we can have another one with OpenAI and another one with Anthropic, and we've learned our lessons on some strategies, and we're just going to keep on going, right? Keep the move there to the upside, and like I said, it's too bad that I was out of basically 60% on that move, and then we're able to ride the rest of it higher because we did buy back in. What I wanted to go forward with is, and then we won't do this for very long again here, but these are the current odds, and today's quite the day, man. I mean, USA, you guys are going against Paraguay tonight, and look at that. Look at those odds. Like, these are really close games.
What's the time of the game?
Like, just to win, USA is plus money to win today against Paraguay. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit there. So there's Canada versus Bosnia. So Canada's favored. The home team, for some reason, is up top. So, Canada right there favored over USA. It was favored over Paraguay. And as we go on later on tomorrow, there's only 2 games a day, right? There's Qatar. Maybe there's more on Saturday. Brazil, not heavy over Morocco. That's a little strange there. Qatar and Switzerland. But yeah, these 2 games. What about a parlay? Canada win with United States win. To give you a decent return there. That's not horrible.
That's a tough one, because
there's the parlay right here.
One of them's gonna tie.
So there it is, plus 269. So you drop $10 on that, you're gonna get 26.90. And yeah, the tie is juicy, right? In that. So
if you can pick one of them, for
26.90 right now.
But I don't think Paraguay can pull up.
Canada could tie. I mean, it's soccer.
We're supposed to be. Look, we should be good.
We should be good.
I don't expect. You have to temper expectations. Here in Canada, winning the match today is basically the World Cup. Getting out of the group, the city will lose its mind.
I think we're still favored to get out of the group.
But getting out of the group stage is our World Cup. Anything that happens after that would be gravy for Canada, if we're being honest about it. This ain't hockey, all right? Where, I mean, we still
0-0 final. Maybe
still haven't even figured that out with hockey. Yeah, it's been a while.
Team Canada played 10 times better than Team USA. I mean, get the hatred in the chat. I mean, if you know anything about hockey, it's just Hellebuck stand on his head, and that's what sports is.
But even in the World Championship,
I feel like the Jays played better than the Dodgers overall. We had some couple bad breaks there. Obviously, we didn't have the pitching that Yamamoto, but we were safe at home if we take the leadoff.
Can I ask you a question? How long has Gia been playing baseball?
7 years. I don't know.
Do they have leadoffs in their league?
No. Well, you got to lead off once it crosses the plate. But I know.
Okay.
I know
When they lead off after it crosses the plate,
I'm literally yelling.
Do they take a step that's more longer than this?
You would think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't understand that.
When you teach kids baseball, anybody that ever coaches Little League or has played Little League, are you okay to be off the bag more than this? So why is a professional baseball player with good reaction?
It's also not like they were going to get picked off. He was never going to try to pick him off.
The coaches and staff told him to be standing there, and he didn't get a chance to answer that. So I apologize for all the hate that Isaiah Kiner-Falefa got because he didn't take a lead and cost us the World Series. It wasn't his fault. He was told not to take that lead, and he was just following orders, which kind of sucks. But at the end of the day,
At the end of the day,
we'll get back there next year
exactly.
or this year.
We did get our NVIDIA there. SpaceX is moving around. Like, so I was just actually looking. I'm going to refresh it. It was $23 for 100 shares. So it's not.
It came down.
Yeah, Obi was saying it was roughly that last time he checked.
I paid when I paid.
So you got it. So let's go. Let's go.
Oh, I have I pay. I always pay for locates. If you've heard me, whether I'm going to or not, I took one small shot at it short. But whether I'm going to or not, I pretty much will always pay for the locate.
Yeah, it's still 23 cents.
And it was 30 cents earlier. It's 23 now. On Monday, it'll be probably under 10 cents a share.
I mean, I can be convinced to
if
go
we're being
short.
real. Like I would love to see this one lose under that 165 reference, because this is when it broke trend. I go, yeah, whatever. I'm going to take this trade here, breaking trend, yada yada. That was at 65, and it just bounced off 65. So I think if it starts to lose that, fine. But I don't wonder if you got a better opportunity. Like, I'm actually looking at Rocket Labs.
How come I don't have Hyde Law cross quotes on? I mean, there's one that keeps on coming through.
Oh yeah, I've been having some luck. The problem. So the thing is, this is a liquidity event. Anyway, so I might take Rocket Lab if it pops into VWAP short. That's what I was going to say. But if you're trading today, the amount of sheer volume that was going through, it's very difficult for anything visually to capture it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, your time and sales is fine, your executions are fine, but man, that level 2 in moments was just unreadable because of the speed at which things were happening. And there's so much volume coming through. It's almost as if it was the only other time I saw anything like that was Tesla. Tesla going into the S&P 500 is the only other time that you're looking at a level 2, and you've been looking at level 2s all your adult life, and you're just not making heads or tails of it. You can look at the tape, and the tape seems fine, but you can't even use your level 2. There's no point even looking at it. Things were moving so quickly. It will calm down. I think regardless of what happens, even if it were to lose 65, for all everybody said, this was successful. Like, everybody was saying this was going to be a rug. And we saw you guys, a lot of people in the chat saying, hey, this looks like a bit of a rug job. And maybe it could have been. The rug was in the other space names. And that's just the reality. And they didn't even do that bad of a rug. Like, Rocket Labs is down 10%. Rocket Lab is down 10%. It's at the 50 period. And if you go back to the beginning of the year, like, it's still up on the year. It's still up from the March dip. It still could. It has an outside chance at a bounce that maybe holds the 50 period here. I think this could be okay at the 200. Maybe we get like a cooling off period where they flush some of these out, and then you start to figure out which ones are going to do a little bit better. So we'll see. I think obviously today some money came out of them. Sell the news, right? IPOs tend to be sector tops. I think that's tried and true. You heard Michael say that a lot.
Yeah, I'm going to try to short. So I'm short right now. So new position alert on SpaceX. I'm just short here, 168.75. I just want to see, like, we haven't broke. And look, I mean, into the close here, is it potentially that we do get a little bit of a flush on SpaceX? I don't think it's impossible. I'm not sure it's, I'm not sure how likely a complete flush is, but, we've been holding this, and I'll be out very quickly, and you're going to see me in a couple seconds. If we break this, 170, well, that's 170.35. That's your 50-period moving average. I'm just, like, we haven't really done much except for, downside there since 2 o'clock. So let's wait to see. It looks like it's getting some sort of love back here on SPCX right now. I'm going to take a little bit more at 170, then end the trade at 171. Okay, so if we break back above 171, then we'll say see you later to this one. We're trying it. You can't win unless you try. And I'm not trying to do anything fancy here. I like SpaceX, and I do think there's a good chance here. But let's just wait to see if it does break in through there. At $23 for 100 shares, it's fine. It's not going to bankrupt me at all, for sure. And so we're going to wait to see what winds up. There it is. So there's the short we got at 170 right now, giving us an average price of 169.23. So even if we wind up losing at 171, I don't think the slippage will be huge. The spread right now is 10 cents. So that's reasonable for me. And yeah, just small, man, like one board lot now. And if we get into 171, we'll get stopped out. So definitely in my realm of a reasonable hit here, especially on a day like today, of down 60 cents right now. If we get stopped out, we'll lose $1.80. Okay, so what we're looking to do here is cash that out. If we can get anything at 167, 167.30, that'll give us a little bit better than 1-to-1. So let's just put a bid down there. We don't know if it's gonna potentially get down there, so we'll put a small bid, see if we can get out of 20% down on that number, and then we'll just go. So up to the 50-period moving average on SpaceX, we're gonna short that one and then go from there. The only other position Neil's got, almost said SpaceX again, but it's Virgin Galactic.
I'm looking at the book.
What's happening?
I think it's flashing old prices on the book periodically.
Yeah, that's what was pissing me off too. I kept on seeing all those prices come through.
It's like old. It's instead of the like old prints on the tape, it's flashing old prices on level 2, which is fine. And this is yeah. I'm not short SpaceX. It was just a flat bottom. The flat bottom
space. You mean space? Yeah. Why don't we get rid of that then?
Virgin Galactic. I'm just holding on to. I have a stop.
Oh, you are short. Oh, I thought you said you were not short.
Not SpaceX.
Oh,
it's Virgin Galactic.
Yeah,
that's all.
There's SpaceX in the money now for us on that.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Anyways, there was something else I was just going to say. It was probably this. We're about to hit a triple top in the queues. So my first thought is, okay, triple top. I want to try to. It's the afternoon, Friday afternoon. I want to look for like something that is a fade on the move up. And you would have heard me say Rocket Lab, but it's not really going upside. I want to find something weak. ASTS is not moving, because I don't think I'll get a reload in Virgin Galactic. SMCI has been a dog. That could be something. So yeah, maybe I might look at, this is down 5% into an up market. I might look for something in this range, like 30, 65. As the market gets to that top, well, the NASDAQ gets to that top. I know when we say the market, oftentimes we're saying the NASDAQ and you guys are thinking the SPY. As the NASDAQ gets to that high, I want to look for a short here in SMCI. I just heard him say something about SpaceX.
Oh, he said something about how they had to rent more computing power or something. I don't know what exactly that story was there. See if there was a story. Is Sia still back there? No. I was going to say, okay, I'll look out to see what that story was, but I don't think it was anything major. It's not really moving the stock. And I mean, 400, I mean, congratulations. I can't believe we're saying congratulations to like Elon Musk and stuff, but congratulations to everybody that's been involved here. I mean, congratulations to Elon too, but come on, I mean, you know. 400 million shares, here, I'm about to get stopped out right now. 400 million shares done here today. And very, I'm gonna say it right now. This is very orderly. I don't, you know, no halts. We had 75% chance, and I voted halts. I think we all did. Thought that this name was going to halt at some point there today. It seems like they priced it right. They opened it right. It was very smooth off open. I didn't see I mean, I'm about to get stopped out right now, but I didn't see, you know, really any problems with the quotes. I mean, now we're seeing some, but I think that's NASDAQ that's just stuck there. But yeah, not much going on. See, like there's flashing some big size there. That's not actually real. But yeah, very, very orderly, very smooth. And yeah, I think it allowed people to get, like, I got out and in, so there was opportunities to do that down there as well. And I just felt like, you know, Obi was trading it kind of, I think, both ways a little bit maybe. And there's been lots of opportunity, and you didn't really get like rinsed, so to speak, as a lot of us thought maybe. Like, and I know Obi was talking about it early, and we all were. You know, when you look at ARM, you look at Robinhood, there was IPOs that hit the level and then dropped a couple bucks, you know, and then started to go. On SpaceX, we didn't get that. I mean, I know that you're going to look here and you're going to see maybe the more I zoom in.
You know what? It was crazy.
Yeah. That's 150 only. Like this didn't happen. That's 135. But I just want to say just quickly.
I think it's broken the exchange record for notional volume, and we have an hour to go.
You think so? 400 million?
I looked
on this.
No, I looked
$170? Okay.
It's roughly $66 billion.
I'm here to believe that.
Which of shares notionally traded. And according to Gemini, Tesla has the record at something from like 40 to 50 plus billion on its best days.
So we got to buy NDAQ.
This has done more volume notionally than any stock in history, and it only traded half a day so far.
Yeah, but the half a day thing. I think that's always going to be probably the case on IPOs. So there's NASDAQ, so you want to buy the NASDAQ exchange based on maybe some of this. Nice move there, NASDAQ going to the upside. Remember, they're all going to get money based on every single trade. That's how these guys work. Excuse me, Morgan Stanley's the one that brought this name to all us here on retail. So again, with record volume today, you know, they're going to be picking up some, you know, some of that VIG, we call it. That's like the percentage that they're going to make on, you know, on releasing it. It's like when you gamble, you know, you don't just
pay. That's why it's always minus 105. You know, you got to pay 5% somewhere. So that's kind of like what's happening here with Morgan. And then today we got Goldman. Both these names probably to the upside again. Wow, Goldman Sachs almost $1,100. Eh? Well, crazy that it actually gets up to that. But there it is now, another 3% now for that one. So here we go. We are about to get stopped out here. SpaceX is going to make that move through 171. We could have got out a couple times for in the money, but we didn't do that. So we're just going to give it to 171. It's been a pretty easy-looking top right there. We're lucky to have not got stopped out, to be honest with you. And here's the pullback into 169. Like, I'm short at 169.20. I'm not... This is to lose $1.80. I only have one board lot. We had many more than that straight off the open. So here it comes right back in. Looks like we may get back into the money there. And then the other trade that I'm working on is just NVIDIA, right? And we've just been trying to short it basically against up into there. And yeah, we'll get going here. Again, agreements. I just worried that there is going to be some more positive talk potentially this weekend. So, you know, let's just wait. I thought NVIDIA being only up 1.13 against the NASDAQ, that's 0.8. You know, just trying to play the short there. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. I do understand that it's a dangerous position to be in. All right, SpaceX just flew down a little bit here. I'm going to take advantage of that and see if we can get a little bit of a fill, because I do feel somewhat lucky that this has absorbed that 171. We were moments away from getting stopped out. So let's just get a piece out here at 168.50 if we're able to, as now it goes right back in. We're flat on this trade for now. It's SpaceX. I'm bidding 167 and 168. Let's see if we get one of those takes right here, right now. And now it's time to talk to Sia. What's going on back there?
Yeah, so SpaceX has rented out the full capacity of its Colossus 1 data center to Anthropic after struggling to use it for its own Grok models. It's still up 25% almost on the day. It had planned to train its Grok models across a cluster of the 3 Memphis area data center campuses, but connecting Colossus 1, this is coming from reports, to two sites more than 10 miles away reportedly created latency issues compounded by aging network infrastructure and a mix of NVIDIA chip generations inside the facility. So rather than to keep working through this limitation, SpaceX has reportedly determined that the facility was more valuable as a revenue stream and has leased the full capacity to Anthropic.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, thanks there, Sia, about that. So that's that compute rental power there. We're still watching out for NVIDIA's near the top. Remember, my stop is 205.70, so if that breaks there, we're going to get out of that one, and it'll be an L, unfortunately. We haven't gotten any more out there on SpaceX, but so far so good here today, guys. Yeah, all right, let's go talk about maybe something else. Let us know in the chat if there are any other names you want us to talk about. I mean,
Chad is saying Marvell is weak.
Maybe. I mean, this is what I'm worried about.
What are you talking? Whoa, Chad.
Marvell is weak.
Hold on a second.
Does he mean Marvell the Siri, like the Marvell as in Batman?
Okay, now I'll be the first to tell you, when Disney put out that Marvel's movie with like the 3 Captain whatever, and I'm guilty of watching anything that they put out it's Star Wars or like comic book related. And now that was weak. The stock is up 2%. It's at the high of the day. It's okay, fine. If you're off the all-time highs, maybe not, but this is hardly qualifies as weak. So you gotta call it out. You gotta call it out. Because I pulled it up. I'm like, what the heck? If the market's at the highs, why would that stock be weak? I jumped right to it because I think that would give you an opportunity. That's why I went over to SMCI, which now I have a theory. So far, confirmed on 2 stocks. There's something happening hilariously with the level 2s on anything beginning with the letter S in our system that's a NASDAQ stock. Because I get quotes, I'm getting some weird quotes too on SMCI. But anyway, short that one in VWAP. Marvell is absolutely fine and it's strong. And it's strong, the market's strong, ARM is strong, AMD is strong. We're just gonna go down the line. They're all strong, 5.5%. Have a look at I wanna look at my quote board.
Marvell, I like.
But the other thing was, one of the good things I think that happened today that was a good indicator was the fact that it went to a big buy imbalance when they kept bringing the price down. I think if we had not seen that be the case, it might have been a different story. All right, so what is good? Like 11% on ARM, AMD strong, CCL. Remember, if a deal's getting done, travel names are doing absolutely fine. Oxy is going to be up 2%, Marvell, we already saw there. Who stinks today? well, I mean, whatever, SMC.
I mean, I have a name, Microsoft.
Palantir's down 2, Amazon, Affirm, Apple's down 1.7% today.
Okay, that's even worse. Microsoft, I thought down 0.4 was something here.
Why? Why is Apple down?
I do want to show you guys this. Like, if OpenAI, so what is it, 30, or was it 27%, I think, owned, OpenAI owned by Microsoft? You know, so you do get a 1.7 trillion valuation on SpaceX. It's now over 2 trillion. So the open market is valuing SpaceX more than, you know, the private market right now. So that's true. So what if OpenAI, Microsoft, this is a potential play there, as we know that they filed confidentially to open to IPO, and, you know, Microsoft should be some of the beneficiary of. By the way, like, SpaceX was just almost, it was almost tanking there, to be honest with you, breaking that 169. Now it's back up to 171, and we're going to look like we may get stopped out. But this is interesting to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is after FOMO Nation, because we did have, I remember just being on the stream here, and a lot of traders, once Microsoft broke above, even one of our buddies messaged me and was like, oh man, I told you, I miss Microsoft. And it was just kind of like, okay. And then basically 2 or 3 days later, we hit that 200 period moving average. And then since then, it's all the way back in. So did you miss Microsoft? If you thought you did, you're getting an opportunity right now to buy what is another monster stock at probably a decent price. Now, what is a decent price? Nobody knows, but when you're coming all the way back down in, we can find out the PE on Microsoft, see if that's a reasonable marker right now. But yeah, so far so good. If you're looking long on Microsoft in the dip buy zone, you might be into one right here, right now. And yeah, just I'm gonna go to C in 1 second. It's just, we just had another run to 171 there and faded out off of that. So here's that move that I was just talking about. Like, I thought we were gonna break lower there. That was 168 and change. Then we just went to 168.50 or whatever that was and stopped again and then blasted right up. So in one candle there, SpaceX went 168.50 up to 170.50. So, you know, definitely moving a couple dollars in a minute there. Capable of doing even more than that is SpaceX. And again, what a great open. What a great show. I hope you guys thought that, and sure. I know that we really felt that here. And again, really orderly, right? Like, SpaceX did not have any hiccups, no halts, no major wicks down, no major like, oh, I crap my pant moments or anything like that. Like, it was very, very easy, calm, cool, collected. And actually, this 25...
How it should be.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's what I'm saying. Like, a big shout out to the market makers and everybody out there that was trying to do the best for, you know, shareholders and creating a fair market, right? It's like, we didn't want anyone to get rugged, not only because we were long, but it's just in general. Like, you want to have a good feel for the market. And I think that if this shows some stabilization, people can once again become more confident that the market's not as rigged as it is, but not as rigged here, where it gives, you know, the common person an opportunity to get in, you know, basically on the ground floor. Like, it gave you 150 today, which is not far off of 135. So for all those whales in there, like Kevin O'Leary, and he called himself that. So, yeah. You know, all those guys that are looking to buy boatloads of shares, if they were able to get it, they got it at 135, and guess what? They're not allowed to sell, or, okay, they're not told to sell. But if you bought it at 150, there is no restrictions, I would assume, whatsoever. You took the risk in the open market, so you might even be better off, man, holding on.
In this case, there's
because now you're selling now, and
there's an argument, because there's an argument that in this particular case, if you have the 150, the lack of a restriction gives you more flexibility. You can then take profit and then roll into
Anthropic.
I keep wanting to say Anthropic, but it's going to be OpenAI that's next. Yes, and we'll get Anthropic, but we don't know when we're getting Anthropic. OpenAI is supposed to be September. And after this, I think that just, if today was a trial run or confidence for that, you got to throw in the fact that SpaceX didn't crater the market held the highs, we're still looking pretty strong going into the weekend. The only thing that fell apart were the other space stocks. And
NVIDIA went green there and then popped back up, by the way.
Green on the day?
No, it's not green. Yeah, it is green on the day, but barely. No, my trade. So I'm short here at 91s. Look what just happened.
But it didn't just go.
It literally touched 91. Like, that was the 50-period moving average. So yeah, that's no surprise it bounced off of that, man. Maybe we should have covered there. I don't know. I'm still trying to roll with this one. And by the way, I think we got to go to Adara, but we'll just go like this. Yahoo a little bit. Sorry, Adara. Sorry, SIA. Because right into there, we just got that 168 50s. So not a huge trade. We just took 80 cents on a little bit there. We still have it. So we took 80 cents on that one, and then we're going to wait for a little bit lower of a tick here on SPCX. Let's see what the hour of power brings us here on SpaceX. It's over to Sia.
The SPY currently trading a bit towards the 1% mark. It's up 0.58% at the moment. We're going to take a look at the sectors for today. Electric tech, mixed sentiment here. There's a lot of green. INTC up on the day, 7.28%. Apple is still holding that down. Momentum is down almost 2% today. Nvidia trading flat, had a little bit of an uptick, but currently trading up 0.16%. MU flat. AVGO down 1%. AMD up almost 5%. Tech services, we have Google trading almost up 1%. Meta, Microsoft flat. Oracle down by 1%. Netflix currently down. Finance is holding that strength from all the underwriters of the SpaceX IPO, holding that momentum. JPM, BAC, we have Goldman Sachs and also Citi up. Goldman Sachs up 3.09%. Retail trade, Amazon is down 1.5%. Walmart, Costco still trading flat. Producer manufacturing sentiment looking pretty good. CAT is up almost 2% on the day. LRCX up 2.5%. And with that, Tesla in consumer durables trading flat at the moment. We heard that Tesla, the attention of the investors has shifted from Tesla to SpaceX after its IPO debut. That's probably one of the reasons of that. Then in health technology, we have LLY, Lilly trading down 2%. J&J has currently made a bit of a comeback. It's up almost 1%. ABBV up 1.2%. Energy Minerals, Exxon trading flat, was trading in the green. Reversed its gains a little bit. Hopefully ends the day strong. CVX up almost 1%. With that, that's for your sector watch. Sending it back to you.
Boo, Eli Lilly. Boo. Boo.
Is it down?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, boo Eli Lilly.
Eli Lilly's not supposed to go down. What are we talking about?
Let's go down. Come on, bruh.
Bruh.
I mean, stocks only go up, right?
Yes.
Well,
Apple's down today.
Oh.
You can't, everything can't win every day.
That's too bad.
If you're going to be upset that the market is up, or the NASDAQ is up 0.7.
We were saying the NASDAQ's now down 3.5% from all-time highs.
Exactly. The ES looking pretty strong. SpaceX did fantastically. Like, almost every chip name is, I think literally every chip name except for SMCI that I've seen is going to be up today.
Here.
For sure. And Intel is probably going ham. Intel's up 7%. Like, weren't we just, Intel is going to get to the all-time high again.
NVIDIA's tanking.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go. All right, it's happening again. Here we go, man. Again, whatever. There's a nice move down to the downside right there for NVIDIA. See you later. Nice move here. We waited for that break. We got it. We were pretty patient. Our average price is what it is. It's not a huge win. It's 40 cents, but we're in that name right now. We're going to put another bid out at 63. I do have a bid at 51s, but I don't know if that was news related there or what. Actually, the market. Sorry, my bad. I didn't see the market there fall apart. Yeah, the market dropped. Yeah, sorry. So the market fell down. So there goes NVIDIA with it. I did just hear in my ear, though. Did you hear that? Amazon got awarded, a deal there from the Department of something. Check it out, Sia. Something about Amazon getting awarded some sort of a cloud deal. And it was in the billions. I think it was 2.7 billion or something. So that's surprising. And I actually was just about to go. There's one other name I wanted to go over, but, there is something. Just keep looking, see, you'll find it soon. But there it is to the downside. I just wanted to say, Amazon with Anthropic and Google are the two biggest shareholders. Google and Amazon are the two biggest shareholders of Anthropic. So if public companies that you can invest in. So I was going to say, if you think Anthropic's going to go off without a hitch and give you more value than the current private market, public markets have rewarded SpaceX shareholders today with that. And so if you are thinking something similarly, you can get involved with Google. As I know, our good friend Joe has recently picked up some Google there at 350, I think he said. So that's turning out to be a good little pickup there. So you can get some value. And then I just want to show one other name here because Alibaba, so we did take a piece out of SpaceX there, by the way, at 168.50. We did talk about that. We took 80 cents. It might go against us. Look at this name. And I don't know, I don't love Alibaba. We talked about it. We've had Brian Shannon on a couple times and had talked about, like, why would you trust a Chinese sort of name? We've seen, you know, yeah, pretty bullish or bearish on it. But that was a good break. Like that 120 break, that just went down today to 108 or 109. So that was a good, or was that yesterday? That was a big move. And you know, you're starting now to really bleed out on Alibaba. And if you go over, and then I'll throw it back to C, or we'll talk about something else here in a minute. But if we go over, because I think that Amazon story, there it is. I just found the Amazon story, so I'll let you break it. But it's Department of Homeland Security, okay? See us if you do find it. It's Amazon, it's there. So here's a weekly chart for Alibaba. Let's go over to a monthly chart, actually. This was, Charlie Munger really loved this name. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it was a high of 300 and change during COVID, or that's December of 2020. Then it just really came back in, almost fell like really completely down to the gutters there, had bounced off $60. So that was a most recent move higher. I'm not gonna say the sky is falling, but you know, that 50-period moving average, excuse me, you're getting into an area now, we just took another fill on SpaceX, you're getting into an area now of 103 where you could find some buyers in and around that $100 marker. So I'm thinking for myself, and again, just for myself, it might be time to dip a little bit into Alibaba. I mean, just thinking about what President Trump might do with the tariffs and everything like that. Maybe that now my computer's, something's going slow here now. Maybe it's just my mouse. Something could happen with Alibaba and the rest of them. All right, now we're in the money a little bit more. We just took another piece out for another $1 there on SpaceX. It did go as low as 167.50. I'm at 167.35, so it's too bad we didn't get filled there, but here it's coming back in right now. We're running the short, man. I'm feeling like Obi over here, just less handsome, as we run the reversion back down in on SpaceX. So there it goes, man. Yeah, Obi, let me borrow some hair. Nice move down there. We're gonna throw over to Neil, handle some business.
Yeah, we got the shorts working for sure, but you know what? That just means volatility is in play, and when it is, if you're a sophisticated trader, it's gonna be movement, and that's opportunity. Beta Pro by Globex is offering Canada's first and longest running suite of leverage and inverse ETFs, and they're built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple leverage bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. So for those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. So trade tactically, everybody. Learn more at betapro.ca. Want to shout out to them. And I also want to say this, because why not? They're Canadian. And I don't know, suppose any second now they're going to be kicking off.
Yeah, that's really sick, man.
I don't have anywhere to stream it right now, so I was going to put it up on a side thing, but I don't have one. Joe sent me a link that doesn't work, so thanks.
What a surprise.
He sends me a link, I'm like, thank you, and then I click it, I'm like, bro, you're trying to put like some kind of a hex on my PC? And so for myself, we got down to support. Well, it's not quite down to 30. I was looking for VWAP into about 30, but then the NASDAQ is catching a bit of a bid. So I'm gonna pop out. The second I see us start to catch that bid, see some buyers start to jump in, end that short, look for something else at VWAP as SMCI continues to be a bit of a dog. Like people were saying Intel's tanking and this and that. I just sort of looked at Intel. Like it moved down, but Intel's strong. Like this isn't the one I wanna fight. It's gotta be, like, give me something weak. That's what I want to see. And
we're now $3 in the money.
Chat. Why? Oh, here we go. What is VWAP?
I wish I could tell you.
That's the volume weighted average price. So VWAP.
Oh boy.
Volume weighted average price. It is. Yeah,
where am I?
You could literally Google Trader TV Live and VWAP, and you will come up with multiple educational videos on it. It's probably one of the most used.
Did you say VWAP or FediWAP?
Both.
Oh, both. Okay.
I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello.
By the way, right now, we are now $4 in the money.
Money.
Let's go, Obi. Let's go. There it is, man. We told you we were putting on our Obi pants, and there it goes straight down to the downside right there. So that's $4 plus. And I just tweeted it out right here. I mean, I going is, what's it? Okay, he's saying 150. Okay.
Not going to 150.
Are you short? Are you short?
Yeah, I'm still
Okay, he's still short as well. Okay.
day.
Yeah. Okay. I just said, am I crazy going into SPCX right here, short? So there's the long, obviously, cooked that one, and now we're playing into that short. As there it goes, now it's $4. 1, 2. This is not the dollar club. Celebratory actions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right now on SpaceX, back to the downside. So I caught a little bit of a bid there. We have been covering. Here comes the bids right back in. Let's not get too excited about this because it still is SpaceX. I'm going to start to cover a little bit more. I'm out of half, almost exactly half right now of that trade. So there goes SpaceX to the downside. And we were honestly, this is the thing, look, moments away from being ticked out, right? Our stop out was 170 or 171. So I just want to tell you guys one thing. My short is right here at it was 169.40s. So we were going to be willing to risk $1.70. So we're now in the money 4. So this is where the covering starts a little bit more seriously. We also are looking at this level right there, 166. That's been holding. So we're doing that. And then just one more quick check. We did cover here on NVIDIA a decent amount as it came back into some levels. So NVIDIA and SpaceX, we're doing it, and we're doing it live, especially now with Sierra.
That's completely okay. We're just going to take a look at that Amazon headline that you were talking about. It's just Department of Homeland Security has awarded Amazon Web Services the Department of Wide Cumulus Cloud Services contract for computing infrastructure providers, data processing, web hosting, and certain related services. Just Department of Homeland Security awarding AWS, the Department of Wide Cumulus Cloud Services contract for computing infrastructure providers, data processing, web hosting, and certain related services. With that, Amazon, where are you right now? Amazon's still down almost 2% of the day.
That's fine. Amazon.
I mean, that was that chart I looked at. I think Amazon's a buy at these levels.
Amazon was fun. The 200-period SMA.
Just in my opinion.
Simple moving average on the daily. That's your bottom. Why not? I don't know why I have this. I got to get rid of that trend line. It's completely useless. Amazon looks solid in here. And remember, oftentimes when you buy a solid company, it can be nice to do so on the dip. Remember how badly everyone was calling, a certain somebody on the show calls Apple the dead one because for a long time it wasn't performing the way the rest of the S&P was, but it ended up being the nice, boring long that just worked. So I think you just stick with those types of names. And if they want to sell the baby with the bathwater, let them do it. And when they do it, if your time horizon on a stock like Amazon is 10 years or 5 years, pullbacks is a great way to accomplish it. The real question I'm asking myself is, do I move my stink bid and my personal account on the SpaceX CDR, or do I leave it? For now, I'm leaving it. I don't want to FOMO into it. But anyways, by the way, the market did catch a little bit of a bid. I'll take one more shot at VWAP here on SMCI if it does come back in. Basically, it made that bottom, but I just looked at the market making a bit of a temporary bottom, and that could be a little something for sure. It's only 3 o'clock, and I suspect things could get interesting. It's the end of the week. Next week will be much different when it comes to the rebalancing and all that. The rebalancing happens on Monday, which is new for us because Juneteenth is a holiday. So all of the index changes are happening.
Oh, the following Monday.
On the following Monday, effective the 22nd. Okay. So all those index changes like Marvell and Rocket Lab is going into the NASDAQ 100. All that's happening on Tuesday morning, meaning it's the close on Monday, the 22nd. So that'll be interesting. We'll be off on Monday. But the early look is Pfizer only. And you won't see any kind of early look imbalance for SpaceX. You'll just see the residual for when it opened because it's a NASDAQ stock. We'll only see New York, and we'll be able to update you there. Nice to see that. I just flashed and saw that the VIX, or UVXY, the VIX was down 5%, which is good. Volatility, back down where we like to see it so the markets can go up. See ya.
Again, a headline just coming in from Meta a couple of minutes ago. Meta saying it plans to crack down on employee token use because AI costs are soaring. Means that Meta is moving to curb employee usage of AI because AI costs have reached billions. Meta currently down on the day 0.29%.
Thank you very much.
I think that's about right. I mean, we did hear that story about how expensive some of these tokens have been costing, and kind of out of nowhere, right? I mean, they've been really, and I was actually talking to my kid about this too. He told me, like, all these things are being subsidized. So it's like, if you're not used to, paying for, everything you're doing, like the nano bananas or the creating images or, anything that you're doing, it's been subsidized till now. So get ready to start hitting some of those limits, and then having to pay. He told me he's on like $100 a month for Claude. I don't know, excuse me, how much that really gives him as far as computing power or anything like that, or how many tokens that is, but he's never run out, and he's running a whole bunch of things. So that's $100 on Claude a month.
Let us know what you guys, anybody that's paying for, and it doesn't have to be Claude, I don't care.
Whatever it is.
Just tell us which one, if you don't mind. I'm not paying any of them.
Me neither. Well, we have Gemini through Google with our corporate.
Yeah, through the corporate account. Yeah. So I'm not paying anything, but I'd be curious to see what people are paying, and if they find it useful, and when those go up, because productivity is going to get helped by it, are you willing to pay more? We already saw how Uber seemed to flub everything. They
didn't turn off the restrictions or whatever it was.
It's like you figure it that.
Someone said Anthropic is
Uber. Seriously.
So here's Twisted Trades here in the chat. So Twisted Trades is $200 a month for Anthropic. So there you go. So that's probably something similar. My kid's, I think, is university, so maybe there's a student rate that he's paying. $30 in Perplexity there as well. $200 a month to OpenAI, says Robert. There's 20 to ChatGPT. Okay, $200 a month. And they've done millions in development costs. So so that's the thing. There still is value there if you know how to use it, right? So $200 a month for sure. I just wonder, they're trying to commoditize this. At some point, there's going to be, okay, what's up? More, there it is. So people are super chatting. Okay, so it's nonstop. Okay, $30 a month in Claude. So I guess there's, okay, no problem. Yeah, these are the chats, so they're back. So we'll start to use those again. But it just goes to show you that there are many different options out there in what you're gonna do. And I wonder if there's like the whole grandfathering in, right? You remember with your cell phone plans? It's like, oh, I got, my plan is still $50 a month, but thank God it's grandfathered in. And then they come out with all these new plans, but you still get to keep yours. So I wonder if that's something that they'll eventually wind up.
That was my no-fee bank account. Because,
exactly. Because right now the students, you're a student, right?
No, it wasn't a student.
Well, your dad worked. Somebody worked. Or no, it was through Nortel.
So my pop worked for. Maybe people don't know Nortel, but Nortel used to be like the biggest and most important tech company in Canada that went under, and so the local bank CIBC.
It was big in the world. It was a big in the world.
Essentially, they had there was accounts for employees that were like no fee accounts and stuff. And I remember he opened an account when I was really young under that. And then I remember one point after they go in, he goes, so by the way, don't make any changes on your account. I'm like, why not? He's like, well, because you're still getting all of the benefits from it, but that could go at any single moment. So I was sitting there just for the longest time.
Yeah, just trying to be quiet about it.
Yeah, it was the best for a while. No, but it sucks for it sucked for Nortel. And I'm going to segue this back to something else. And Sharif said this, and I have some concerns about ASML.
Don Sharifo.
He owns probably, I think he was saying this morning, he was selling ASML because it was too big in his portfolio. It's not for me, but they have an absolute monopoly in their segment. And the concern with them is nobody can copy what they do with their lithography machines, right? But at the same time, China's trying to come up with alternatives. And if they come up with alternatives that gives them real competition that they have never had before, think about everybody else in the AI space. They've had to compete with somebody. They might be winning, but they have competition and they've proven they can beat that competition. ASML's never truly had that. And I don't wonder if they get it for the first time. I'm not saying sell your ASML, it's not like I have, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking it, and you gotta wonder, again, this is something that ended up happening Nortel had an absolute stranglehold on telecommunications, and it ended up being that
there's news on Roku. There's something big on Roku. I think Roku might have just had a potential buyout offer or something on Roku. No, seriously, something's going on Roku right there.
I hope so.
Offer of memorandum or something. I heard it in my ear. I don't look. It's up 19%. It just popped right now on extreme volume. So let's go Roku if you're a shareholder here. It should halt if there's any kind of a story like that with news pending. But I mean, again, anybody can receive a a note that someone's interested. But there it goes. Wow, 20. Wow, we brought this to you like at 15%. There it is, up another 5%. There goes Roku to the upside, and bang, we back, baby. Let's go back into the dollar clubs again. There's $5 now.
It is supposedly in sale talks.
Okay, in sale talks, good.
It's a rumor. They're looking into the sale process.
Yeah,
There's
okay,
rumors
exactly.
online, basically.
So ain't no rumor here. This is for real. We are now short SpaceX, and we talked about this for a minute, man. We've been short for an hour, and there it is, or 45 minutes, and there it is to the downside. We just got another piece out at 165. That's hilarious. I was bidding, I'm bidding 163, not 164, but there it comes into 163. Here we go, Obi. We're doing it, man. It's going to the downside right now, and yeah, we had to put on our brave pants, that's for sure, to short this, but it's coming back in. There it is. Can we get $7 on this trade? Yes, we can. We run this thing to the north side. We're running this thing to the south side, man. It's been a great opportunity to sit here and trade this today. It's been heck of a lot of fun, and we want to thank all of you for watching, and hopefully you guys are having fun with us as well, as we're doing it live one more time at Trader TV. So boom shakalaka laka, and guess what? He's on fire. NVIDIA also going to the downside right now. We'll see what that's going to do as we go over to SIA, I believe. Do you have that Roku story?
There isn't a Roku story. I've been looking for it. It's just, if there's anything, I will let you know. But there's a couple of headlines coming from Iran. Iran's top negotiator, Kalibaf, saying for the closed deal ahead, there is no other way. Arakchi, the Iran foreign minister, is telling State TV that Iran is the winner of the war with the U.S. and Iran has emerged stronger in the war with the U.S. A memorandum of understanding has yet to be signed, and there are certain changes that could be possible for the same. And nuclear issues will be discussed in later stages. Again, Iran's Arakchi saying that nuclear issues will be discussed in the later stages. That's all. Sending it back to you. If there's anything on Roku, I'll be sure to let you know.
I mean, just as a clarification, there's just some accounts on X have been saying rumors that they are looking at a sale. There is a very big difference between a company saying we're gonna, even if the company came out and said that they're exploring strategic options, that would just be them saying it with no firm offer. This is just random people saying it online. And whether they do it or not, who knows? It's already starting to give back that move. So I just want to get that out there. Sometimes it ends up being true, but if there was an actual potential offer coming through, a lot of times they would halt. Sometimes they would halt the stock and just say, hey, let this news come out and not have people get rinsed. We saw that happen a couple of years ago live on this show with Spirit. It was Spirit Airlines. Yeah, I got caught.
We're not getting caught on anything right now as the market's moving back in, and there goes NVIDIA, there goes the market. We did, I liked the market short earlier, so I mean, we started it there. We had to hold out to get more shorts up here, and now we're enjoying some of those trades. But yeah, Roku, good talk. And once we said, if there's anything official, I mean, SIA is looking for official prints and everything. So if something does come out in the press, we'll give that to you. But there it is right now, 140 on Roku. We're just going to give that a little bit of movement now. And I think if there is an official comment from the company, they'll probably halt it and then open back up pretty orderly. And it shouldn't be more than 5 or 10 minutes, just to get that clear out there as well. Why am I seeing SMR on the radar here? Well,
it was up 5%.
Yeah, it's because of this stupid VWAP right here. But you are starting to, it's still pretty good, up 3.5. I actually talked about uranium with Kevin yesterday. Kevin O'Leary, of course, joined us live here yesterday at 10:30. And it was a great interview, and good job by Brendo there. And we had also the CEO of BitZero as well on board. So, but yeah, just looking at this just one more time, it's a tricky trade, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. When you look at the uranium patch or this trade, it's going to be difficult because you're near these lows now for SMR. And if you do break it, this is another name that's not making any money. And, who knows where the future of
the SMRs, and of course it's NuScale, that's the name of the company, and it's small modular reactors. We do follow names here like Oklo, Oklo is a good one, and the other one, I keep on confusing Oklo with IonQ.
108 times sales for SMR.
108?
108 times sales, $3.3 billion market cap.
Okay,
for SMR. You know what you're dealing, you know what you're getting here. You know what you're getting. You're getting a shot play if you're trading, if you own SMR, and I say that as someone who owns SMR. I think, was that Sia? Back to the desk.
Yeah, just an update on the Roku thing. These are reports coming also. Bloomberg's been cited. Roku is said to be in sale talks, including possible media tie-up. And Roku is said to have held talks with at least one U.S. media company. No final decision has been made yet, and talks may not certainly lead to sale. It could not, said by sources, but Roku is up 17% on the day.
And so a guy from work had asked me when my last buy on SMR was. I actually have to look back at the chart to even it's not in the last year, not even close to the last year. It would have been at $13, and I sold 2/3 of it on the way up. So the last time it was at 13, that wasn't this year on the daily. It was a long time ago on SMR. Yikes! I can't even look at a daily chart. I'd have to look at a weekly chart. If you're curious, because I would have bought it at, it would have been this hold of 13. Yeah, so call it probably somewhere in April of 2025. I could probably look it up, but I remember it being at 13 and then holding some higher lows, and then so 2/3 on the way up. I still hold the last third for the shot. But I said this a week ago. For myself, I'm just speaking for myself here. When I just read to you that it's like 100 times sales, whatever it is. In my mind, that last third I'm holding on to, if it goes to zero, I can accept that. Because to me, that's the kind of company you're holding. But I also will not be, if it goes to like $150 in the next 5 years, then I feel like that's in the realm of possibility too. Like it's an absolute shot play. And you know when you're doing these kinds of, well, I shouldn't say you know. Let's just say I know that if I had something like that in my portfolio, this is not me sitting there holding Amazon. I'm holding SMR. It could be a nothing burger. It could also be huge. And the reality is if you're looking for something that's going to go, if you think you're getting a 50x or whatever without risk of it losing everything, then I don't know. I've got some magic beans that I would like to sell you if that's the case. There's no such thing as a free lunch, right? You got to risk it for the biscuit until these things can go to zero. Plain and simple.
Yeah, talking about risking something for the biscuit. SpaceX today, well worth all the risks apparently. Well taken off the open there by everybody. All of us had this long and it was well traded. And then right into here again, look at this short, just coming right into VWAP, man. I mean, we're just coming right in hot fire this afternoon, man. And sometimes we talk about like when you get that mojo, I feel like we have it right now, man. I mean, we're very, very confident in what we're doing. We just took $7. We just got a 163 fill right there. So that's 163 flat we just took. So, I mean, we're short at 170. This trade, and I just hope that you guys, whatever, I mean, if you're new to here, when we were building this, my stop was 171. So we were building this with about $1.30, $1.40, $1.50 worth of risk, and now it's $7 in the money. This is exactly the way that I'm trying to trade, and it's support and resistance, and it's boom shakalaka. So, again, just a small board lot there, but we had it, and now it's to the downside. So, so far so good. We have about 15 to 20% left of this name right now, and we're working it out. So actually, we're down to 15% now because we did get that fill. So there it goes. Nice move. We'll see about how much lower it wants to go now, but it's SpaceX heading lower. And then NVIDIA, man. I mean, this one's been, I wish it was better than this, honestly, because we did start small there when I thought it was going to break. We did take some at the 25 period. We did see VWAP. So, it's working out for us, but at the end of the day, it's not really tanking. We do have some great fills. It's these fills that we made the money on. Right now, we're just cashing out a little bit, but we actually made money on these ones. So far, so good there. Back over to Sia. There's a lot of news coming right now from the Middle East. So we'll see what Sia has for us right now.
Is there?
We'll get to that news in a second. Money Talks. Just quickly, the GBP on track for a 0.5% weekly gain against the USD, trading around $1.03 area. Investors are shrugging off that soft UK GBP data, also focusing on that optimism that the US-Iran peace deal may be signed this weekend. After that, we have the dollar hovering, just holding steady today between the 99.70 and 99.85 region, hovering near a 10-week high. The rupee as well jumped sharply against the dollar today, closing in at 95.18 after global prices fell to 2-month lows on that Iran-US breakthrough. Sending it back to you and looking at this Iran news for you.
Bosnia scored. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. You know what? Honestly, man, I'm not going to worry about
I wish I had the stream.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about any sort of like, what was I gonna say, like spoiler alerts or anything like that. I mean, if you're this is live right now happening.
Yeah, we're live. If you're watching the game, you're watching the game. Like I don't have the game up anywhere. It's just disappointing to see.
Yeah.
This city was ready. This city is really wanting obviously a win. Like it's on home turf, man. Like you got to be able to figure it out.
We were heavy favorites in this game.
Well, how many times are we going to get a chance to be favorites at home and a chance to win? So, it's early in the
Yeah, 21 minutes. So
the problem is the guy that's missing.
Come on, Sharif, cheer louder, Sharif. Cheer louder.
Well, just don't stomp on the bleachers too hard, though. Just cheer safely.
He says he got good seats. I don't think he's in those bleachers.
Oh, no?
No.
Sharif balling like that?
Yeah. He said he was able to pick up some decent tickets. They weren't that expensive. I was saying that you could get in there for a couple $100 actually. But again, you have to sit at those bleachers. All right, so we are bleeding to the downside now. $8 in as we have turned bearish on SPCX. And yeah, man, making money long, making money short today. My biggest day of the year. I hope it was everyone else's as well, if you're able to take advantage of those moves. But hey, man, its trading style is not for everybody. But glad you guys were able to watch out for these moves. And let's go back over again to Miss Sia at the desk.
Yeah, just a couple headlines coming in from Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi saying that the nuclear issue and lifting of Iran's sanctions have been postponed to the second stage. And 60 days of negotiation time is predicted for these topics. End of war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, will be under an interim deal. He said end of U.S. blockade and reopening of Hormuz is also part of this interim deal. Also saying that enemies like Israel are against an agreement between Iran and the U.S. And finally, they're saying that both sides will respect each other's sovereignty. After 47 years, the U.S. respects Iran's, and the first time it will not interfere in Iran's internal affairs. These are coming from Iran, Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi. Just keep an eye out at the market and USO.
All three. Thank you very much.
This doesn't sound like very good news.
No, it does not sound like very good news.
You know, so I'm thinking to myself.
Good news. Well, the only good thing is it's not affecting anything over here in the oil futures. And the market doesn't seem to be freaking out over it, but...
I mean, it's unfortunately, there's sort of the elephant in the room looks like it's going to be Israel. And it's just like the U.S. may want to do something. Doesn't mean that it's going to be followed. And that's just unfortunate because I know there's a lot of work being put into this. And we do hope, for the safety of the whole region there. And, it just sucks because drones are flying everywhere, man. And you never know where you're going to get hit. We did see an Amazon, I think it was a warehouse. It might have been in Dubai or, no, was it Saudi Arabia or maybe Qatar?
Iran saying they were going to target...
Didn't they send drones at the Burj Khalifa as well at the beginning?
Well. They've already been going after Amazon. Said other corporations could be in play. It's just in general, look, man, whether it's oil prices down, not wanting to escalate to the point where troops get, because that's the last thing you want to see, is where you get troops on the ground, because then it just gets even worse and there's even more loss of life, and absolutely nobody wants to see that. And I know it's a horrible thing to say that, hey, the market's shrugging it off, but this is about trading and investing to a certain extent. That's what it is all about. And it is a good sign for the market when it shrugs off bad news. So there is that aspect. But man, that kind of sucks. Just for everyone that if you just tuned in now, so remember when Roku was pulling back on these rumors? Not anymore. It's not. Roku's now up 22% on this Bloomberg rumor that they're exploring a sale. Now 23% on this rumor that they're and it's just a rumor. It's just a rumor at this point. They're almost at 150 bucks, and of course at 52-week highs. No, these are not all-time. Pretty sure they're not all-time highs because this was one of those stocks that did you know what way back during COVID, which was go absolutely ham. So if I pull up a monthly, I think 480. The double top that will be in textbooks for a lot of companies. Roku's not going anywhere near that price, even if they get a. Like it's hard to say if they did a deal what it would be. Because typically when you look at premiums, you're talking about different sectors. I have no idea what that sector would be like. If they're a biopharma, I'd tell you like 40 to 60% kind of been normal this year. I have no idea with Roku.
This is too much.
What is this?
I don't know. This does not look like Obi, but this.
That's Obi?
Well, Obi sent this to me. So I don't know why it just doesn't tell to make this guy look like Obi. That would be even cooler. Obi, change it, man. Make this guy look like you. I think you should, because here it is. And look, just so if you guys want to know what reversion is, like it's going to say here, when price gets too stretched, it brings it back to the mean. So that's basically what I did here on SPCX. I know my man over here is short as well.
175 short.
He was short. Just telling us there was 175 was the short sort of that he was looking at, and that's where you're still short? I don't know.
No, I covered.
Oh, he's covered. He's out. So, okay. But anyways, at the end of the day, this is kind of funny. Let's just look at this. There it is. Too far. I'm just cracking up here, man. We do have a good time here. Too far from VWAP. Not on my watch. You know, extension detected. Too far. Pulling it back. There's view. This is great, man. I'm now jealous about this. This is awesome.
Math.
Mean reversion never sleeps. That's awesome. Not magic, just math and discipline. I think that's key. I mean, the just math part gives you part of the ticket. Like right now we're $9.
Is the key part.
Yeah, like right now we're $9 in the money, so you know anybody can do this. But every pump has a chaperone. That's funny. So there's the green one. There's the red one. Plan, execute, revert, repeat. Perfect. He even has a cup here. Revert, refuel, repeat. This is too much. And apparently made it on ChatGPT, so means greater than ego. So yep, I agree with that one. Current mission, return to VWAP. So yeah, that's hilarious. So shout out to Obi, man. The reversion man is in our building right now. And here it goes, man. Wow, 160 now? Are you kidding me? This is now not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8. $9 right now, almost a 10 spot in the money here on SpaceX. As we're doing it live, we're doing it the other way completely again. Yeah, that's 9 of them there. Nice move to the downside now of 160. And hey, man, we tweeted this out, honestly, before we even took any fills. So that's a nice move. Now we're starting to go to the downside there. Hope you guys have this one. And then there we go again, man. Kaboom, shagalaga right now with NVIDIA. We'll cover a little bit more here as that's bleeding down to the downside. So just like in gambling, we talk about it all the time. When you're seeing the board, you're seeing the board. And that was a good one. We did get a little more confident today because of what we did early. So that put me in that spot. And, you know, that $23 that we paid for to short, you know, the 100 shares, that's 23 cents. So you're seeing right now that we're now in the money $9. 900 cents costs me 23.
Yeah, so all you do with that is you just add it to whatever your stop is. If your stop's like $1.50, it's like $1.73.
Yeah,
and that's
even.
That's how you do the math. Because we get that question all the time for locates. Is it worth paying for it? Just add it to the amount that you're about to risk. And if it's too much, then you don't do it. And if it isn't, then you just go ahead and you pay for it.
Yeah.
23 cents is actually pretty cheap. I bet you we're the only ones that are actually, I bet you almost no other brokers are giving it for a reasonable price.
And if you have a broker that gave it to you, let us know the price, because that way we'll be able to compare ours v theirs.
I have a level of confidence that Real Trading, by the way, the new Real Trading book by Daniel Schlepfer, a good friend of ours, the man behind Real Trading. This is now on an Amazon. You can check it out. Nice little plug there. No, I think our locates are almost always competitive. That's one of the biggest advantages of trading with a prop firm. It's not just using someone else's capital, but you get plenty of opportunity. I believe we're going to be going to the desk. I see a certain someone. We've got Obi-Wan in the building today. And Obi-Wan.
Oh, Obi-Wan, I get it. Yeah.
Obi-Wan.
Good one.
Obi-Wan.
Oh, this is cranking.
Are we going to? No. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take full credit for that joke, Neil, but that was a good joke. No, that's not fair. Anyways, we're gonna talk about our segment right now. We have Juan here with us who's gonna take us through the Asian market summary, just like we did in the morning about the European market. We have the Asian markets now. Juan, what do you have for us today?
Before I start, absolutely lovely nickname for me, Obi-Wan.
Thank you.
I'll give Sia the credit for that. But anyway, Asian markets ending the week on a high note. of geopolitical optimism as well as lower energy prices. So we even see the Kospi in South Korea up by 4.63%, Nikkei in Japan up by 2.81%, and also Taiwan up 2.30%. Huge market movers across the entire East Asian markets. Equity surge of the US-Iran diplomatic progress. This helped reset that of global risk appetite, and it sparked massive regional short covering, especially in Asia. Now, when we take a look at this foreign capital floods, it's all going back into Seoul, South Korea. South Korea's Kospi jumped by about, 4.63%. That's snapping a 24-day foreign selling streak. We saw a huge amount of tech inflows, 2.2 trillion won, boosted, of course, by Micron's gains. And even Samsung rose by about 7.86% overnight, even triggering a trading halt. So well done there for South Korea. Now, what to expect next week before trades open on Monday? We need to make sure that the durability of this diplomatic peace, it happens over the weekend. I don't know what's going to happen over the weekend, but it is going to be a big factor. You got to watch the weekend news on US-Iran. And any friction that can lead to a gap down on opening on Monday, that's something that you need to watch out for.
True. That is something you need to watch out for. Thank you so much for that. We're going to send it back to the boys. Thank you so much, Juan, for that recap. Sending it back to the guys.
Thank you, Juan. And love the shirt. Keep it Friday. That's what it's all about. No, someone just said in the chat, I love the fact that on TTV every single day is casual Friday. Gotta be comfortable, man. Like, this is the thing. And we're not, this ain't no CNBC or whatever. Like, no one, the only person allowed to wear a suit is Raheen, because that's just how he rolls up in here. Everyone else keeps it nice and chill. Polo.
Yeah, I mean, I just do what I want, but I do agree with be comfortable. That's the number one thing.
Being comfortable is
right here.
Super important. Imagine we were sitting around like this for the IPO to open in a stuffy suit, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, you do not need that. Like, if you're sitting there and you're like no, that's not worth it. Like,
look, man, I'm proving, hopefully we're all proving our worth every day, and you don't have to judge a book by its cover. So, if you want me to wear a suit, we'll wear a suit for sure. But here it comes right to the downside. There's $1. Like, look, man, just since you guys have started the show, man, we're 10 in on SpaceX. We're $1.50 now in on NVIDIA, and we talked about the bleed, and it's coming back in right now. We have a quarter left of this position, so we'll cover a little bit more here at the lows of the day. This is what we wanted. We wanted this level, and it came through. And now, the floodgates are potentially opening up here to the downside. And here we go again, man. It's just it's been that kind of a day as we wait out to hear more information on Team Canada, hopefully.
Well,
I don't know what's going on right here. Still 1-0 right now. Bosnia versus Canada right now, 33-minute mark.
Just sent me another link that doesn't work. I give up. Not even.
I don't even want to watch it. I already have the thing there.
It doesn't matter. I can have it on the site. It doesn't really make it.
But there's the move down into 204.
It does, and the best thing about it, like today's obviously like been a good day, but someone in the chat was like, you can find trades everywhere, and they're like, well, why do you have space short? Because it's literally a $4 stock. It's sitting in a 4-to-1 trade. It's 3 cents worth of risk, and it went down 17 cents at best. Like at best, it's been 5-to-1, and that's sort of the idea. When you're day trading, you can. Like, there's a lot of ways in which you can, let's just say, butter your bread, if we're using a phrase. It doesn't make a difference. All it has to do is be positive. Like, you can sit there. People didn't want to take the opening print on SpaceX because it's not their jam. You didn't have to do that. You could have not taken the opening print, waited for the flush out, and maybe punched like a 52 or 53 if that's what you're comfortable with. There's lots of opportunities out there in the market. It's just a matter of finding something that works out for you. And back to the story this afternoon. Roku continues to hold on, which I'm a little bit surprised by. Usually when we get a rumor like this, it'll find a top. And when you don't have any kind of confirmed actual offers, if it's just that they're exploring. But this is really holding on to the gains, up 21% on this Bloomberg. We might be exploring a sale rumor. And we know how that track record's been with Bloomberg. let's just say these Bloomberg headlines have not been the best. Although most of the time that they're bunk, it's usually when they're talking about Apple.
Yeah.
Or usually it's when they're talking about a Mag 7 rumor. They tend to be bunk. In this particular case, the buyers seem to really be cool with this, especially going into a weekend. I don't know. Like, I'm not fading. I've considered fading it, but this is really strong, holding up on Roku. It's holding trend. It's doing everything. Maybe it just doesn't make any sense. 20 minutes to go. We'll see what happens. And don't tell me, Eric, that SpaceX failure to launch. If you bought at 150, you're in the money. If you got the issue at 135, you're in the money. You can't say failure to launch. It's also done more volume notionally than any stock in the history of the exchange. And it's done so in the money, right? So more shares have changed hands in the history of the exchange at an in-the-money price. If that's not successful for a first day, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. I'm not trying to be an Elon homer or anything, but I don't own shares yet. But that's successful. You have to call that successful.
Yep. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And in fact, let's just do one of these right now and find out who exactly is here with us. As we stay late, man, 1-0 Bosnia over Canada. Yeah, MF Dane Generous, you can go for sure. Let us know if somebody scores. 1.7 trillion. Yeah, evaluation up 20%. Good move there. So we'll say what's up to Dane. We'll say what's up to Luis Suarez. What's up to Jake Weston here today. What's up to Monty is here. So just thank you for joining us today on this kind of a day as we start to run these stocks to the downside again, man. We're still short SpaceX, that's 10. We're still short NVIDIA, that's $1.50. And we're short, Neil's short Virgin Galactic. T-Money says, yo, what's up, T-Money? Hope you're doing well. That's for sure. Roll call's here. What's up, Andrew Chow is here. Customer ATH. You're at all-time highs, customer. That's a good one. Dan Utt is here. LFG. Yeah, bonjour. Bonjour. Ça va bien? How are you guys doing over there? Hi, says Montreal. What's up, Montreal? Group is here as well. Arun Warrior. Andrew already said hi. Yo, appreciate you too, Dane. Who's buying the dip, says TT6205. Shane says, hey, what's up? Hey, Shane, what up? Right there. VWAP is there as well. Yeah, apparently. Nightbot is here. What's up, Nightbot? Thanks for keeping it real. Ivar is here as well. Blue Sports. Everybody is back in the building. But, thank you again for all of that. Crashing is this. SpaceX downside right now. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of puns about, SpaceX going to the moon or SpaceX coming back down to Earth. But right now it is coming back down to Earth as it tries to put out some new levels here on the day. We haven't seen these levels since basically the first, I don't know, what time is that, 12:04? First 15 minutes. This opened up at 11:46 today, which is great. We hadn't been down in through this. We were just finally now breaking VWAP over the last 20 minutes or so. Downside there on SpaceX. Looks like it wants to keep on going lower here. So yeah, interesting levels. But yeah, man, we ran it both ways, short and long. The short is actually, this was a much more, profit-wise, it's not even close. But, this is actually a more controlled trade. Just straight downside. It went against us, but it didn't tick out, which unthankfully, this one did. But there it is, downside now. Pretty smooth trade, as Neil mentioned there. We risk $1 and change. We're now in the money 10. And it's just real, right? This is what we're doing. And I just hope that you guys have been able to grab some of that short right now. Did I say it was $10? It's now $11. And we're getting lower and lower and lower. So I'm gonna take another bid here. We have parts to get out. We can start getting part filled on the way out here. So we'll put another bid right down there at 158.40s. Hopefully we get that, and then maybe we can get a little bit lower right now. But there it is, doing it again and again and again. And someone just mentioned IREN. I don't know. There was a big volume spike on IREN.
It was a dark pool wick. I checked it out.
We just bought this in our own account too at $51 a couple times. So we actually have a decent sized position now on IREN. Probably the most I'll put in. I don't know. If it breaks lower, we can decide then. But the 200 period is now at 48, so that's pretty much, our price is 51, so we're getting close to that. Let's see if IREN wants to run to the upside, and hopefully that's something that we can, celebrate at some point in the near future. But that's another trade there that we just put in our personal account. And I do have, talk about the winners, talk about the losers. We say that we do that here. I do have CEG in the account as well, and that's not been great. We bought some 300, then we bought some 260. My average price on this is 280. So we'll wait to see if CEG comes back to life here, Constellation. But we'll run IREN and see if that works out. Good trade downside SpaceX, good trade downside NVIDIA. It's $1 on here. It's 11 on the other one. That's what we're doing. It's 342, almost getting ready for those imbalances.
Nothing there on the imbalances. Still just Pfizer and TME, RHI. That's actually a decent size imbalance at 2.4 sell. Gap is 1 million if you're interested in that. TDOC 1.1. I think the most interesting thing will be any space stock at the imbalance, and specifically Rocket Lab, because Rocket Lab, remember, we haven't even, thankfully it was in the watch list. We actually haven't even mentioned this too much today. Rocket Lab is going into the NASDAQ 100. Like, that was the other side of the announcement. And if you get our free watch list, then you'd already know this, because, and I can actually throw it up here for anyone that's in here. It's like, here we have CoreWeave got added to the NASDAQ 100 index along with A-Lab, Teradyne, and Rocket Labs. And that is effective the 22nd, which, by the way, is a Monday instead of a Friday, because that's just because of Juneteenth. So Rocket Lab, maybe it have an imbalance, I don't know, but you factor SpaceX, and then you throw in the entire sector is big. It's the end of the week, right? There's a lot that could be going on there. I'll have that up. Like, my plan of action, I think, is to have that one up for the potential imbalance trade. And that could be a big trade, who knows? One of the things we talk about is like those liquidity events. I expect those will be liquidity events when they come to the NASDAQ and we get that closing trade. Not today, but that will be, I'd say a week from, but it's not a week from now. It's a week and 2 days because it'll happen on the Monday. So I expect that to be a big one. The Rocket Lab's down 10%. You know this one can be volatile. You know it's going to move. No question about it. I actually think I'm going to get the fill on my personal account.
Nice.
Because it might happen. SP. Why is it the same ticker? Whatever. They should change a letter or something for the CDR, in my opinion. They should. I'm sitting at 154.69 in my personal account, or the equivalent to, but the math isn't exactly right. I just sort of divide that by 6. So the math isn't exactly right if you trade the CDR, but there's an outside chance. By the way, when I say CDR, it's a Canadian Depository Receipt. That just means if you're here in Canada, then you can buy this in Canadian dollars, and you can have it sit in your TFSA. I don't have to transfer or convert it into US dollars. That's all. That's all we need. And basically every major stock is that way. That's the only thing I ever buy anymore, as long as they have it. Like, they don't have a few things.
No, they don't have every single one there. But all right, guys. I mean, again, thank you so much for joining. I hope everybody does have an absolutely fantastic weekend, right? Next weekend's going to be only 4 days. Next week, sorry, is only going to be a 4-day week, as we have Juneteenth coming through on the Friday. So, you know, that should be good. Get a little bit of time, you know, with the family and spend it, you know, barbecuing or whatever everyone's doing on those days as we get ready for July 4th as well coming out. And we do have a big UFC event this weekend on the lawn. So that should be a lot of fun to see how that winds up going down there. Yeah, ding, ding, ding. We're getting ready for that fight to happen. That should be a lot of fun. I don't know enough
Joe's
about
betting so much that
Joe's gone. So
he's been saying he's going to bet so much that he might not be here on Monday with a massive parlay.
Is Juneteenth, you guys, I thought, what's up to Rose? I don't know if you're just, people obviously are going to have their opinions on Juneteenth, but I thought, is it a national holiday? Yeah, so I thought, we don't get it here in Canada. No. So I don't know if it's, and I'm
a market.
I'm not trying to create all this controversy.
We know it's a market holiday.
I just don't know, is it a day, I mean, you guys let us know, like, if you're working, is it one of those national holidays, basically, where everybody gets it off, you know? So let us know if that's the case. I'm not trying to, I don't know.
My understanding is the market only closes on full holidays, because they try to keep the stock market open as much as possible. Like, it has to be, usually it's only a national holiday, or special circumstances, which you hope never happen. Like, the only time the stock market has been closed more than 3 days in a row, which is an actual rule, was unfortunately 9/11. And you know, you hope that never happens. You know, that never happens again. But I guess it's probably a national holiday or bank holiday or whatever it might be. I just like it when Canadian and U.S. holidays link up. Everything around. If you ever see in Canada, like in most businesses, like, things really slow down when the U.S. market is closed. Like people that try to trade TSX, like the Toronto market will be open next Friday, and then you sit down and pull up the TSX, it'll be like watching paint dry. It's like trading on the Friday of Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
That's what the TSX looks like when the U.S. markets are closed. And it's the same thing with Europe, too. Like, everything revolves around the U.S. capital markets. They should just link them up.
All right, 50-47. I'm wondering about just stopping, not stopping, but just getting a bid here. Actually, you know what? Don't wonder, just do it. We'll put a bid there at 27s on NVIDIA, just to get out. You know, like if it does come back in here to NVDA, we do have some good outs at 204. We take another out here at 30 before, and just we do have those imbalances coming out. And of course, Neil has sort of showed those a little bit. There's nothing on NASDAQ. Those will show up. Oh, here, sorry about that. I want to sort by size. It's still sorted by time, so that's why I was going hard. SpaceX, that's an old one. So that was what was left when the order ran, right? So at 146.45, that's when we opened it up finally. There was 4 million shares on the buy side still at that time, I guess. And we did see a nice little move higher there. All these other ones are active, but they're on the New York. So we're going to wait to get a NASDAQ update very, very soon. So that's what's happening right now. 345 right now, 350. So in 2 minutes, actually, we will get these all updated, and we're going to see where it goes from here. But still, good trading here. Hope you guys have enjoyed the show. I think it's see you now.
Yeah, just taking a look at more comments as we wrap up the market coming in from Iran. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, saying that for Iran, the only preferred solution for its highly enriched uranium stockpile is down blending the material. And just coming in now, our sword will always hang over the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think this is good news, but it is news. Iran's Araghchi saying that our sword will always hang over the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah. On the rail, not off the rails, but on it. Thoughts on swing for Palantir, stop at 125. Let's pull up a higher time frame, man. Stop. PLTR, and we'll look at my gut instinct is to pull up a weekly. You probably don't want, the weekly works fine. Because the weekly is gonna show you, you look 125, it's been holding this support. Why not? Like it has broken trend, but this is an area that you at least you know where your out is. Like you're not looking at anything that's crazy there. I can't tell you what to do, but I mean you've got prior support which is holding. Imbalances just came out and nothing crazy. 1.9 million buy. What? Oh yeah, 1.9 million buy on SpaceX. Pfizer, who cares? Well, maybe you do. It's a sell. TLT is a buy of 2.5, but SpaceX 1.7 million sell, 5 million paired. Remember,
SpaceX a buy.
Yeah, buy, that's what I said.
Oh, sorry, the
other one was a sell. But keep in mind, SpaceX has already done almost half a billion shares in volume. 480, I see 482 million. I assume that is correct. 1 million shares into 482 million is not a lot. I think we all know that. Well, obviously, I think it needs to be said. NVIDIA is a small buy at 1 million to the buy.
But maybe it gives you like the general feel of what.
Maybe, but it's not a lot of notional volume. That's all. Record day in terms of volume. Scott wants to know what SMCI is. If I have to scroll really far down, then it's probably a nothing burger. You see Amazon in there. I probably have to. Here, I'll throw to Sean and I'll find SMCI for you if you're really curious. My guess is probably nothing though.
Sure, have a quick look and we'll be able to find it. All right, so I covered a little bit there on a 160 break. I'm now bidding 159. We are almost out of this name, 5% left on that trade, so that's going to be a good one. And then we did cover out some NVIDIA. We're pretty good on that, man. We got down there at 204.25, and I just covered the rest here at 50s. Actually, it's 4. Yeah, that was a 50 break, and that was 40. So, we're cover out of NVIDIA. That was a good trade there. NVIDIA, so look, my number one stock on the day, it's SpaceX. It'll be my number one stock on the year. So, we'll see what happens with Anthropic. But, so that was that trade. So we did that today. We did NVIDIA today, right? Boom, we just took that right now for the very first time. We didn't trade anything off the open. All we did off the open was this with Oracle. We had a oopsie moment on Oracle where we went long at 182 and got stopped out pretty much immediately within the first 5 minutes of that trade. That was at 940 when the market was bleeding down, and I just thought Oracle had a chance to do better, and they didn't. So that was quickly in and out there. And then the number one P&L stock SpaceX is one, but this is two. So we did the same kind of thing there. Was we got dropped out there on the TQs early. Then and this is the NASDAQ. This is the trading the market. Then it popped. So that was a good trade, and this is going to be my second number two trade today. So we only have a few symbols in, and normally I trade 4 or 5 symbols, and it's
Excuse me, no different today. NVIDIA, Oracle, SpaceX, and the Qs. And that's it for me. So we got another super chat. Oh, yeah, long VLY and MFG.
Oh, just
VLY is
as for the total numbers,
ETF?
the S&P 500, I think, is 1.3 billion. Buy Nasdaq 383 million, Dow 800 million on the imbalances. Mag 7 400 million.
It's Adara that does that.
Yeah, usually
Trader,
Adara does that, but I just looked them up, and there you go. That's what they are.
I believe you can get it from Financial Juice's tweet.
No, it's fine.
So,
I just read the same thing. It takes 2 seconds.
Come on, Adara.
Long VLY.
Adara's got to train Sia, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, come on, bro. We can't do everything over here. But yeah, Sia's doing a great job. Adara's back on Monday, and Sia will be joining her on the desk anyways. So shout out to the good job today. Look, today was a hard day for news. I mean, we got a lot of breaking news in the space as far as Iran is concerned, so we did cover that. All right, VLY, Valley. Okay, I don't know. You look up MFG. I don't know what this is. VLY. So Valley National Bank Corp. Okay, well, there you go. A regional bank, it sounds like, right there. I like regional banks, but the problem is as lending becomes harder and harder with an increased interest rate environment. Now, I don't know enough about this business. Do they hold mortgages? I'm not sure, but this looks like it's pretty hot fire. I mean, a lot of banks, we did see JP Morgan on the reversal today. We know that there's near 52 and all-time highs on Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. I mean, there's a lot of good love in the banking space right now. And it looks like this one, VLY Bancorp. So maybe it's outside of the US, but nice move higher there on VLY. And I would just say building off of this 200, pretty good, man. You held it there. Looks like we held it again, and now you're extended out. Always take profit if you're getting a little bit nervous. Nothing wrong with taking out half or a quarter of your position because, yeah, this one's really matured up into what looks like to be a good hold.
I'm only guessing that it's outside of the U.S. because Mizuho is. Because MFG is Mizuho, and that's a Japanese bank.
Right, yeah. Well, it says Bancorp, so sometimes those
so my guess is that you're talking about a couple of like foreign banks, or I don't look Gulf franchise.
Swiss francs.
We make assumptions that half our viewers in the U.S. So if you're not even in the U.S., and maybe it's not a foreign bank to you, but yeah, a couple of foreign banks, both that are very strong. Financials definitely have a place in portfolios. I think most people will understand that they are the kind of like very good, boringly green and consistently positive parts of the portfolio. But when you get into some of the smaller ones, or even in this particular case where you might be talking about the foreign ones, it's not the same as JP Morgan. Being Mizuho is not going to be the same, but the trend is your friend till the end. Unlike the last, this hasn't gone to its highs. So you do still have a little bit of overhead resistance going, but it's in a great trend. I can't say anything negative there. And I always say that I love having financials in my portfolio. I just own a couple of Canadian banks and Morgan Stanley though. Like I keep it pretty simple. It looks like we paired off on not on Nvidia. Nvidia is still about $1 million to the buy side, but SpaceX paired off, at least from what I can see. It's not there anymore. What is going on? GLW wasn't there before. So Corning's now 1.5 million to sell. Good day for Corning, by the way. Corning lost the 50 period a couple of days ago, and it's right back above it. Good company, but a sell imbalance up 1.7% that just showed up there for GLW. We like them. Here we go.
Has Corning?
So this is Pacific. We'll throw it up the right way. Like SpaceX and CAD, good volume. Your thoughts? Yeah, like just understand that the CDR, at times, the CDRs will have a greater actual spread, and it trades at about 1/6 the price. But I've seen a couple times where like it has a 2-cent spread, and SpaceX should then have a 12-cent spread, but it might be tighter than that. And at the open, for myself, I would never want to, after what happened today, I wouldn't want to get involved in this at the open. Like this opened not at the same time. It opened like an hour later. But believe me when I tell you, this dropped initially like 5%. SpaceX might have moved 1.5% in that same moment. So there was a disconnect off of the open, and then it starts tracking normally. But it was funky for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then it got pretty normal. So it's fantastic products. Believe me, I invest in them all the time. To the extent that they exist, that's what I use because we're here in Canada, so I like these CDRs. I like these ADRs. They're fantastic products. Just if you can choose, it's a pure trade to just be in SpaceX like Sean is, because you're going to have more volume, more liquidity, and tighter spreads, which is what you should want as a trader. I like these for an investment.
Yeah, I did get involved. I got involved at 170, 171 there on SPCX. So I'm in just a little bit there. I always think that there is a chance, Monday this thing catches upgrades and we take off. So I'm in it now and just don't have the patience. I have the patience to wait. I'm in maybe 10% of the position that I hope to eventually get. And I do have a bid at 150 proper. So if it does come in proper, I mean, again, on the Canadian one. So if it comes in somewhere to 151, 152.
It's about just underneath 25 bucks.
Yeah, so we'll probably, I think I'm bidding around 25, maybe even 25 even. So yeah, SpaceX, let's just close this trade off again. We did have a nice little late day run there in NVIDIA. So I don't know exactly what was up with that one, but we did cover NVIDIA right back there into VWAP. So all my orders are now canceled. And here we go, SpaceX. Let me just put another bid out. Just take this bid right here at 70. And yeah, so far so good. And there it is. Oh, she already talked about that. The sword will always hang over the Strait of Hormuz. It could hang there, but I don't know what that really means. Because if
you don't swing it.
Yeah, like if there's any sort of a thought of, dropping those, they were putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz and all that kind of stuff. I think that would probably violate whatever ceasefire agreement or whatever that they're going to try to come up with. So we'll stay tuned to it. Join us on Monday when we'll be talking all about whatever happens.
We're going to close at the high
over the weekend.
We're still going to, let's.
All right, market's almost done. I got a bit out of this.
1 minute to go. We're closing at the highs.
It's amazing.
Ish. Like that has to be. Look, plenty of people, myself included. I didn't think that the SpaceX Open was going to be a positive for the market. I kind of thought that it might get a little bit of a top-ish, and then we'd be selling off. And some stocks did, most stocks did not. Still lots and lots of strength. So I want to thank everybody for participating. With 30 seconds to go, well, it has been absolutely wild. What's so cool about this is sometimes, and we've seen this before with imbalance days, sometimes the hype doesn't live up to, you get all excited for an event and it fizzles. It doesn't move enough. The volume isn't there. Record volumes, record movement, and brought to you by the Origenics is this closing bell. I want to shout out to OGEN over there on the NYSE. Shout out to them. As we close the week, SpaceX IPO day. I know there's a lot of haters out there, but it was a successful one. If you bought at 135, you won. If you bought at 150, you won. It's just that simple.
Yeah, it didn't come close to the 135, and of course the 150 only broke that maybe temporarily in the first 2 seconds or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you're not a trader like us, the 150 worked.
Effectively, yes.
Yeah, and so even if you held it to 160 at the end of the day, still a nice little $10 win, and we can get those all over the place. So we're going to do that again here on the weekend. Have a good one. We're going to be back on Monday. It's 1-0 Bosnia versus Canada. They're at halftime, so they scored again. It's Yeah, they scored already. Yeah. They scored in the 20. They scored the 22nd minute.
Yeah,
so
half an hour.
It's been about a half hour, but now we're locked in at halftime. So have a good one, man.
The boys better come out playing hard.
We have, yeah, they will. They need that win. You can't lose a group stage.
No, you can't.
You got to tie.
We're favored to win. We cannot lose this
I know.
match.
So we got to hold out for that. All right, man, it's a baseball, it's a hockey. I'm off to a hockey game tonight, more tomorrow, baseball on Saturday.
I'm seeing Angel Reese on Sunday.
That's right, you're going to go see the Tempo there. Good luck with that. You know what, I don't know if there's a...
I've never been to a double.
No, it's only because it's literally right beside Toronto Stadium where the World Cup is.
But I don't think there's no matches on Sunday.
I don't know. I'd hope not, but I think you're fine. Okay, man, good one today. Yeah, congratulations. Check out this book, Real Trading.
Match, I'm screwed.
Go grab that. And yeah, what a day, man. I don't know if I need a drink, but I need something. So I will see you guys all.
A banana cognac.
Yeah, banana cognac. Thank you to Obi, man. The return of the Mac has happened today. It's Obi. He's back there. Everybody worried if he was okay. Obi they always ask about this, man.
How's Obi doing? He's all
right. He's been doing.
He's
Obi has some special things to talk about in a little while. I'm not going to ruin it for anybody, but he's been busy working, and so we're really proud of him for that. He's going to be on the show, hopefully, as much as we can get him on here as we, negotiate some of these back and forth opportunities with us taking vacations and so on and so forth. Thank you to Sia for filling in all day today for Adara. So she's probably tired too.
You should always end like this.
Are you tired, Sia, for a full day work here?
I'm exhausted because I was working my other job last night, so I'm just tired. But my friends are heading to a bar now to drink, and I'm excited for that. So
there it is.
Good, there you go. Yeah, you can never be too tired to drink, apparently.
Exactly.
And then Joe's not here. We want to thank Joe and, of course, Obi as well. All right, Obi, let's. You don't have your mic, or you do have your mic. No, he does not. That's okay. Okay, well, all right, we can grab that one. Andre, set it up, because I want Obi to say goodbye to everybody. We always do it every single day, right?
Exactly.
So
Give him a shot.
let's get one last word in there from Obi.
I don't know if this is good.
Yep,
are
it's
we
good to go.
Okay, yeah,
We're
we're
good.
good. Yeah, no, thanks.
All right, Obi,
thanks,
take us
guys.
out.
All right, yeah, no, thank you all for joining us today. Again, historic day, one of the biggest IPOs of all time, and this was the best place to be. So I want to thank you all for joining us here at Real Trading, and yeah, tune in for more coming in next Monday at Day Trading.
See you then, guys. Have a good weekend.
Bye, guys. Have a good weekend.